allow the children to have the budget. It's okay. Off your mind. It's okay. She off your mind. Like me.
Chai! Now wow, people wey suppose talk truth to power don't off mind. And if we talk, now 500,000 they go summer us, call them hate speech. But fear not, Mayegun don't come. Him go torchlight every corner, nooks and cranny of all these bad people where they spoil our country. So my people make we laugh, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. My people make we shout, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, man of the masses, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. Mayegun diary Politico, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. This one not the off in mind, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. And in the touchlight every corner, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. Okay, some people be they holla say they want the power. Chai, them be promise us say we go get light and power. Nah. Them hustle sote they can't get the power. But now they know they do anything with the power. Every day, dollar just they get the higher power over naira. Still them talk say make we off mind. But thank God say Mayegun don't come. So my people make you ladder, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. My people make we shout, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, man of the masses, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. Mayegun diary Politico, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. This one not they off in mind, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. Person where they do evil, no one make person talk. Them say that Mayegun, that man too they talk. He too they talk. Say Mayegun diary, he they hot like pepper. But every day then they take money in bulk. Woman picking, they the street they hawk. Still them talk say make we no talk. But thank God say Mayegun don't come. So my people make you laugh, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. My people make you shout, oh yo yo. Mayegun don't come, oh yo yo. Mayegun Mayegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Mayegun làwa mọ̀ làmọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Mayegun ti dé o ọ̀rẹ́ ara ìlú. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Lórí Facebook lórí YouTube. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Gbogbo bó ṣe ń lọ ni Mayegun já wa sí. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Àṣírí ọ̀jẹ̀lú kì í bò níbẹ̀ o. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Bó bá ṣe àní Mayegun máa wí. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Ó sì tún ṣe eré wàá gbọ́ níbẹ̀ o. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Mayegun diary Politico. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Godfatherism kò sí lọ́rọ̀ Mayegun. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Ẹ farabalẹ̀ sẹ́ o kẹgọ́rọ̀ lẹ́nu o. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Àní Mayegun làwa mọ̀ tó dòdòdò. Mayegun diary Mayegun number one. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Mayegun ti dé. Mayegun ti dé. Ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Mayegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Mayegun ti dé. Lórí Facebook. Mayegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Mayegun ti dé. Lórí YouTube. Mayegun ti dé. Àní ẹ̀sùn ràkì. Mayegun ti dé. Bọ́ bàbá gbé wúrẹ́. Mayegun máa wí. àní ẹ̀sùn rájò. Máyégún ti dé. Bíjó ìgbádìyẹ. Máyégún máa bí. Àní ẹ̀sùn rájò. Máyégún ti dé. Bí pẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o. Máyégún máa bí. Àní ẹ̀sùn rájò.
Máyégún ti dé. Hello there. So good morning to you, good afternoon to you, and good evening to you from wherever you're joining us. It is Máyégún live. Thank you very much once again, and sorry for the late start. Please, after reading the caption of the broadcast, read the description as well. Then like it, share it, invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends, and tell them that Máyégún is live and it must be interesting. Máyégún today. So, once again, thank you if you have done all of that. So tonight, we are kicking off with Tinubu's recent constant change of guard in the Tinubu's party. As much as they want all of you to believe, or a section of you to believe, that Tinubu, the political strategist, controls this APC's wahala, the internal, sort of like the internal wahala that tearing apart other political parties, which obviously is believed to also have been orchestrated by him. Tinubu and his own foot soldiers. APC within is imploding. And to those who called him political strategists, he is doing everything to keep it under control, in which he has changed the party chairman 3 times since Tinubu became your president and took charge of the APC. Finally, it was like a purge. They've had those who were loyal to Bukwari, sort of like a purge from the APC of Tinubu. Those who are left are every day trying to, or doing everything to convince Tinubu that he can trust them. Now, that is an issue, as much as, like I said, they've downplayed it so much to make it look like everything is, but you need to know that everything is not. And until that time, so since Tinubu became your president, he changed Abdullahi Adamu. Is that his name? Yeah, the other guy that tried to sneak Robert Stamplawan in as the APC Egbekegbe's candidate, as the Bukwari's anointed candidate. You remember that time? So they removed him for Gandola, Babangida mobile banking CEO of Kano. And that one lasted for 2 years. No, not, yeah, well, 2 years, until about a month ago, when they said for health reasons, Gandola had to go. Those who were in the know said it was a sort of like a re-engineering of the power structure, you know, in order to suit wherever Tinubu is plotting in for 2027, including replacing Shitty Man with someone else. Now, if you see those who are presently neither here nor there on this issue of their coalition, and they are still APC, right? Or not even APC, but they are pretty much with Tinubu on his ticket, Muslim tickets. Majority of them today are currently on high alert. If Tinubu indeed will replace Shitty Man, all of this within. So when Gandola was removed, they said it was to pave way for the coming in of Kwakwansop, not as a party official, but like balanced political structure. Then they brought in somebody that replaced Gandola. That one spent just about 2.5 weeks or 3 weeks. And today, Tinubu has now appointed his own Minister of Disaster, Poverty Management, and what have you? Yetwata or so, that's his name. I'll get it right, don't worry. So they have permutated again, and the permutation is that they should go and get somebody from the North Central. That Tinubu will do so well in the southern part of the country, and if the North is going to be a problem, right, from their own takeaway, from your 2023 charade was that the Northern Nigeria's vote, sort of like voting block and all that was pure myth. When the obedient demystified what used to be the traditional way of conducting their elections and ruling in their result. So Kolu is set to, right now, trying to build that, build that strength on the, the pains of the middle belters, who are obviously, as much as they are pretending, I'm talking about Tinubu's people pretending not to know that this one homogenic northern Nigeria, where they make you believe that there is a one northern Nigeria. So Boko Haram's regime had made everybody to realize that no, you are not one northern Nigeria, just like there's no one Nigeria. So right now, the middle belters are saying they are middle belters. They are not Fulani enough. So Tinubu and his gang are also building on this sentiment, building on this division for political gain. And that is why this Yewata guy has been chosen. There are other efforts to ensure that, Plateau States, which is believed to be the, the biggest states, the state with the biggest voting bloc in the North Central. All of this is just what they call their permutations. As much as a lot of you believes that your 2027 charade is going to be between yourselves and APC, well, you might begin, you probably should begin to take stock of the real people that you're going to be up against and why. It is called systemic. But again, let's start with this. So this morning, APC called their NEC meeting inside the banquet hall of the Old Rock in Abuja to host their party event. That in itself, right, is part of the total desecration of the supposed sacred seat of power in that contraption, as we have it today, right? So they had their NEC meeting of their party there, in which it was all more or less like a selection. As much as their Supreme Court's already ruled that how they decide who leads or who becomes what in their political party, is completely theirs. I think that should be the probably the legal framework for why they've done their selection. Nothing like anything like convention have been a Congress. Ashwaju has chosen this person. The rest of you, because there are still other executives, executive members of their party, like the vice or the youth leader, women leader, treasurer, financial, other stuff, PRO. So those ones are untouched. Stay where you are. Or keep changing there. So the process, or should I say, not process, the ceremony of making the Minister of Humanitarian Poverty, Disaster, and all that, the chairman of APC, Ekbekegbe, has endorsed. Let's go take a look at what the guy himself had to say. Yeah, pick the awards very carefully.
The Deputy Senate President, Senator allowed to break, CEO, the Deputy Speaker, Right Honorable Deputy National Chairman, son of our party, Honorable MAIYEGUN'S, National Secretary of our party, Senator Charade. It is now my pleasure to invite the newly sworn-in National Chairman of our party to give us his acceptance speech. Mr. Chairman.
Yes, you repeat after me. I, your name.
I,
Your name.
Professor Nentawe Yilewada Goshe,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I will be faithful
that I will be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the All Progressive Congress,
to the All Progressive Congress,
Federal Republic of Nigeria,
the Federal Republic of Nigeria,
and that I will preserve,
protect,
and defend the Constitution
and defend the Constitution
of All Progressive Congress
of All Progressive Congress
and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
and the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
So help me God.
So help me God.
Oath of office. I, your name.
I, Professor Nentawe Goshe Yilewada,
Do solemnly affirm
do solemnly affirm
that I shall be faithful
that I should be faithful
and bear true allegiance
and bear true allegiance
to the All Progressive Congress,
to the All Progressive Congress,
that as National Chairman
that as National Chairman
of All Progressive Congress,
of All Progressive Congress,
I will discharge my duties
I will discharge my duty
to the best of my ability,
to the best of my ability,
faithfully
and
in accordance with the Constitution of
the Constitution
of the party,
and
always in the interest of the integrity, solidarity, well-being, and prosperity of the party, as contained in its constitution and manifesto. I will not allow my personal interest to influence my official conduct
or
my official decisions.
That I will
to the best of my ability preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the party. That I will do right to all members of the party and to all manner of people according to the law without fear or favor, affection or ill will. That I will not directly or indirectly communicate or reveal to any person any matter which shall be brought under my consideration or become known to me as an officer of the party, except as may be required for the due discharge of my duties as an officer of the party. And I will devote myself to the service and well-being of members of the party and the people of Nigeria. So help me God. Our leader and the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, GCON, the Senate President, Senator Godwill Akpabio, the Speaker of the House of Representatives, Right Honorable Abbas Tajuddin, the former Vice President, Professor Yemi Osibanjo, the Deputy Senate President, Deputy Speakers, the Chairman of the Governors Forum, chairman of the Progressive Governors Forum, the governors here present, and members of NEC. Let me express my profound gratitude to God and the leadership of the party, from the president to the governors and the National Assembly members and all members of NEC, for reposing this big burden and trust also in me to lead the party at this junction. Let me thank you also for picking me among millions of members of this party, and the party will see me good enough and responsible enough to take this party to the next level. I do not take this mandate for granted. I want to accept it with gratitude and with my full heart and full mind to work together with you to build the party, knowing that all of us here are the mechanics of the party, and the party is our vehicle, and we'll fix it and move it to our destination of choice. I pledge without hesitation that I will work with everybody in the party, I'll unite the party, I'll build the party, I'll expand the party with you as a focus and the building block and the support that I will require to drive the party as needed by all of us, so that we can fulfill the dream of Nigerians who have reposed their hope in the Renew Hope agenda. Lastly, I'll trust and look up to the leadership of the party, members of the party, and all of you seated here for us to fulfill the dream that Nigerians have on the APC. Thank you and God bless you.
Just so we are clear. So now he's been appointed and he's practically just a figurehead. There's nothing really significant about him. He was a university professor, meaning a lecturer in Nigeria, and also INEC's REC, or returning officer. Is that what you call them? Returning? No, REC, Resident Electoral Commissioner. He was once with INEC. And I mean, when you hear the INEC, it simply means that whenever there were elections, he's always been part of elections in Nigeria. I don't know for how long, but it was from that position that he got, promoted to becoming a minister under Tinubu. And now the APC, Egbekegbe's national chairman. The script is, the bodyline script is just a figurette there. Because according to Kolu, today in Nigeria, APC, Egbekegbe, they have 23 state governors. But they are very confident that there are more of these governors parading themselves right now as opposition governors who are going to end up on the side. And it is the job of Yewada, is that how you call his name? I'm struggling with that though, right? Or we should just call him the Goshwe. Let's call him Goshwe. I'll find a name for him soon, all right? Just have him for a while. And then we can be able to find him a suitable name. But let's call him Goshwe. And that is the guy from Plateau State. The permutation then is that now that he's the chairman, the Muftang, the Muftwang. What's that one's name again? Because I'm always like a that Mustang. Yeah, that motorcycle Mustang, right? So Muftang, the Mutfang, that's the governor of Plateau State. He is also expected, he's been expected to join Tinubu anytime soon. Similarly, they expected the dancing governor, Governor Jackson of Osun, to join them. That one has finally rejected the deal, I think. he's publicly rejected, not rejected, but publicly claimed that he's comfortable with his current club, PDP. So they are expecting Diri of Bayelsa, Mba of Enugu, and of course, the spineless, seamless, the full barra, of Rivers, and maybe quite others too. So Tinubu and his gang they strongly believe that those of you who, not issue, they strongly believe that the coalition is just a mere PTA meeting, kind of. Talking about PTA, those guys who have been, is it PTA or IDP meetings, they called it, internally displaced politicians, where they are all aggrieved and meeting, and it will amount to nothing. Because as for Kolu and his gang, oh yeah, they have it on lockdown. But don't believe that though. So Kolu at that meeting told this Goshui, their new chairman, to work with Wike in ensuring this is now going to be a national project soon. Wike will be so proud. Tinubu told the gathering that, or this guy, to ensure that he works with Wike in finding a place, that is finding a land, any free land or any stolen land, any land suitable to build a befitting national secretariat for APC. Do you see the irony of that? Yeah, Wike is PDP, of course, and he's the minister of the FCT, and literally the governor of FCT. So now they are going to need money to build this multi-billion naira headquarters, and that will be like they've brought something that Wike loves: money. Now, Kolu also advised those who are yet to jump the sinking ship of PDP to come and join him in APC, right? Fair enough, he's not reading this, right? Okay, so I need to apologize ahead. It won't really make much sense to you, but this is his own kind of like his own terrain, politics. It is a place where it feels so powerful, not in governance. But listen,
it's been fulfilling and rewarding. I can report to you today that the economy that you inherited, wobbling, confused, is today stabilized, and we are making progress. One of our ardent critics at the earlier part of this administration reported the stride in the revenue, 43% achievement by now. I'm proud to say that the theme is working. And for you, you've done so much for our party, encouraging and supporting us. With peace, stability, we will do more. The administration's commitment to renew the hope of Nigerians is clear. I want to thank and pray for the governors of our party. Today, I think, counting, we have 23, and still counting. I thank all of you for show of love, solidarity, and accommodation, for your understanding. I could absorb the motion of accommodation to say, okay, we will shift or postpone or recognize in addition for all other spaces that is available. More members are still coming. So if we accommodate the congresses till December, is it? December. The motion is carried. Thank you very much. That is making room for those who are still coming. And it's not a bad idea to abandon the sinking ship and be absent from a coalition of confusions. Our firm commitment, as we marked 2 years in office, it has been very rewarding development. And the governors are here, 23 of them, to help identify with the Minister of Federal Capital Territory, FCT, and we should put a committee together of progressive governors to find an appropriate land and build a befitting secretariat. Thank you. I take that. I think we should do that. I believe with that recitation, the motion and the suggestion is carried. We have seen the trend of economic trajectory. It's been fulfilling and
nuisance lele.
It likes to, I mean, I don't know how many of you who actually finds it disgusting when Kalu is trying to throw around this big grammar in sentences and they just never make any sense. It is so hard as well to actually quote him because he's mostly just saying nonsense. And he dropped that in between all his jargons and it will come around and be I don't know, I can't quote him. But that was called that is his stuff. Politics. Did you see that? You know what? Let's get a new headquarters. Oh, that's a good idea. We never thought of that. Oh my God, he's so visionary. Wow. And the economy is recovering. Everybody, we are seeing results. Everybody say, yeah, we are seeing results. Everything is fine. You know, tough God. Well, it was also an occasion to pay their usual lip services in pretending that they missed Okuwari when they don't. Pastor Luka was there and he used the occasion to remember his late boss. You say, Pastor Luka?
man who believed in all the standards that we as a party, those of us in this country who believe firmly in this country have said. We wanted to see a country that was united. We wanted to see a country that believed in itself, a country that was successful. And I want to just thank the Almighty God for giving him the opportunity that he sought, for giving him the time that he spent with us. And I also want to say that in the end, service to our country is perhaps the most important attribute of all. He served faithfully for many years. He proved that you can serve honestly, forthrightly, with transparency and integrity.
Transparency and integrity and all that. I just wanted I wanted all of you to see his face. That's a Pastor Ruga. Ikene Shatabandu. Agbowori Baba Oja, the former special advisor to Bokwari. I've been a special assistant to Bokwari on condolences visit, burial arrangements, trader money, market money. You know, that's why that is when he became the Agbowori Baba Oja, the fake pastor, law professor, senior advocate of nuisance, San, who ended up as the vice president to the Daura Lifeless Megad, Bokwari, and his biggest policy of lifting Nigerians out of poverty, professor of law, Unilag. Pastor Ruga Chamber, legal chamber. He's got a chamber too, right? He's got his own practice. Now, Pastor Ruga's economic policy of lifting people out of poverty was to start sharing 10,000 naira to Nigerians to start trade. They called it trader money. 50,000 naira to business owners. They called it market money. And there's another one. Hey, there is another one. That one that people used to come to me and say, they've not paid us. What's that one that when they took away their you win, they now gave them this that they should, you know, like they will be giving them 30,000 naira or something, right? Hey. Anyway, that was Pastor Ruga, Ikene Shatabandu. Also at the event, Empowered. God bless you, Director Scott. Bless, I don't grow. I don't old now. Maybe I'll begin to kind of like forget things, but this is the diary. That is why I have a lot of you here. Right. So it was also the moment of this change of guard by Kolu that they also used in recognizing the efforts of Bokwari's undertaker, the Bokus, shitty man. According to Kolu, you did so great. If Kolu was a Trump would be like, there is no greater Bokus ever than shitty man. He actually made Bokwari, bringing back Bokwari's corpse into that contraption, right? Was such a great achievement, right, that no one could do it better than shitty man. That's not how Kolu described it. Maybe you should, yeah.
Let me first of all, once again, thank you on behalf of all of us, and Nigerians in particular. Thank the Vice President. For a very successful role he played to my self, a country, and our predecessor that he brought back with dignity bring in Muhammadu Buhari. That is emotional distraught for me, emotionally distraught. But for all of us, we say thank you. You did a good job. Let me first of all, once again, thank you on behalf of all of us. And
all of us. Call you. Like, what kind of English is that? For real. Let me first of all thank you from all of us. All of us. What the heck, man? He actually say it that way many times, but that is not how he kind of like talks. Kolu talks like somebody who slurs. Like, look at you. Look at this one. That's how he talks. So this one that is trying to be grammatical, I don't understand though. All fools. Like, man, come on. Anyway, Sha, that was a bit of a shout out to a shitty man. You know what I mean? So after that whole thing there, Yewada, they are new. Somebody said I should call him Yewada or something, or Matida. Anyway, so he met with the rest of the teams because they have been, it's like changing, how do you describe that? It's like changing the captain of a team and you're still keeping the same team because they are more or less just ceremonial, nothing. Anyway, let's hear what Martina kind of is promising the rest of their APC. From there, we're going to go to that of the PDP. Their own too. Yeah, Baba is also cooking. Right? Martina, I mean, why did you put that in my head? Somebody just put that in my head. I started calling him Martina now or something, and it's not a short person. Anyway, what Matilda?
I count it a rare privilege, and I must appreciate God. I appreciate the issue of party. I appreciate our governors, National Assembly, National Working Committee members, and all the team lawyers supporters of APC for resting this burden of trust on me. I count it a trust and a burden at the same time, because it's pricing. Large. I know that I have people around me, customers, supporters, friends, as members of the that worked with them before. I've met all the members of the Charade community. I've met them in person. One other form of service or the other. Here to monitor election, or going for primary election elsewhere, or doing campaign in several states together with them. With my friends, with my partners, and I expect nothing less from you that we all join hands together as a team, work together to ensure that we expand this party, increase membership, the technology that we already started, ensure that this party is transparent. This party enjoys the support of Nigerians and even beyond the shores of Nigerian diaspora. Recognize all the members of the party who are working for us too. It's you that has made this party hope, the trust you have for APC and the renewal agenda of Mr. President to ensure that we help the executive and the National Assembly will support them to ensure that we deliver the dividend of democracy to the people of Nigeria. Like I said, in my acceptance speech. All of us here, especially the National Working Committee.
ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ní àbọ̀ ń ṣe èrè. ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ní àbọ̀ ń ṣe èrè.
We'll find out later. So that was him there as their chairman, letting them know that he's there to carry out whatever it is that Tinubu's agenda, is. And like the National Assembly guys and others, so we have to make it happen. That's it. He's got no agenda of his. He can't come and say, oh, this is my own mission for APC. You decrease. Which mission? They will just be like, look at this one. He's talking about mission. What mission? Gone are the days when things don't change you. Gone are the days where you are going to see them, those who wants to be chairman of parties, they will be campaigning all over the country. Oh. Have you forgotten? I don't know, how old are you? Yeah, campaigning for their party members. So they'll be going everywhere, telling them what they are going to do. As your chairman, I'm going to, how many of you remember people like Barnabas, Gemade, I'm talking about PDP though. You know what I mean? Like they will say, I will make sure I am a chairman, my own, as your chairman, I'm going to. They don't do that anymore. A lot has really, really changed by the characters who are supposed to be building democracy in that contraption, unfortunately. So there is more from what this guy said, because after all of that, he also went on to go and speak to Sheung. Let's take a break from them for now. All right? At least for now. So Peter Obi was cited in Onitsha. It was cited that his own alma mater, his former school, that is King's College in Onitsha, where he's been very much like a prominent member of the student of the school, right? So that was where he went today to donate a 50 million naira check to the school for developmental project in the school, according to the reports, until when the media sort of like, I don't know if they ambushed him, if that's the right word. Anyway, the media accosted him and they were asking him questions, other questions, but this particular one about the Okwe Odoyo, the Dodoyo, governor of Edo State, and his recent threat that Obi shouldn't come to his state sharing money. And the, the controversy that followed that. His response is straightforward. He's seen it as a pure distraction. I am here to support this school. Why can't we just talk about, stuffs that really affects Nigerians, not this kind of, Anyway, in his words, shortly before we go back to PDP people, all right? Obi.
Oh, yeah. And the president is already here with us. So we just need to. I'll still come when you finish. I just tell them, my secret. I know what I'm going to do. If you have the opportunity to go to Benin and make any donation, you still go? Oh yes, every day I go. Trust me. I will go. Just by the threat. No, there's no threat. All those things that, like I said, it doesn't make any sense. You know what I mean? That I'm saying all over Nigeria. I receive threats every day actually. You need to once you hear in I receive threats every day and everyone. I'm in school today. I'm going to be in school somewhere in Nigeria tomorrow. I'm going to be in school somewhere on Saturday. I'm going to be in school on Sunday. I'm going to so,
Okute.
We are here, oh, we are here, oh.
Wait. Let me print it out.
Wait.
Oh, let me use that.
Okay. Who is joining next?
Anyway, give yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. All of you are serving in this. Yes. Like they are paying you well. Referendum.
What did they pay there with NYC?
7,000.
When did I go to?
So and I think that's what makes him so, makes him so acceptable by these Gen Z, millennials, and name it. Because to them, he's so relatable, he's so approachable, and as much as it could be anywhere, anytime, he's the kind of guy that even wherever you see him is probably so for this generation, right? So he was there, he practically told these guys and said, I will be anywhere I want to be. I'll be in any state, in the south, in the east, in the north, anywhere I want to be, whenever I want to be. Because I receive threat every day anyway. So it's not going to be just this one that is made public that will now make me feel too. So he practically just dismissed it as a pure distraction. Talk about something else. Talk about, and I hope somehow these interns, all these interns at the University of Nigeria, it's called. It's called the Nigeria University Teaching Hospital, somewhere in Ituku, Ozala, in Enugu State. So that must be the federal government hospital, I think. So the interns there, which is, the students, medical students who are like, it's a student that does interns, right? Anyway, because they are being paid, they were complaining of not being paid well. Yesterday, they staged a protest, calling the attention of God knows who to treat them better. Medical students, or should I say medical interns in Enugu, Nigeria University Teaching Hospital. You know where that is, right? Here. Solidarity forever. Soli. That depressing song. You see, every time I hear that song as like a protest song, it kind of gives me PTSD. I don't know about you. Apart from Up Nepa, which used to be the first word of many of us from, I am going to be 42 years in the next few months. So I was born to say Hop Nepa, even when I had no idea what that was. like a baby, like somebody who is just about maybe 7, 8, 9 months, and you are shouting, up Peppa, because you were seeing everybody running about and shouting up Nepa. The next one, when I started realizing that I'm Nigeria and me, not be me see you. In Nigeria, they so the next one is this solidarity. Anywhere you hear it, it is like, yeah, people are gathering. They are upset about something. Something is not right since I was a child. So do you understand their PTSD? So every time I hear this song, soli, I'm like, because it's solution, no. Soli. Imagine me now at this age, from a baby. I will now drag you down and say, let us go, we need to go and face this government. And then they will say, okay, the popular song is going to be soli. So my own children are going to sing soli. Their own children are going to sing soli. And it's going to be like a generational solidarity. Jesus Christ of Nazareth. Do you ever feel bad? I mean, do you ever like sit down and just wonder like, the more things change, the more they remain the same. People complain about unpaid salary, poor paid salary, unpaid pension, poor healthcare, poor road networking, no hunger day, all these things. They've been like that for decades. People went to school already singing the soli. They will go and look for a job. And once they find job and all of that, and the real economy begin to hit them, they will be tired and they will join others and begin to sing soli. And their own children are watching. Their children are watching. Those ones said children are also going to, they are not here yet. But in another 15, 20 years now, there will be other generations here. They themselves will be shouting up Nepa. And solidarity forever. We shall always fight for our right. That's why I kind of respect Showore and his own Take It Back movement. They are very creative. Here you get things like, no, don't sing soli. Just say, Bobo wala lawambe, Bi Nigeria shebaje, Bobo wala lawambe. Say no, Emi o lawambe, maybe wo lawambe, kind of. So they are pretty much like creative, trying to express their own soli in a different format. That is how people survive in that place, including those who survive kidnappers. Remember those I told you yesterday that paid 25 million naira 25 million naira ransom to terrorists in Enugu before they all got released. They were traveling for an occasion or an event and they got kidnapped. One woman was not lucky. She was killed. But I missed that video yesterday, so I'm going to show you now that video. Hang on. In fact, I should. Give me a second. I should be able to possibly give you a mention, right? Anyway, watch this. It should help.
Okay. Now you have Munaya and Dara. So Hunter Patagon. Winter Lion Mask. Yes, shut up. Every Kandara. Okay. Finally. I don't wish government gets like Mali had government can have a mayor for the reason. And I got a room, but now you're going to bend there. How do you go?
Finally, the God has done it for us. Finally. Because at the end of the day, right? Bible says in everything, you should give thanks to God. And Nigerians actually took that so religiously and so personal. You know? Because Nigeria is a place where people will be thankful for being alive. For example, you go to, or somebody want to tell you their personal experience, how they believe that there is God, that God exists to Nigerians. So a luxurious or a luxury bus, right? A full loaded luxury bus is traveling, high speed or loss of brake, or the driver possibly slept off and lost control and plunged into the river. Boom! A bus with like maybe 60 or 70 people. Then quickly, some people rushed. That bus don't enter. River, don't enter river. No, try and save it. So they rushed in. Out of 60 people, they were only able to save 3. A woman, a man, and a child. That is tragic. That means more than 57 people lost, died. So an average Nigerian that want to tell you how they met God will tell you that out of the entire bus, I was already gone. I just saw this white man with white clothes. And he just said, my son, you need to go back. And before I knew it, I just opened my eyes. I just saw myself in the hospital and they told me that everybody died. Can you believe that? God saved only me and killed everyone else. Nigerians. I know some of you don't see it that way, but you need to kind of like do some reintrospection. You know? Doesn't really tell that God does, you know. Say now God just killed the rest of them and saved me. I was only, I was the third survivor. That was when I realized, God loved me so much. But I didn't love those ones. Nigerians. There is nothing in this world that you can say to convince them otherwise. And I'm not disputing it all. I'm just questioning why those ones are not saved. So Nigerians are, maybe not just Nigerians, but I am from that place. So Nigerians takes that very, very, Ogbeni, you don't believe in God, Abi? Okay, you will see. He can show you now that suddenly like this, you can just become very, very sick. Just to show to me that that God is great and all that. So in that manner, all right, Nigerians are religious. No, they are religious but not godly. So they are mostly looking forward to a magician. That's the Nigerian God. And that is why they easily let go as well. Even those who are supposed to investigate crime, they will tell you that, well, let's just leave it for God. Here, you see that luxury bus that plunged into the river. Apart from the fact that they've brought in divers, it doesn't mean that it will save them. Maybe they will save 2 or 3. Maybe they will save, depends on the response, okay? But the point here is this. They are not going to leave it to God and say God did it. No. They will investigate what caused the crash. Is it speeding? Is it the negligence? Is it something mechanical? So that to ensure that at least if this was mechanical like an accident, they can take it and say, well, you know what? That is devoid of human error. But if they now realize that it was an human, somebody will pay for that. All those lives won't just waste, they won't just go and say, we thank God. Similarly, you paid ransom to terrorists who killed one of you. Of course, typical Nigeria, we thank God, God, only God, sir, we give glory to him. And on that note, right, if you now say, what are they doing about the kidnappers? Well, in this country, Baba, we just say, thank God. God go catch them. About police officer, if tell you, say, no waste your time about anything. But we just thank God, say they don't release you. There are some people who say, they pay ransom, they don't release them. You should be grateful. Forget about these things, Jerry. Those people are too connected. And just like that, since we have given God the glory, maybe you can protect us from them again. Sure, you understand? So I'm not disputing your God, okay? I'm just saying how people have decided to sort of like, or how people have enabled abnormalities in such a way that they are victims of this rotten system, that they have given up hope on it, of it ever working for them. They don't even understand what it means for a system to work for them. But their own closure, typical closure for, closure for the typical Nigerian is, oh God see everything. The moment you hear a Nigerian say, oh God see everything, that moment, they have no other thought of over that matter anymore. Do you understand? They are no longer interested in that matter anymore. And that is one of, the reasons why these criminal politicians in that contraption can never imagine their, luck. Your religion is yours, but you have been manipulated systemically over time, and subconsciously, a lot of you have, you've enabled it. People were kidnapped. 25 million naira was paid as ransom. Oh, thank God they've released them. Fine. So what happened to them now? What happened to them? Instead of us to be thanking God, they will go to church and thank God. And what about the woman that they killed? Well, maybe not so God one time. That's not right. That's what I'm saying. It is not right. I'm also not kind of blaming you though. I'm not blaming you 100%. Or I can't blame you, by the way. Because it is what you enabled, right? That became the norm. That became, the system that you practice. That became the system that is haunting you. That is not right. You get what I mean? God is not going to arrest any terrorist. In fact, Nigeria is a very funny place, right? Despite all these killings, all these atrocities, if somebody walks into any church, I don't know about mosque, so I'm going to use church. If he walks straight into a church and says, and they start their praise and worship, holy, holy, then somehow something will touch him. And then this person will walk straight to the, to the stage and be like, so what happened? I just encountered God. They say, who are you? I'm a Fulani, I'm a terrorist, I'm a kidnapper, I've killed a lot of people, I've kidnapped a lot of people, but God just touched me. Everybody will scream, praise God. Oh my God, this terrorist, God just touched this terrorist too. That moment, anything about his crime, everything about his crime is totally irrelevant. In fact, you may see somebody who had been kidnapped before, paid ransom, nearly killed in the gathering, and they will tell you that since this terrorist has repented, forget about it, Charade, leave that one. God is the only person that can judge everybody. I am saying all of this right now, not to get you mad. And if you ever get mad watching or listening to this, that is not on me. Don't start depending on your God here, okay? So the point is not to actually downplay the influence of God as you believe it. No, I am actually pointing out the manipulation of this your faith, in a faith that they call it your faith, of this belief in this God, whether Muslim or Christian, that somehow you have been manipulated to believe that once criminals confesses that they are close to God, whatever they have done can be forgiven. You can't run a society like that. You get me now? You can't run a society like that. So it will continue to haunt us, kill us, and do all this to us. A non-working system. What are you going to say about this? Oworonchoki police station. What will you say about this? A system put together like this, what are you going to say? Do you think somehow, people who work in this environment, they can create, they can be a better product that will keep the society safe? I'll show you first before I come and tell you what I want to tell you. Oworon Shoki, Police Station, Lagos State. So now you may be wondering and say, bad now, MAIYEGUN'S. Okay. I'll leave you to it. So, if policemen comes from that place to come and all goes into the society, do you think people who work in that environment will be mentally normal to actually communicate with people normally? There are many, many places like that where they are breeding animals. They now give them guns. Aha, Baba. So when that police officer kills someone, extorts someone, and the others escape, you hear, Baba, just sit down, Jeja. I was still thinking about my life. And the next like this, Baba, Jack Jack just fell down beside me. Stray bullet Jack sha. They say one drunk police officer. Now and one drunk officer shot the gun. He fired the shot. Oh, Baba, they say conductor no give her 50 naira. That is why he fired the shot. Oh, Jack, they my side. Oh, Jack don't die. Jack don't die. In Nigeria don't happen to Jack. When you go and check and take a look at where these criminals are from, you will realize that now mentally deranged people, systemically breeded, groomed people who are mentally deranged are those they give this black cloth and guns to in a system that you are expected to be protected by God. So this person may now go and say, MAIYEGUN, God save you. Imagine if to say now you that bullet eat. MAIYEGUN, you don't die without to. Jack. People don't go too worry about Jack that much. But you, MAIYEGUN, say na my side, Baba, na my side. Baba, you need to go to church, oh. You need to go and do Thanksgiving, oh. Hey, that's so people they die these days, so this country. You didn't see the chain of reaction. So you have criminals as your leaders who are investing so much in politics, power, never to put a system together that protects everyone. And nobody is safe. You don't even have to do anything to become a victim of a system like this. Now let us go back to politics. Yesterday, Sarakonda, the Saraki, it was at a meeting. He is currently maybe one of them or the leader of their reconciliation team of PDP. So to them, they are doing everything to at least put their party together, even though they believe that APC, Egbekegbe, has been poaching them, picking up and threatening their members who could have been their strong base and all that. So now they are doing everything to bring back those old, they are now very old guys. Those ones who were in their, that 1999, 2003, 2007, 2011. In fact, the last 16 years of the PDP in power. Sarakonda, who is one of those who brought Bokwari and APC to power in Nigeria, lost out at the early stage of Bokwari's reign. Then he went back to PDP. Since then, he's been off and on. Now, Sarakonda, at their stakeholders, leadership stakeholders meeting something, reminisce on their 16 years, their inglorious 16 years. Some of them look back to today and be like, well, we made mistake. Oh. The 16 years that they used in kicking themselves out of power And bringing in APC, Egbekegbe, is now looking more or less like better, far better than what they have now helped impose on Nigerians. So they want to change that rather too late, I would say. Omo, go listen. I'm still coming back to that Gushi Martina, the APC chairman. We're coming back to that. And I actually will have more for you on that political side of political front. So like the broadcast, if you haven't liked the broadcaster yet, okay? Subscribe to my channel as well if you haven't. Then let's hear what Sarakonda said yesterday and what went down today in their Wadata house, Abuja. Saraki?
It gives me great joy to have the opportunity to forward a goodwill message on this very useful conference that has been organized by our founding fathers, led by Professor Jenega, and all those that have come together to make today possible. I think it was Victor Hugo who said that nothing like an idea time has come. This meeting has come at the right time, and that's why I thank you all for organizing it. Because it is time for us to write our own story. It is time for us to provide direction for this great party. For many, they have already buried this party before now. Your presence here speaks volumes that no, nobody is going to bury this party. We are going to rescue this party. I say that because if we look at our country today, PDP provides the best platform to develop Nigeria, to unite Nigeria, to make Nigeria prosperous. Nobody can challenge that because we have done it. For 16 years in power, as the Professor Gana said, we made significant progress in this country. We took the country to the largest economy in Africa. Today it's just the fourth largest. We had double-digit GDP growth that has never been achieved. We had security, and most importantly, we had unity. The country was united. It wasn't about North, neither was it about South. It was about one Nigeria. This was only done under this great party. Yes, the party will have its challenges and is having its challenges. But the question we should ask ourselves is that should we abandon this party because of these challenges? Yes, mistakes have been made in the past. But the question still is, should we abandon this party? I stand here as someone who has experienced being in this party and not being in this party. I stand here as somebody who left this party in anger. Anger does not provide purpose to leadership. A lot of people are leaving the party now and living with anger. We must live, if you have to live, based on ideology, based on plans, based on a plan for Nigeria, not on anger. Yes, we have problems. But the other parties that we're talking about also have problems. The other parties, especially the ruling party today, has already spent almost 12 years in government. Does their record any better than PDP? Of course not. So what are they offering Nigerians that PDP cannot offer? Ladies and gentlemen, when we go to our states, and I'm sure a lot of you will realize in your states, the party is still well accepted at the grassroots level. It is not that the Nigerians have rejected the party. I speak for my state. When I go, what do they tell me? Sir, please take care of what is happening at the top. The grassroots here were okay. Their concern is what is happening here in Abuja. So what does that tell us? We, including me, you, we are the problem. Sure. We must agree to put the people back at home first and put Nigeria first. Yes, we will have differences. We've been having differences. But we must agree that whatever it takes, we must sit down, lock ourselves up, and find a solution. Early May, people said, no, we cannot move forward. We cannot have and obey what we felt was the view of the law and restore Samuel. Because when he gets there, he will lock the office, no meeting will take place. But we have NEC tomorrow. Where I'm saying that don't let this propaganda divide us. Whatever those difficulties are, we have the capacity, the sagacity to resolve those problems. I want to appeal to us because we are the solution to this party. And if we make our mind that this is a party that will make it work, I am confident it can work. 16 years speaks a lot. We have all heard that the likes of Jerry Ganya, Alex Okweme, and Co. build this party and bequeathed it on us. It cannot be under our time, in our generation. God forbid that this party will go down. Because history will not be fair to any of us. Let me tell all of us that are here, history will not be fair to any of us. If it's under our time, God forbid, this party goes down. So we don't have an alternative. Let it be seen that we gave it all it took. We did our best to rescue this party. Not to
ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ni àbọ̀ ń ṣe èrè ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ni àbọ̀ ń ṣe èrè.
It can either be any of them. Sarakonda, what exactly would you say Egbere Jolantan did that got Sarakonda to follow Atiku in 2014 to go and start APC, Egbekegbe? Like, what exactly was their motivation at the time? Today, Atiku has now left that PDP again for another coalition called ADC, while Sarakonda and others are waiting behind to make sure that the PDP doesn't die. Mind you, Werewike is still there. Just go into their gathering and say, what are you going to do about Werewike? Then you begin to hear some, some thesis, like somebody's going to write thesis on it and tell you why they can't do that now and all that. Because Werewike has a court injunction that can't get them to get rid of him. Because they are all the same. Wike said he's doing exactly what Atiku and people like Sarakonda did in 2014. Just that in a reverse kind of a way now. Because he is not doing it to remove sitting president of his party. He's actually doing everything to make sure that his party never has any presidential candidate or any president at all anymore. Something like, you know. Anyway, they all gathered today. They are once upon a time threatened to be demolished national headquarters, PDP's Wadata House in Abuja, where again it was like, okay, you know what, we need to now possibly convene our national convention, maybe, then elect the proper party executives, since Werewike has used court cases to finish the existing or the past executive and the current acting executives, right? So maybe if they go on and do their new convention, they can choose their new guys and they can possibly stand the chance of facing Kolu in 2027. That one is a different conversation though. But yeah, as all of them, I think I have a video, yeah, all of them arrived for their NEC meeting, rather NEC, in Abuja today.
Your Excellency, welcome, sir. The youth are greeting you, sir.
Fellow Nigerians, this is just the beginning.
So right now they have now scheduled their national convention or something to November in Ibadan. So we'll see how that goes, how that plays out in November. Remember the story of Kwakwansop, you know, possibly the campaign to APC, Egbekebe to go and join Tinubu. It was in Aso Rock 2 days ago, allegedly. So today he's back in Kano. And he was with his own Kwakwansop movement and all these guys, and NPP guys. What is said about Tinubu is not showing that this arrangement of him joining them in APC is going well yet. Allegedly, here is what Kwakwansop told his followers in Kano. He said Tinubu is deliberately developing southern Nigeria and neglecting the northern part of Nigeria intentionally. And that automatically means Tinubu is the enemy of the north. I don't think if the talk is going well, they will do this in Kano, but of course, they are career criminals, remember? These two. Probably it's not enough to rule out whatever they have together. But here is the full statement of Kwakwansop in Kano today. Please listen, it's a long watch. If you have the time, please.
Please get seated. Get seated, please. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم وصلى الله على نبي الكريم. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Kano State, Alhaji Abba Kabir Yusuf, and all other excellencies here present, Your Royal Highnesses, the Emirs of Kano, Gaya, Rano and Karai, members of the National Assembly, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Let me start by thanking the Kano State government for organizing this occasion and also thank them for inviting me. Let me also thank the committee that has done an excellent work which we all support. At this point, I would like to speak to the members, our members of the National Assembly and State Assembly here in Kano, and all those that we can call our own. We have seen what has happened in the past, and I think it's important for you and all of us to consider the mistakes of others while we have an opportunity to do our jobs now. I remember especially 1999 to 2003, and of course right through to this National Assembly. We have seen a situation where our members were given the opportunity to really represent their constituents. But unfortunately, on many occasions, they were compromised. We have seen a situation whereby the rich in the country worked so hard to raise a lot of money to bribe members of the National Assembly, especially those who are representing us. And as a result of that, we now have a tilted arrangement in terms of resources sharing in the country. Many people will think that they have won. I don't believe so. Because I believe the issues that we have today in this country, especially in this part of the country, has to do with mismanagement of resources by leaders at the national level and state levels, and even at local government levels. And of course, it has to do with the little that had to be given to those concerned. Now we have opportunity again, and we are very much aware that the rich once more is working so hard to take from the poor. And I'm sure all of us at leadership level in this country are members of Concosia, members of NNPP, even though what is going to happen is a bipartisan arrangement. People representing us, whether in our party or any other party for that matter, must stand firm and do the right thing. And I want to appeal to the presiding officers, which fortunately I was one of them, to do the right thing when they are considering this amendment. We want to know by name of those who supported A or B in this amendment, because it is very important, and that is what the law and the Constitution says. So we're keeping our eyes on all those concerned. Let me also advise those who are struggling by all means to take everything, to remember that some of the issues that we have in this part of the country today has to do with lack of enough resources and of course mismanaging the little that comes in. And that's why we have insecurity, we have poverty and so on and so forth. And of course it is happening here mainly, but it affects everywhere because like desert, it will go to everywhere. Let me, at this point, advise the federal government, especially, on the distribution of federal resources. From the information available to us, it's like most of the national budget is now tilting to one direction in this country. Yesterday, I was to come by air. Unfortunately, my airline decided to shift our takeoff from 3 to 8 p.m. I had to come by road. From Abuja to Kaduna to Kano was a hell, terrible, very bad road. And this is the road that was started many years ago, right from the beginning of the leadership of the APC. Now we are told that there is a road now from the south to east. Let me say at this point that we support infrastructure anywhere in this country. In fact, I was telling myself that I wished that road was done before 2023 election because I was the only aspirant or candidate who traveled to all nooks and corners across this country. I would have used that road. So we support roads everywhere and any other thing that is good for the people, especially for the masses. But a situation where government is taking our resources and dumping it in what part of the country, and other parts of the country are left just like that, I don't believe that is the right thing to do by the government itself. And this is the time.
Nuisance lele. Nuisance lele.
Because I would like to see that development he's talking about in the southern Nigeria. Because southern Nigeria comprises of the west, the east, as well as the Niger Delta, which is the worst part of the east. So anyone here can tell us how Tinubu has developed the south. Is it the coastal, Lagos Calabar Coastal Road? Is that what he's referring to? That Tinubu is concentrating on the south. That statement is not true. So possibly it's everything else he said in that video. Baba, if anybody still tells you that they are not already in the 2027 mode, and you believe them, I don't know who to blame, but you, because with what you know, these guys are already in their 2027 mode. And stuff like this will keep popping up. So you Southerners, now they enjoy it better than the Northerners under Tinubu. And tell us. That's what Kwakwansop went to Kano to tell his people. Just like what Rotifmi Amici went to tell his own people or his own supporters in Rivers yesterday. I finally found a full clip of what he told them, the ADC in Rivers. Rotifmi, Amici, will be my Judas Iscariot, ladies and gentlemen.
We are new members of ADC. ADC is an adopted party by the coalition. The coalition will run election in ADC. We are told by the coalition that there are congresses that will elect new officers in due course. When the National Party will decide when that will take place. Most importantly is have your eyes on 2027. To have your eyes on 2027, please go home and start registration. Working with the executive, we will form a committee, local government by local government, that will go from ward to ward to ascertain the number of people we have. If you allow them to leave you out, our state is notorious for writing results. We must stop them from writing results, right? They make noise after writing results. We will stop them from writing results. Please go home now and start mobilizing, because these are the people that will come and vote. Let me tell you one bad thing that we should not do. When you say they have already received the result, you discourage voters from coming out. To come out and for the removal of the current government. If not, you will order your phone down. Currently, Nigerians are complaining in President Tinubu's first tenure. Imagine what the second tenure will be like. Then you'll be dead and buried. People are dying every day, not of sickness, but of starvation. If you're not ready to confront them, I'm looking for those who want me to confront them. You agree? Let me personally thank you for coming out to receive me. In fact, the bragging in Abuja is that we have nobody anymore, that we are finished. I hope they have camera to see that we are not finished. I thank you and I wish you God's blessing.
Yeah, that was his full statement there. Saying that River State is notorious for writing election results. That's self-indicting, Abi. Is that what it's called? Self-indicting. Indicting. Anyway, it is Nigeria, so everybody will just pretend that they didn't hear that. All right? Today is a Thursday, and it's also a good time to possibly throw back to that time when the obedient besieged Wadata House, asking that they should be given Obi. Give us Obi, give us Obi. But they called their bluff. The rest today is history. Journey towards their 2027 has begun again. This time, obedient are not calling on the PDP to give them Obi. They are calling on the coalition. Give us Obi now. Give us Obi now. In case if you have forgotten how that went back then, okay? Here is a flashback.
Give us Obi, PDP. 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 Give us Obi. Give us Obi.
It's a flashback. And there's another one. Right? When Obi was finally pushed out of their PDP and he went on to go and join Labour Party. And then his base grew even further. At the time, Atiku said something. It is a throwback. How many of you remember? he had this to say about the young people, the obedient, flocking towards Obi. Who are they? How many are they? Well, let them go and meet their Obi. Again, the rest is history. You are on the march again. On the march again. On the march again. For your 2027. Here is a flashback to your 2023. Just a flashback.
Realistic. Where is labor in this country? Where is the structure? Where is labor? No single member of local government, no state assembly, no House of Representatives, no Senate, no governor, no local government chairman, no nothing. Fine, they are starting. It's not bad to start. But you cannot start and at the same time be at the top.
But they seem to be popular among the youth.
Okay, let the youth vote for them. Realistic. What?
They used to be popular. They seems to be popular. Okay, let the youth vote for them. And I think, in fairness, right, it is because of this learning in a hard way is why Peter B is so relevant in their coalition talk. But the obedient are like, we can't hear anything, we don't want to hear anything, give them Obi, or let Tinubu finish. Have you seen that, right? Oh, they are out there saying it. But here is Martina B. Matilda. Yeah, Dada. I need to find the name for this guy. So after becoming the APC chairman, he spoke to Sheung, and these, among others, were his own mission, according to him. Listen.
Minister, my job is to unite the party, to expand the party. We have 23 governors, and we are still counting. My job is to bring more.
Are there more governors coming?
Yes, we'll do that.
We'll do legwork from opposition.
We'll do legwork. We'll bring them in.
Your predecessor did a lot of work in getting a lot of states that you never can imagine.
Fortunately for me, I have a lot of people, experienced national party chairmen who are all here. Is it the former governor of Edo State, my immediate predecessor, the former chairman from the former governor of Nasarawa State? They're all in. That's, His Excellency Abdullahi. They're all in. I have experienced former governors, former vice presidents. You show the starting 11 of the party are still in.
He's far. Party national chairman?
Not at all. But me, somebody who has been an administrator for a long time. When I became a director in the university in my 30s, early 30s, I was a director, an administrator, managing a number of people, huge number of people, and restructuring and making reforms in the university. And those reforms deepened a lot of activities within the university system. I became a consultant to most of the national bodies. Then I became an INEC commissioner. I was also involved in reforms in the INEC system, from deepening technology to building an inclusive election processes to people with disability and displaced communities. And then now coming in to become a minister of Humanitarian Affairs. I just came back from Sokoto on Sunday, and I was in Benue, Sokoto, Lagos, Delta. I moved around most states of the country. I've seen all the issues that has to do with this nation while I was going around. The humanitarian challenges, what we need to address as a people, what needs to be addressed by the governors, what needs to be addressed by the national, and even some to be addressed by the local government. And just all this experience were maybe building blocks as stepping stone for me to become national chairman of the party with a brighter perspective of how this country looks like. I'll give you an example. I was consultant to UNICEF in the AFIL office, covering all the states, the South, South, and Southeast. So I've been to all the local government in the South, South, and Southeast. So it gives you also a perspective, a national horizon of how this country looks like and what we need to do as a nation. So the essence of what what I would do as a party member now is that I may not be an absolute politician. I'm a politician, but coming in with private sector experience, come with university experience, come with administrative experience, come with election processes experience, and now come with the political, to use all this to gear the wheel of the political.
Now they hear the CV, so this is why Kolu picked me. I've got the experience and sort of ish. Meanwhile, the Pabiole's National Assembly, they are, I wanted to say they are going on recess, but they are already gone. So they've actually gone on recess for 2 months. So that's like a 2-month break where they can just go. Anyway, this was them making the announcement today, as we are also going to go on recess for the next 24 hours after this. No, the next 22 hours. But here, Akwabiole and his lapdog.
Just plenary sittings. All ad hoc committees should continue to work. All necessary committees, the diaspora committee, committee on reparation, committee on interior, and others. This is the best time for you to undertake visits to prisons and all that. Do all your reports and make them available as soon as we come back. We'll have a special day to consider all reports. And then all the other committees, reports extended to you, you must also make sure that those reports are ready for Senate scrutiny when plenary commences. You are moving from plenary for the next few weeks, but you are not stopping your legislative functions because that's what your people elected you to do. So now let me put the question. Those in support that plenaries be suspended until September the 23rd day, 2025, say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Happy, yes.
Leader, having fulfilled all the obligations of today, may you rise as the manager of the House to move that we adjourn sitting till 23rd of September for resumption.
Mr.
22nd, please.
Mr. Speaker.
22nd is Monday, 23rd, please. We don't resume on Monday, we resume on Tuesdays. 23rd, please.
Mr. Speaker, if you give me 1 minute, let me take a look at the other people to be sure that we have exhausted all the work there. Will you give me that 1 minute? Alright, the move that we have to adjourn to the 22nd of September 23rd of September 2025 to continue the work of the House. And so forth.
Minority Leader, please.
Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, I second the motion for adjournment to 23rd of September 2025.
Those in support of this motion say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Those in support that we adjourn till next September 23rd say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Wow. even after staying till 5 o'clock, that shows patriotism. I'll ask it again. Those in support that we adjourn till 23rd September say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes will go and the nays will stay. The House is hereby adjourned till 23rd of September. Have a happy holidays. I'll see you when you come back. Regards to your family and your communities.
Just plenary.
Ish. Anyway, thank you so much, everyone, for your time. Again, and like it, hear it, invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends. Let's do the test run together. How is the sound? Loud and clear. Bless you. Then how is the picture? Because I'm actually here to get the internet moved as well. I mean, the broadband moved. So I'm using the phone hotspot
So in case if if the image becomes a little bit blurry in the process, help me manage them. The sound is good, the picture is great. So yeah, it's all we need, right? So let's have a gist. I don't know how many of you who have been on social media like myself. I bet majority of you have been. So yesterday there was a trending video, in fact a trending news. It's about change of names and all that, which in itself is, to some people, it is coming from the camp of the bigoted Ronukus, who believes that they have to teach the Igbos a lesson they will never forget. And what's that lesson? To ensure that they are never in any position to challenge them in their elections and what have you, politics of Lagos. So if you want to decimate your potential political rival, the right thing to do is to make sure that you extinguish them completely. So the Ronuku's way. So, they did their local government elections, elections, I think it was like 2 weeks ago. Anyway, they've sworn for the LCDA, the local government chairman and women, and one of them that just resumed office in Bariga. I don't know his name, and it doesn't really matter. So his own priority, according to him, is that it is time to celebrate the Lagosians who have, put Lagos on the international map. And therefore, there are some streets to be renamed after them. And I think I even have the list here on the screen. Yeah. Strange, Abby, holding the microphone. But it's good. So yeah, take a look at this. The streets changed. And first, let's hear from that guy, the chairman himself, been a chairperson, okay, of Bariga LCDA.
Ilaje Road will now be called King Sunny Ade Road. Ajidagon Street will now be called Olamide Adedeji Bado Street. That means that Charlie Boy bus stop will now be changed to Bado bus stop. No more Charlie Boy.
No more Charlie Boy. So to those of you who possibly remember the Charlie Boy bus stop. So it is no longer Charlie Boy bus stop. All right. Ajidagon Street, which is actually like only bus stop was possibly popularized by Charlie Boy in that Bagada area. Yeah. So the real street is Ajidagon Street. It will now be called Bado Street. That is Olamide Adedeji Bado, but it won't be as popular as it's a bus stop, which will now be called Bado bus stop. No more Charlie Boy. So Charlie Boy himself said he no longer lives in Bagada for a very long time, but there are other names changed as well. Take a look at some of the streets and what they have now become. So this guy, Jubril Gawat, is the son of that man that usually give Ramadan gifts. Remember that man, that Gawat guy, that man that disappeared, gone missing for years now. So his son has been adopted by the Sonweku's gang, and he is a special advisor to him. He is a champion in their, in their bigotry and tribal brigade. So he's the guy who led, that squad before 2023 Charade, that said that my Lagos is not your Lagos. My Lagos, not your Lagos. Remember that? Yeah, that's him. So, and this has always been one of their, their personal campaign to get back at those they called ingrates. That's what they call the Igbos, these ones, right? Now, it was the one who put out the, the release. It's a street name change in Bariga CDA as announced today officially, announced by the chairman Bariga, which is Kolade Alabi. So Ilaje Road will now be called King Sunny Ade Road. Bariga Road will be Bola Ahmed Tinubu Way. Community Road Akoka will now be Jide Soweku Road. Ajidagon Street will now be Olamide Adedeji Bado Street. Charlie Boy bus stop, of course, Bado bus stop. Ifeanyi Street will now be Abolore Akonde Nice Street. Ayodele Street will now be Ladylak. So Ladylak rather will now be Tony Tetula Street. The Lojo Crescent Obanikoro will now be Bukayo Saka Street. It's a long list, but this is just on the side. And remember that it was the, I don't know if he's still the chairman. Remember that Apapa SCDA chairman, Abina Apapa chairman. Apapa was the one who started that immediately after the 2023 charade. Anyway, streets are named and renamed all over the world. So whatever this is going to bring for Bariga, I wouldn't know. So more will leave that aside. Wike is now Doctor of Science. The picture is not bad though. Abi, the audio, the video seems okay from my own side. You take a look at the top screen that I've got here. It seems that I don't know. It seems okay for me. As if for you. Right. Anyway. So Wike is now a Doctor of Science. Yeah, they gave him honorary doctorate degree at being a master. University of Port Harcourt. And not only that, they also named an entire arena after him. And he couldn't contain his own, what you can call joy. Like, this place, we say they won't run me streets. Now, I own the entire state, kind of. So we'll go check that one out. And you tell me what you think about this. What you think about this context. Because I now have a green room. I'm coming. Let me show you where the Wike. And you can continue to help me observe, all right, as we do this. Wike. Dr. Wike.
Vice Chancellor, and in the name of students, I confirm
So what do you think? Yeah, that was Wike. You can now call him Dr. Wike, honorary Kosa. Now you will begin to hear people call him doctor at events now. They'll say, we are here to invite the Honorable Minister, Distinguished Excellency, and then maybe they will now say, Dr. Wike, ladies and gentlemen. And it will just be like that. You know. Remember, we are actually test running things here, right? So as you're watching, please let me know what you are observing. Whatever you think, oh, do you like it this way? You know, is the audio still clearer? Is the video still clearer? And does it look on your screen? Remember, so why you do that? Let's go take a look at another man. This guy, while, you know, my childhood, when I'm talking about my childhood, right, growing up, this guy was actually part of that. And you get to know what I'm saying. But, you know, over time, they say if your heroes live long enough, if you live long enough, you are likely going to watch your hero become villains. This is a typical example. Do you remember him?
Fellow Nigerians, greetings and blessings to you. My name is Zach Oji, actor, filmmaker, and media consultant. It is 55 and a half years since the Nigerian Civil War ended in 1970. 55 and a half years, and for the first time since the war ended in the history of this country, a president in the person of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu has set up the Southeast Development Commission, along with its subsidiary, the Southeast Investment Company, with a takeoff capital of 150 billion naira. Today, the Southeast has a Minister of Works for the first time, in the person of His Excellency Engineer David Umahi, former governor of Ebonyi State. President Tinubu has also approved the allocation of $3 billion for the reconstruction and rehabilitation of the long-abandoned Eastern Rail Line corridor to boost transport and economic activity. In the words of President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, the era of infrastructure, marginalization, isolation, and neglect is over, marking the beginning of a new chapter of transformation, inclusion, and nationwide connectivity. The Southeast today is witnessing a new wave of federal attention and infrastructure development under President Bola Ahmed Tinubu. The main objectives of the Southeast Development Commission are to drive sustainable development, to promote investment, to support infrastructure development, and to improve the standard of living in the Southeast region. And the overall vision is to position the Southeast as the preferred investment destination in Africa by 2035. The President's Southeast Superhighway project is another landmark legacy project that will end infrastructure marginalization in the Southeast. Ladies and gentlemen, the Bible says in the book of John 8:32, then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. And in the book of Isaiah chapter 1 verse 18, the Bible says, come now and let us reason together. These landmark legacy projects in the Southeast truly encapsulate the 3R concept which was voiced soon after the Nigerian Civil War. That is reconstruction, rehabilitation, and reconciliation. In addition to the Southeast region, there are other landmark legacy projects going on in other geopolitical regions of this country. What can we say in respect of all of these? Fellow Nigerians, relax. President Tinubu is fixing Nigeria. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, well done, and we appreciate you big time. May God Almighty continue to keep you, inspire you, strengthen you, sustain you, lift you, and perfect and embellish everything that concerns you and your dreams and aspirations for this country. In the mighty name of Jesus Christ of Nazareth.
Nuisance Lele. Nuisance Lele.
Zach Orji. It was actually part of our childhood. So those of us who were the children of the 80s, right? And some of you the 90s too. Tinubu gave them promissory notes, and these guys have been going everywhere to tell everybody that Tinubu is planning to develop Southeast Nigeria. They are even, these mofos are actually going about making it look like Tinubu want to collect $3 billion loan to go and develop rail lines in Southeast Nigeria. Do you see the problem with the house niggers now? That is the problem with the house niggers. Those ones who they claim to be maintaining a table manner. These ones don't even reach table, now crumbs. Oh. They stated that they were reviving the old rail track, single track in 2025. And they want to run it straight to Maiduguri. No, 65% of the track they want to revive is in northern Nigeria, with about 20-25% in the southeast Nigeria, and the rest to Port Harcourt, where they now class as Niger Delta of Nigeria. Single, you know what is single gauge? That simply means that now one track will take everybody go. When that one reach, that is when another one will start coming. Do you get that now? That is single lane. And it is a loan that they have written down to go and collect. It hasn't been given. And these guys are already gaslighting the Easterners, making them believe just the same way they gaslighted the Easterners in under Bokwari, second Niger Bridge. Now, see, Bokwari has constructed second Niger Bridge. Where is the second Niger Bridge now? Are you traveling on that second Niger Bridge now? Those of you who actually gaslighted the Igbos on social media at that time, remember? Second Niger, you should be grateful to Bokwari. Where is that now? Uncompleted. Do you know that this one, don't pretend, don't act like you are shocked, okay? Because it shouldn't shock you. Do you know that since the creation of Nigeria to what you have today in 2025, there is no one single completed that you say, okay, federal government of Nigeria started a project and completed that project in eastern part of Nigeria. There is no single one. You can go and fact check that. Not a single one in the entire eastern Nigeria. However, maybe every election cycle, there is always this push as if to say you know, the eastern part of Nigeria, they are being done a favor for being part of Nigeria, kind of, by saying, oh, we are now, you should be grateful. You know, this government is now, after 50 years, after 60 years, this government is now going to build. They'll be like, oh, thank God, oh, but it will never happen. One Nigeria, ladies and gentlemen. However you see it, you see all these guys who quote to the owners of Nigeria. You see, sometimes I ask myself, I say, we all know the profiling, the systemic profiling of the Igbos in Nigeria. And I'm not saying this to, you know, because they don't need my sorry or anything. I'm saying it simply because it is an institutionalized injustice that, you know, it's more or less like part and parcel of that entire system. But I kind of ask myself most of the time, like, wait, let's assume that we have the Igbos, you know, the Igbos who openly say, to hell with Nigeria, break up Nigeria, we don't want to have anything to do with this place. Nigeria is a zoo and all that stuff. Let's assume that we have those ones, okay? Obviously. And you can use them and say, oh, I mean, they shouldn't be part of what is going on in Nigeria. Like some of you will say, oh, you want Biafra, you still want to join Nigeria. No, no. What happened to the Igbos who are doing everything right with Nigerian owners of Nigeria, and yet they still can't be trusted? Because that's what I see. You know what they call the pick me? You know, when the feminists want to sort of like slander normal women who want to be wives. You get what I mean? Like, so I'm talking about this social media feminists too. So please. Right? So they say when they try to square up with men, and in their process is their own defense of how men treat women and all that, so we have to stand up to them. And then some women will be like, no, that's not right. You are made to be a support, a this, so that acts like, you know, a woman that supports their partner. You don't have to go up and all that stuff. So they'll say, oh, look at her, pick me. They still won't pick you. Do you understand? Like, pick me. Oh, don't worry, it's not all women that are like that. To me, I'm better. So the feminists are like, okay, you are presenting us like you are ready to take the shit, right? Okay. That's exactly the way I see the Igbos, right? Who are so rich. They have been given political appointments. They have been made a lot within that system. But they have always been constantly reminded that they can't be trusted. What kind of a system is that? It is called systemic racism. But in this case, we seems to be of the same race. So we say systemic tribalism or systemic ethnicism. So what happened to those ones who are the good boys? Because if you look at all this circle of these guys, you're going to see billionaire Igbos, professional Igbos, political Igbos. They are there. They are kind of filling in the quota and all that. But yet, they are not respected. Because that's the way I see it. Because when you listen to the non-Igbo politicians and their supporters, when they speak in such a condescending way. And some said it's from the position of jealousy. The Igbos themselves will say, no, it's from the position of jealousy. They can't tell you why they talk like that or act like that, but jealousy. Others will just give their own reason why they just, you know. But I'm saying, what happened to those ones? You know, the Okoroshas, the Uzodinjos, the Okija Shatabandus, the Soludoms. So many of them who have tried so much to distance themselves from the other Igbos who could see through the madness in that contraption, and they call the shit, they call the bullshit, the BS. And then those of you who are friends with the political egos, and you know what I mean? You ignore those ones. You don't even value them. Do you get? That's my point. They don't even value them. They don't even say, if not because we know that some egos are with us and they are doing well with us and all of that, we know what we, something like that. No. They just blanket statements. And yet, every time you will see some of them, it is either they are licking the asses of the same people that, oh, damn, man. So the Igbo is called them efulefus. And they say if you live long enough, you are likely going to, you're likely going to see your hero become a villain in this life, inside life. As you have this old man who worked for 35 years, he's a lone protester. See, Omoyele Sowore was all over the place for the pensioners, the police pensioners, right? They almost mobbed him as well. They stole his glasses, and nothing really changed after that. So you see, this old man decided to take his own protest to a police station, recorded it and put it online. What it is like to be a police officer in Nigeria. If you're a police officer watching me right now, okay, this may be your life. In another 10 or 15 or 20 years, you better think about your life.
Nigerians, I am SP Emmanuel Friday Irabo retired. I retired 1st July 2024. My gratuity lump sum. The lump sum, they called me this morning, I should come and sign for my lump sum. The lump sum signed for me is 2,870,451 naira. My pension area is 706,915 naira. My pension area. I retire as SP in Edo State Command. SP, Superintendent of Police. I retired as Superintendent of Police from Edo State Command 1st of July 2024. 1st of July 2024. I am aware this morning they said my lump sum is 2,870 naira 451 kobo. That is unacceptable. For 35 years, I served the Nigerian police. I am giving a gratuity of 2,870 naira 451 kobo. It's highly unacceptable. I will not sign. The Inspector General of Police, the Inspector General of Police, IGP Egbetokun, should find out why my money is so small. I cannot accept this. I can never accept this. This is highly unacceptable. This is highly unacceptable. For me to take 2.8 after serving government for 35 years, it is highly unacceptable. Thank you very much. The whole Nigerians should be aware of the injustice meted on police retirees. God bless you all.
No grief for anybody, Ipa. Thank you very much. See, I got my first super chat tonight, and super chat in the new room, and that will be Mr. Gio. Thank you. Yeah, I'm not used to holding my microphone, by the way, but it makes me kind of keep it so close to my mouth, and I don't really have to scream. That's one good advantage. Maybe I should be holding my microphone right like that, my mic. So the stronger, like when I'm like becoming so intense, that's when I hold it like, say, Mayegun, calm down, Mayegun, calm down. Sort of. Anyway, thank you. And thanks to those of you who continue to, support Mayegun. And I'm so grateful for that as well. Yeah, that old man. Somebody said he looks sick. Possibly sick. A lot of them in their old age can no longer afford their medication. A lot of them suffers from, I mean, come on now, old age now. Eh? And then they pay you gratuity of 2.8 million. He's lucky. Because I've seen those who said that their own gratuity was 1.5 million. Maybe because he was an SP, superintendent of police. You know, old men, women, they are unwell. The economy has hit on them so much. Many of them, like I said, can't even afford to pay for their own medication. Because after they give them that, right? So the next thing is going to be paying them 48,000 naira, 50,000 naira every month as a retired, you know. So everything is just so unfair, and you would wish that the people themselves can see through this, except that most of the time they possibly just feel so powerless. And you know, when you are powerless, right? Others will be seeing strength in you. You won't see it. Oh, hang on. Powerless is the end, the end word, right? You see, when you get to a stage whereby you have become so hopeless. Now, being hopeless means you are going to be powerless. Now, other people go to see your ability. Say, you can do this. Honestly, see, you can. I don't know what, you can do this. Say, I can't. Oh. Don't give up, man. Don't give up. Say, I don't give up. Oh. Don't give up, okay? Ìṣòro ayé ti jẹ́ kí èmi ti give up. Oh. So sometimes if you like say giving up self now, you know, say when you are fighting and fighting and fighting, and you're like, you know, say about just cool. You feel just like say, oh, I give up. And that is sarcastic, by the way. Okay. Usually those who tell you that don't give up. Go on, you can do it. You can. I say, I can't. Say, you can. Yes, you can. Go on, move. I say, I can't. Oh, let's be honest. Oh, maybe you should come and do it. That's exactly the way I see many Nigerians too, right? Yeah. They have the number. Sometimes people say they have the education, the exposure. But what else is missing? Motivation. What do you think will motivate everyone to decide to actually end this madness that sort of like impoverishes everyone, generation to generation? Do you get that? So what do you think will motivate the people, or can motivate the people and say, yeah, that's enough, now let's fight? Because a lot of us will see it through and say, see number. Imagine if you have 2 million people. Imagine if you have 1 million people. Do you get that? But even if you bring the 1 million, you gather 1 million Nigerians like this, hungry, starved, greedy, selfish in the process. 1 million. You say 2 p.m. tomorrow, we are moving. This government must go. Baba, if they send a van, send everybody with bag of money and all of that, so you realize that you may not find up to 100 people left. And by the time you come back, they will be gone. Say, why did they go? Say, Benny. I can't remember. I don't know if this is a story or if this is a movie. And I want you to help me because so many of you are so smart and very, very smart people. So you can help me. This is a story. It's just a little bit of a digression now. All right. So they said that, hang on. I think it is a story in 48 Laws of Power. I can't mention names, but I'll tell you, and some of you probably who have read the book will understand this. Okay, so there's a story of, what do you call it, a warrior, as well as, a warrior fighting, a warrior and his army fighting in another army. And while he camped this army somewhere, preparing to attack Genghis Khan. I think that's Genghis Khan. I'm beginning to remember now. It's a Chinese story, right? So while they were there with their sword, with their bayonet, with their everything and all that, the emperor, they want to go and fight, right? Invited the head of that, the warrior, like the head of the army, the general, invited him for kind of like a peace talk before they will eventually fight. So peace talk failed, and to him, this city is going to fall by tomorrow night. So as he left and returned back to where his own army were based, like camped, every single one of them was gone. What happened? While they are hosting him to a feast of peace talk in the city, the emperor sent his own emissary, who took the back routes to go and offer gold, money, and what have you to the soldiers who have been fighting anyway. Like, they have been the soldiers who have been fighting, and they've really not got anything to show for it. So they gave them gold for their guns, for their sword, for their arrows, for every weapon they had. So they bought everything from them. So there is no way. They now said, go on and enjoy your new wealth. And all of them scattered everywhere. His own soldiers. So by the time he returned back to that camp, the emperor's army were already there. Not like army, but they were there just to march him straight back to the emperor. This time, you will need to now take a knee, bend the knee, and kiss the ring. That's the way you will see what the numbers of Nigerians would look like to the criminal politicians you have in that contraption. When you see the number, you say, we need to fight. We must free ourselves from these people. 1 million people is enough. 2 million. Baba, you don't even need to go for peace talk. Within that your midst, you begin to hear Ogbeni. So this one, the one may will fight now. So that he will now become the president, Abi. He will now become this and that. Well, Ben, if they offer me 20,000, me and they work out. Because they have impoverished the people that much. And it's sad. It is. So people will grow old. They will get paid poorly while they are working, And then when they retire, they also get paid poorly. That they can't even afford their own medication. Think about that. In a contraption like that. It is a contraption, and I know what I'm saying this. They have these guys, they call them Operation Flush. So they went straight into the student hostel in Ekiti. They're from Ekiti. Police in Ekiti. I've been an Operation Flush in Ekiti. I want to rob everybody. This is not going to be like armed robbers. Anyway, so I saw them as robbers trying to rob. I mean, why would you be destroying people's property, by the way? Like, why would you do that? As a police officer who has a search warrant, why do you have to go through the window? Why not just through the door? Come in like official. Break the door if you have to, if they've done something wrong. But you know what I'm talking about, right? So that's not how they roll in that place. Now. And that's why sometimes people like to take the loss into their own and like they want to do things by themselves. Like these Edo people, they are so tired of the kind of infrastructures that they have to like live with. So when a road grader blocked the road because he's pretending to be walking, people just lost it. In Edo.
Nobody
Nobody go, nobody come. Sam, the man not they go anywhere again. Sam. You see. This one they happen rain for Sapper Road. The caterpillar man say you know they go front, you know they go back. See, hold up. See. Now they say. Now beating no. Now they say. This one they happen for Benin City. No movement. I gotta go beat your head. Can't see me that one. I gotta move this trailer. No jam my motor.
Caterpillar man say, you know they do again. Caterpillar man in the middle of the road. What was he doing there? Like, what was he doing? Is he trying to like fix the massive pool? I've been a pond in the middle of the road or what? Then he lost it. I don't know. Maybe somebody said something to him and he was like, I'm not doing it again. I'm not doing it anymore. I said, oh, Benny, you go block all of us here. Crazy, yeah. It is. And here, it's called, I don't know what he's talking about. Well, I don't mean to probably ruin your evening, okay? But me couldn't help me manager like that. Again, so far so good. It seems that the picture is fine. The audio is great. And it's not like fluctuating. I say, I'm gonna listen to myself soon. And I love it. It looks clean on the screen. You know? It does. Anyway, so Kalu met with the Gencos. Gencos are the generating companies, your electricity generating companies. And they said that Nigeria is owing them 4 trillion naira, which has kind of like crippled their, their services and their business to some extent, that they are struggling. That's the point. So Elumelu was with them. But the thing is, I don't know who he's talking to here. I don't know who Kalu is talking to. I don't know what he's talking about. And like I said, I don't intend to punish you watching this. But tell me to stop anytime you feel like, but you shall need to kind of listen. Kalu.
Dear brothers and sisters, yes, I am in charge here today, but you are running a constitutional democracy. I will appeal to you to summon the governors.
Sorry, I just checked my time. There's no point. Anyway, I do have an extra, but it won't really matter. I think I got what I wanted to get. And that is that we're fine, are we? Yes, we are. So thank you so much. for joining me. The other thing I should try is the phone call. Now, this is a request, okay? Just before I go, I am going to open the line. Let me do that. 1 sec. Okay. So I'm going to do that, right? And then I'm going to try the call part so that we can say we are possibly almost there, right? So bear with me. And also there's one more thing. Help me. And that is, I want you to please help me observe if this music in the background fluctuates or it plays smoothly. Do that for me before we go, okay? Please. So, like I said, the line, I'm going to open the line, and I wouldn't mind any viewer to phone in, check how that work, and my job is done. And we can even have a chat. I can take 1 or 2 calls, okay? But again, let me know. Do you think, and you need to listen to it for like about a minute so that you can be able to observe it, okay? Like, is it like smooth enough or is going up and down, like fluctuating? Please let me know. Okay, that's what I want to find out. Okay, so if the audio keeps like back and forth, that means it's working. So I'm contemplating on upgrading that anyway to something pretty much like a better and clearer. All right. So, brethren, thank you very much for your. I know it's like a late night broadcast. Okay, so it's just for me to kind of like keep everything moving, right? Until it's on like auto move. So thanks so much for tuning in. Okay, join me another time, and of course, you are joining us. It is brunch time with Mayegun on this session. This afternoon. So, brethren, read the caption of the broadcast. Read the description as well. Like it. Share it. Invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends. Just tell them that Mayegun is live and it's brunch time. Now. And again, please let me know if you can hear me loud and clear. And not just hearing me loud and clear as well. If the image is clearer enough as well, let me know. Tell everybody that Mayegun today, it is going to be an update. Again, it is an open mic. So it is going to be, what do you call it? It's going to be about politics. Just a catch up. And it is an open mic where you can phone in anytime to be part of the conversation. Use it. Facebook. And yes, YouTube. And yes,
ọba bá gbé wúrẹ́ àní ẹ̀sùn ra bíjò ìbádìyẹ àní ẹ̀sùn ra ìpẹ̀sìdó bá rúfin o àní ẹ̀sùn ra
So the ADC guys, they've been busy, by the way. They have been busy, in the last few days, let's say the weekend and even earlier this week. So they came together yesterday and they announced that the northern states, 19 of them are endorsing a call. I'm sorry. ADC rather. Thank you so much for joining me, and if you have shared the broadcast already, again thank you. Now we can start now though. Just tell everybody that Mayegun today. Thank you so much everyone. I am still trying to get used to the placement and the position of the new studio. I call it green room. It's quite beautiful when it is done. So I apologize for the late start. To those of you who have always been looking forward to the, to the brunch time, please, this may be your segment. So now let's talk or let's catch up on what they have been up to. There's been so much going on and there's so much to catch up on as well. However, let's deal with this part of ADC. As much as for every breath that comes from the likes of Wike and mostly the Ronukus, there's something that they are concerned of, and that is, if for any reason this their coalition of a thing, they manage to agree, as they are currently saying, right, that they, if they currently, if they should by chance agree to work together by not breaking up when someone didn't get what they want. Do you get what I mean now? So the implosion of the ADC, as well as the trickery of Tinubu, are part of the kind of like what the Ronukus and even Kolus as well are banking on. Infiltrate their camp, break them apart from within, even before they could come together to put up a fight. Or in the absence that fails, what is Tinubu's other alternative? Because listen, your charade for 2027, from all indications, right, shows that it is of Tinubu to lose. Majority of people expect him to rig himself, like he's going to rig it. The judiciary, they're on his side. And every other reasons that people have given. That if he loses, that is up to him. However, those who are putting up an opposition to him, they believe that the only obstacle to Tinubu's rigging himself, or a view, in 2027 is the strong opposition. And strong opposition in this sense is not to go out to try to outspend him or money-wise, no. In Nigeria, there's so many things that decides who they declare as winner of election. And since the election is mostly war, so what politicians always look out for, and political parties look out for, is areas where they are popular, right? They can rig conveniently. Areas where they are not popular, they can disrupt the chances of the opposition there by making sure that, it's either people were scared away from participating, or they outrightly just disrupt the election fully, right? Whereby there will not be any substantial number or what have you to put up to them, right? So the strategy then is where you are popular. But if where you are popular, for instance, are areas that can't actually make you president, for example, so you would then have to liaise with some local politicians within those areas you are not popular.
you will see things, you do this and that, so that when you want to write the results there, they won't put up a resistance. And this is the problem for Kolu. Something that no one has actually really tested or tried. So Kolu has all within his reach, but he is not popular. So not being popular in Nigeria means if you want to rig, you will need the cooperation of some of these criminal politicians from all these sides, who are the same people that will kind of like incite violence once they realize that you rig them, break down law and order, everything, including like shutting down the country. They have the capacity. So what you do is that you have to liaise with some of them, see how many of them can compromise, not because they can individually give you a vote. No, they can't. It's not about your vote. It's not about voting. Do you understand? It is mainly about writing the results and validating it with no resistance. So that's what Kolu is working on. And in northern Nigeria, that is where the fear is. He is presented as the enemy of northern Nigeria. And these same politicians are the ones who are going to tell their people like that, right? So those who they are going to use to go and rig anywhere, write results, there are areas where if the coast is not clear, they don't go there. Do you get me now? So they won't go there. And with this, their ADC, like I said from the start, right? This is me now putting 1 and 2 together, making, an accurate projection. And this is it. If this coming together of the past criminals and the obedient work together, the good, the bad, the ugly, mostly populated by the ugly, right? And they ended up not fighting over who gets what. For instance, right? Baba, Tinubu and his gang could have to deploy another strategy. A strategy that would not plunge the contraption into an everlasting, everlasting chaos. So let's go to that their meeting, the last meeting they had. And according to them, it is all coming together to get rid of Kolu. Don't forget that I haven't forgotten the conditions that all camps are putting up. No matter what everyone is pushing, right? Those who are really in it, in all of this, they seem to have, concluded that no matter what happens, right? Any one of them that they pushed out by any means will receive the support of others. Now that assurance, I am not sure of that. When I say assurance of, for instance, if they pair Atifku and Rotifmi Amechi, so would the obedient stay in or pull out? If they paired Atifku and Obi, that is Obi to be vice to Atifku, the obedient says nothing except Obi being the candidate. So at that point, would they pull out? What if they pull Peter Obi and El Rufaya? Would the entire obedient circle rally around them still and still kind of like, This is a question, right? And these are like possible scenarios, right? So Peter Obi and El Rufaya, would the Atifku's men stay kind of like committed? Would the entire obedient stay committed? Scenarios, okay? So, but we'll get to that one. For now, they are like, we can make speculations, we can make projections. We do not know what they are up to. Not even Tinubu does. However, let's start with that. In their meeting they had in, I think it was in Kaduna or thereabout. Watch this.
Are we happy with the APC-induced banditry in the northwest and part in the north central? No.
Are we happy with the killings of Christians and Muslims in the North Central? No. I think enough is enough. And that's all I want to say. Thank you very much.
See, is northern consultative group in African and Pacific. So it's a meeting of our region, the northern region, the north of Nigeria, to discuss the situation in the north, especially the issue of insecurity, the issue of how we can strengthen unity in the north. There are similar meetings in the south. There are similar meetings for the southeast, all coalition under so this particular meeting today is for the north of Nigeria. And like I said, it's for the purpose of getting briefing from all the states to know what the issues are, what the challenges are, and the progress we are making in terms of ending this. Like I said, I mean, the original consultations, when you have the Southeast Governors, if you have the Southeast Governors Forum, it doesn't mean that they are not governors of Nigeria. If you have Southwest Governors Forum, it doesn't mean that they are not governors of Nigeria. So if you have Northern Consultative Group within the APC, there is nothing wrong with that. Just like you have the Southern Consultative Group within the same party, or a Southeast Consultative Group or Southwest, you can leave this place and have Northeast Consultative Group. So there is nothing wrong with it.
There's this prediction that ADC, the coalition, will scatter within 6 months. How will you react to this?
Well, we are counting. It's how many months now? How many months have we spent? Yeah, okay. You know, I mean, when we started, they said it's dead on arrival, right? Now they have given us 6 months lifespan. After 6 months, they will extend it. Because the coalition is a coalition of Nigerians. It's a coalition that represents the desired interest of Nigerians to be free from the current crisis of existence that they are facing. Every Nigerian that is hungry knows that he doesn't want this to continue. Every Nigerian that is finding it difficult to pay his children's school fees, his salary has been reduced to just a piece of paper, knows that he needs an alternative. And the only alternative today is the ADC. So if they continue to say that, let them continue to reach that these people out. But I can assure you, the leadership of the ADC are very clear.
The leadership of ADC, comprising of the former PDP. You see, I think we should just go beyond that now. And why is that? The debate of criminals fighting criminals, and possibly drag, use a bit of a garnished innocence too, because that's the way I see some of you disobedience politically. Because a lot of you want a working Nigeria. We have to give that to you. We possibly all deserves a working system. However, there is no way that you can use rogues, criminals that contributed to the rot we have to clean the rot. No, I don't really buy that. However, sometimes series of events would an event will trigger series of events. Because right now, for the past 26 years, every rogue or every opportunist that got to power in that contraption never prioritized governance. It's always about interest and personal interest of these individuals It's just like whenever you now look at the crumbs they left behind to spend on infrastructure that actually affects all of us, that in itself is also still looted. So doing the same thing again and expecting a different result is no other sign than the symptom of insanity if we are not mad. Obviously, a lot of us are mad and practicing democracy. Do you see the irony? Mad people practicing democracy. Demonstration of crazy people are kind of, that's what we've been experiencing. Crazy people practicing democracy. So that simply means the saying of be very, very scared. That's mine. I said, be very, very scared of foolish people, maybe crazy people in large numbers, because they are so dangerous that they can elect a president, elect a governor. Even when they are not electing any, they will still feel like they are the ones electing these rogues. Now we vote for you. Meanwhile, they all witness what happened during their supposed voting. But again, if you now have this majority who ignored what they have never tried and continue to try the same thing, there are some of them who are educated. They will tell you that, yes, we'll keep changing them. You know those ones, educated ones, they say, we'll keep changing them. Every election, if this one not do well, we change them. Every time we not do change them. We change them until we get the right one. But one thing you don't understand is that that is going to come at a cost. What's the cost? The cost is your own life. 4 years out of your life. 4 years, 4 years, 4 years, 4 years, 4 years. Continue to pretend the system that is completely rigged and rotten can eventually choose the right leader someday. That is so typical of foolish people. You don't get it. Foolish people in large numbers. So if you sit down and say, you know what, let's do it differently. Why don't we just do it differently? Why can't we just get this to say, no, that one is impossible. It's not going to happen. So in that chaos, people are making decisions to choose leaders. So to me, I'm like, when you get to this stage where power, interest of individuals, group of people, right, have now overshadowed the interest of the majority. So it's just going to be a matter of time before everything will implode. Now that implosion, go, me at the bet on no. You get? I'm betting on it. Series of events. These guys have grouped themselves now and they're like, yeah, we'll get rid of him. Oh, look at them. They are inconsequential. They are dead on arrival. They can't do anything. And I ignore them. Oh, yeah, more governors. So yeah, they come to my place and show everybody that I'm so popular with all the governors. I'm popular with all the politicians. And wherever I go, they mobilize people to the street to come and see me and wave and all that. So who are this coalition? That's why I said I love it. I do. So if you're watching MAIYEGUN every now and then, you see, I have been unable to convince the obedient, for example, that the last time I said, you see, you are wasting, Nigeria is going to waste your time, waste your resources, waste your energy, waste your hope, waste everything to teach you a lesson that nothing you want to try right now with these rogues that they have never tried before. But if you join us, the campaign of, you know what, let us break up this contraption. And the breakup in this instance can mean maybe two things. There are those who want outright breakup. That is, maybe they go in separate ways. Go and deal with your own criminals in your own region. There are others who are like, no, maybe not straight away. How about we have a conversation where, you see, everybody can begin to actually manage his own affair, decentralize the own nonsense. You know, central government of Nigeria will have no real power other than just when it comes to international conversation. But when it comes to local deals and all that, security, food production, food security as well, education, healthcare, name it. Let the regions take care of themselves without going anywhere with cap in hands. Do you understand? So that's a system that can be practiced. We've tried it before. It's just that we are more divided now. Fine, as it's obvious, right? But we've had regions before. We don't have to have 3. We can have, now they are claiming to have 6. You can have 12. But it is not the number of the regions that actually means something. It is the structural, how do you put that again? The legal structure for that regions. What you currently practice right now is absolute nonsense, absolute rubbish. No country will succeed like that, never. You know? But the obedient feels like, no, you are wrong. Peter will be in charge. Number one, you know, it's not like it's going to be an Eldorado. No. There are some certain things. I've heard both arguments, so don't get me wrong. I've heard all your arguments, and that is me. I'm like, okay, oh yeah. So to the obedient, they're like, no. For instance, there are some monies being spent that Obi won't spend, and this money can actually be redirected to something meaningful, like buying new cars, new jets, new yachts, building houses with billions and billions of. It won't do that, right? So, and all these bogus, fake, padded budget contract and the rest of them, it won't, like, genuinely, intentionally indulge them because it's politics. That's how it's run. You know, it won't do that. And with him, you won't be bleeding. You actually may become. You may be able to put a plaster on the bleed. That's the conviction of the obedient. So they were, and I'm like, what do you think a man would do in this? Oh, hegemony. No, you don't understand. Okay, fine. Now, do you see this now? Those who feels like they can make Nigeria work and so convinced, and they believe that an election will do that. So you see that level of conviction. So they tried it. They rigged them. They watched the judiciary sold out, or they confirmed that there is actually something called system and the establishment. When the establishment are the career criminals who hold sensitive positions in sensitive institutions, important institutions. So they are part and parcel of the entire strata of your society. And they are the ones that runs a system of corruption, a system of profligacy, a system of impunity. You know what I mean now? So they witnessed that, and some of them were shocked, like, I can't believe it. Why many of us are like, okay, now you see why so many of us will never waste, or should I say invest our time in any campaign that says, let us save this contraption. But why are we interested in what you're doing these days? The criminals believes they have captured the contraption. Many of you think so too. But somehow you've not lost it, or you believe that it is still worthy of fighting for. And that's all you need. So if you need the number of people to rise against a system that has impoverished them for so long, and you can't find any reason to, that may be the reason. Because what is motivating majority of them is, one, the imposed and now legalized form of hardship, poverty, insecurity, corruption, things that usually people were doing in secret. Now they are doing them in the open. They are flaunting them, and people can see all of that, and they feel so powerless. Now, if they now intentionally, with that determination, goes into a bogus election, where they can this time around man enough resistance to the to the thugs of the establishment. You get it now? So that clash, that collision like that can trigger a revolution. That is where my money is. So if I sit here and I say, everybody, let us do a revolution, say, no, why don't you come back here and do it? I don't have to. I don't have to. something will trigger something, because majority of you are walking about with bottled anger, bottled rage, bottled frustration. Bottled frustration that some of you believes that it is almost endless, except something happen, except maybe if God come, or except if, except something. But you left something out, except you take actions to say no more. So, with this DIADC, Babashir Lawal also says something. I mean, this is the guy, right? I'll show you. This is the guy that actually collected bought the form, Tinubu's form. You remember they had to give Tinubu the form as a gift in 2023, APC, Babashir Lawal. But what happened after? Babashir Lawal started hearing, I started hearing that it's going to be Muslim ticket. Muslim, bow. With what these Islamists have shown us in the Middle Belt and in northern part of Nigeria. Why would you do that? But the rest is history today. Now he is on board of those who want to call out. It was at that meeting. Thank you very much, Kingsley Baba. I know. It's working well, isn't it? Yeah, the audio is fine. Everything is fine, yeah? Babashir Lawal, ladies and gentlemen.
Concluded this meeting. What is it all about? What do you want to achieve?
Well, it's a meeting of Northerners, specifically to discuss as a family problems bedeviling the North, and how to look for solutions to it, how to prepare for the oncoming election, to see to the fact that our interests, we elect only somebody who has the interests of the North at heart and who will address the challenges facing the North. Because as it is, we are of the opinion that this government has no interest in solving problems bedeviling the North, be it infrastructure, be it peace, be it security. So we have to take the ball in our hands and work towards achieving solutions to our problems.
So what are the resolutions from this meeting?
Well, the solution is that we should go out and continue to organize Northerners, continue to pass on the messages that we've spoken here today, so that our people from top to bottom will be united and take a single position in the coming election.
What is the position of the stakeholder with regards to ADC as opposition coalition platform for 2027 election?
Well, the truth of the matter is that we started out as what we call a consultative forum for northern politicians, but as the momentum was going on, it appears that the whole of the North have decided that they will join ADC. So now the distinction between what the National Political Consultative Group is and the ADC has blurred. So our people have encouraged us, have directed us, and have mandated us to organize ourselves in a manner that we will deliver whatever we want through the ADC.
Is the North stakeholders willing to support the Northerners to succeed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu 2027?
The ADC as a political party is a party that is founded on democratic principles. We are going to go to congresses and conventions to elect our representatives at the election. And whoever emerges, be it North, South, Central, West, whoever emerges at either the congresses or at the convention, ADC will support it, and the Northern Political Consultative Group will support that person.
Sir, there is a fear.
I go to Nigeria. If you are in Nigeria, you know the challenges facing the North. There's insecurity, there's economic deprivation, there's marginalization, there's everything that is designed to humble us, designed to disintegrate us, designed to underdevelop us.
So there is a fear that the votes don't count, and so effort by the coalition is an exercise in futility.
There's nobody in ADC leadership or rank and file that believes that votes do not count. Votes do count, and we are going to make sure that votes do count. This election, votes will count. I tell you, forget about the fact that votes will not count. APC.
This time around, vote will count. Papa Shulawa. So, Adeza, that your idea is also very much on the table. That if the OB and the obedient mobilizes enough and have representatives in every polling unit, like you said, right? And OB and Dati goes again. It sounds good on paper, sir. It did. And you should know that there will be more to that. Okay. So it's kind of like a deeper than that. I don't know how to explain it to you if you don't already know, right? Anyway, I would rather maybe you should add this. They themselves should be willing and ready to go violence. I mean, if you have to use violence to defend violence, because that's what I heard, that, you know, you need violence to cancel violence, right? Others will be like, no, you don't use violence to cancel violence. Anyway, it's part of their option. So how that plays out, we don't know yet. And from the snippets, should I say, from the snippets that we've kind of like picked up over time, it's obvious that two things. The main obvious one is that Peter Obi is actually their coalition candidate eventually. Now, I don't know about who they want to pair him with or not. And I also don't want you to take that to the bank and say, MAIYEGUN'S said it. But just remember that I'm not just saying it. They are coming from what we have picked from their own utterances, these guys, openly and even privately too. So the only person that is so much like an obstacle is Atiku. Their own argument is that Atiku is old and he will just do one term, and Obi will be his vice, and Obi will be like, as if to say it was that easy to do this transition. There are also members of the coalition, in case if you don't know, there are members of coalition who are also pushing the agenda of Jonathan. You know, they did in 2023, right? They are pushing it again. They are like, and this is not even coming from the south, it's coming from the north. Some northerners who are pushing the agenda that the best thing to balance the equation of power is for Goodluck Ebere Jonathan to come back and do his second term, 4 years. Because he's the only person that can guarantee that the northern Nigeria will get the power in 2031. So in case if you begin to hear about Jonathan this, Jonathan that, and other, right? Just remember that it's currently been mentioned too, okay? So Atiku wants it, and he wants it so bad, like bad. So if it's going to succeed or not, time will tell, okay? So that is that about the coalition, okay? Let's go to something else. In case you heard the breaking news that Isaac Fayoshe, you know Isaac now, Isaac has been arrested. He raised alarm yesterday. And this was after the video of his brother, the Babaladiya Ikiti, Ayo Faulishe. Now, Faulishe took some food and other stomach infrastructures to Ikiti. The other day I shared with us, right, when Faulishe said PDP will come forth in their 2027 race. Okay. Now, yesterday, he posted a video of food, I think food that they were going to give to people in Ekiti to support the APC governor, Bao in Ekiti. And as you remember or recall, Isaac is very prominent in exposing his brother's unholy relationship with the APC governor sabotaging his own political party, PDP, in Ekiti. So he's always been very, very, like, you know, talking about that on social media. And here is a video of Fauleche's stomach infrastructure that will now make Ekiti people to retain APC. God damn it, man.
Yes, Bao t-shirts being loaded to go to Ado Ekiti, on the way to Ado Ekiti now. This is Bao t-shirt, Bao T2030. So it's going to be a very serious matter on Monday. Serious matter on Monday. It's going to be a Bao's day. I'm sharing here. Sharing action here. Bow all the way. Bow all the way. Bow all the way. It is bow all the way. Stomach infrastructure tomorrow everywhere. Bow all the way. Kí gbogbo yín kẹ́ jáde pátápátá kẹ́ wá sí pavilion. Èmi Fáyọ̀ṣe ló ń sọ̀rọ̀. So wá sí pavilion, come and see the governor shine. Come and see Governor Abayomi Oyebanji shine tomorrow. It is bow all the way. Mi ò ṣoko ló ń sọ̀rọ̀. Come and sọ pé wọ́n lo voice mi ló jẹ́ kí n ṣe fúnra mi o. Ọ̀la kẹ̀kẹ́, amúkẹ̀, amúké. Ọ̀la ní gbogbo ráìsì, ẹ̀wà, iyọ̀, iṣu, iyán. Kedere lé níbẹ̀ o. Fáyọ̀ṣe ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ o. Ire o.
Ekiti people watching right now, I don't know how you feel. Ekiti, Kete Ekiti. It's crazy. It's all, I mean, these guys have made so much mockery of our people, and it's unfortunate. It is unfortunate too. You may not understand how unfortunate this is, right? But somebody wakes up with state jail. Seafood. Those labo food. And then, gosh, man. Anyway, Ekiti. It was the same Ekiti voters that voted on credit in 2023. Have you heard that before? Well, you have, possibly. While other people are collecting their own, what do you call it? As they are collecting 5,000, 2,000. Ekiti people, they were voting on credits. That will see you later. Come and see you in the evening. We'll come and give you your money in the evening. Hey, no owe me money, okay, yeah. So if you are from Ekiti, I can't imagine how you actually feel. It is even worse almost everywhere too. Don't get me wrong. I've had people who collected just 200 naira to vote for APC Egbekegbe in Shagamu, Ogun State, Shagamu. Because according to them, they don't want to sell their votes. I mean, they don't want to waste their votes. Oh, I can't waste my vote too. I cannot waste my vote too. Even if not 200 naira, give me. Don't sell your vote. I don't want to waste my vote. Even if not 200 naira, I'll take it. Or 500 naira. And it's because of you. Say, okay, Yagba, 500 naira. And they will go and vote for you. You know, I've seen that. And that exactly was what Isaac reacted to by saying, after his brother made the video, and he posted the video. Now, what did he do? He made his own video to say, don't listen to my brother. Stomach infrastructure in 2025. Shameless people. Shameless. And guess what? To them, now them no politics. So, about only feel sorry for man for long. The same, their victims will tell you that, well, now politics be that. Very, very good grassroots politician. Grassroots politics in Nigeria. That is what they call grassroots politics. So, grassroots. Go and give them small rice. Go, yeah. Go and tell them that you will give them more later. Or these ones who are speaking grammar on social media, they are just noise makers. They're speaking grammar, yeah. When you come to the grassroots, you come and see how people, they will still post video. Maybe myself will post the video later to show you the video of how they would appear happy receiving those. Sad. So Isaac will go jail soon because they are contemplating of using the DSS. And this time it's because Isaac is not just talking about his brother. Remember, he's been talking about Wike too. When Wike used 39 billion to renovate all ICC all in Abuja, Isaac went there with other people when they went for the Sheyivo's birthday, right? And then he came out and he made a video and said, hey, this can't be where you spent 39 billion. So right now, his brother Ayo, as well as Wike, they are preparing a place where they will lock him. That's why he said, but not until after this video. Wait.
I saw my brother's video sending loads of branded t-shirts, bow for second time to Ekiti
now.
And I saw his video where he said PDP will come forth
so it's going to be
in the next
serious
election.
Matter on Monday.
My brother,
Serious matter on Monday.
I want to remind you that even when you are in PDP last election, PDP came third. That shows your electoral value is not so much. You don't have so much electoral value anymore because you've betrayed so many party members and so many people, and they don't really like your style again. They don't like your style of politics again. You say PDP will be fought. You are saying it because when you are in PDP, PDP came third. So you are thinking the reason why PDP came third was protest votes for APC, for SDP, Segun Oni. Segun Oni still have more value, electoral value, than you, sir, my brother, with all due respect. Segun Oni should be the one doing this union, not you, sir. I can assure you, Oyebanji is not working. And if you are sure of yourself, beg Mr. President to allow free, fair, and credible election, not selection, and no vote buying. You will see that all of you now packed together, the former governors. Ekiti people are not with you. None of you has opened your mouth to say, this Ekiti road, Oyebanji, please do something. This Ekiti road is bad. This poverty is too much in the states. But when it comes to second term, you are championing it. I'm not surprised because you are defeated.
So Isaac sent that direct message to his brother. And right now, according to him, they are about to pick him and lock him up there. You know what? Your privilege card is now closed. Sort of. You know, he will continue to remind every one of us who care to listen that he's got no direct privilege for being Fayoshi's brother. Sorry, when I look away, right, my voice is away. Don't worry. I'll solve it. Do you get it now? So he said, there is no special privilege for being Faulishi's brother. And there will be no privilege withdrawn when he is no longer identified as Faulishi's brother. So we may be approaching that moment now. According to Isaac.
I saw my brother's video. They say Wike and Mr. Ayofayoshi are planning to arrest me.
You not too small. I be one man mopo. I no run for you now. I am ready. I just left home a few days ago. Why you not they scare my mother? They scare family. Say you not go pick me. Why you not no pick me when I there around you? Why? Why you not no pick me? Why you not allow me come out? I dey come back home soon. Make I enjoy my family time. I dey come. I no go feel run for you now. Run for you now for waiting. Wike, that 37 billion ICC, we go investigate them. Even if they no investigate them now, after this government, we go investigate them. I no run for you now. I've sent letter to Code of Conduct. I've sent to Nigeria Institute of Quantity Surveyor and Valuers. They will come and value it. I will sponsor it. I am going to be home. Arrest who? Am I running for you? Do I look like Remo Cray? Do I look like someone that feel run? You not funny. Now me. You know the shakara. Make you not allow my age mother to relax well. Make you not no shakara and no run. I'm coming back home. Make you not do what you not want to do. Ekiti Airport, I go investigate them. I go investigate ICC. If we know if we catch you now, we go catch you now later. If you not found one thing, we go catch you now. My brother Ayo, Osoko, me Osafungel, I no run for you. I swear to God Almighty, wallahi, the cell is for people. I am standing on the truth. And you guys are, you are sitting on taxpayers' money. We can ask you questions at any time. It's our money you are spending. I know how much I paid on ground rent recently. I know how much I paid for CFO recently. I am asking, how are you spending my money? It is my right. I'm not scared of you now. They make they do. I was there now. Igele rale me, you carry me, you carry hands chi, and you let me walk. You not go drop. If you have found one thing after our investigation, if this government no allow us, next government go allow us.
Yes, I agree with you. So Isaac is not around. And he said they have sent a message to his aged mother, who happens to be Faolish's mother too, to notify her of his escapades and that he is playing with the tail of a snake. Now, the guy don't tell him, say, Omo, what's the worst you can do? What is the worst they can do? We'll find out. What is the worst you can do? You know, you have a forex trader. Those who deals in this either money, they did in currencies, trading, even crypto and all that. They call themselves forex traders. In Nigeria, there are forex traders, obviously, or apparently. Then we also have forest traders who trade in humans. So they kidnap people, kill some, and take ransom for others. Where if you want to see your loved ones again, you would have to part with the price. You have to buy them back, pretty much so. Buy them back. They are called forest traders in English. But they are known as the Fulani terrorists. Very famous, yeah? The fourth deadliest terror group in the whole world. Fulani terrorists. In Nigeria, where they have now industrialized terrorism. You see? So the terrorists trade in humans. They go out there, they will lay people, grab them, and then they resell them. You know, they resell them. And the government is working, the military is working very hard to build them ranches. So are they building ranches where they will be keeping the human beings they kidnap? Because I don't understand. They said they needed cows to stop these Fulani terrorists in Nigeria. Oh my God, they've taken over major forests. And those forests have now become their, you know, their base. A man and his two children were traveling, you know, somewhere in Kwara State. And these forest traders took them. They are demanding for 50 million to buy them back. In Nigeria, the giant of Africa, a country with over 400,000 military, paramilitary personnel active. So let me show you the forest traders at work. Maybe this.
Do I have the uncle here to try to tell them that they're quality? Do you? Me on it to about the what they know, they're not sharing we don't eat to
Just briefly, right? And let me show you their commodity, the commodity, where they make that kind of money from.
Jama, it is unity. Unity is an dollar. It is a market. Kawani, I down my very individual. Unity only the pattern I need the worry. It was good. Million. Look at something. Million. It's an dollar again. It is the alcohol. Ege ganji.
Idewa eji tamako. Eji saka bocha soko.
Idewa. Do soko idana ya jwalare. Ya jwalare.
Idepene ya jina.
Jwalare.
Don't worry. I'll tell you what they are saying. They were traveling. Those clothes you see on them there, right? Those are not their clothing. So the terrorists took them. And it's been for about 3 or 4 days now. So they were allowed to make a video and plead. They said they are being tortured. They are hungry. They are thirsty. They have not been given water or food. And now they said they will kill them if they don't pay 50 million naira ransom. And that is the reality of many Nigerians as you're watching this video. Many of them. That is their reality today. And whenever they successfully traded these humans off, Nigerians off, they will make videos and put it on TikTok to celebrate their win in that contraption. Children or women, no one is spared. 50 million naira. And what do they do with the money? Who are those who are like sponsoring them? Because when you look at these guys who are collecting these millions and millions and billions, they don't even look like people who have ever seen 100,000 naira before. Forest traders, the special ones that the criminals in Nigeria are protecting. So who are those who are collecting this ransom from them? Who are those who are supplying them the weapons? Because these ones don't look like people who collect millions daily. Do they?
Do I have the uncle here to try to tell them that they're quality? Do you? Me on it to about the what they know, they're not sharing we don't eat to the quality. Oh, when can you carry? How can you none of their letter to know me young women come to me. Cut. Oh, yeah, do I hang us call.
Did you notice what I wanted you to see? They will collect all the money. And I've never seen any of them that looks better, ever, except for Ado. His name is Ado Aleru, right? Ado Aleru, the one that sent his mom and his wife to Mecca, remember? And then they told us that the Nigeria custom arrested the wife and the mother upon return from Mecca to Nigeria. 2-3 days later, we saw Ado Aleru and others with the government of Nigeria, representative of government of Nigeria. They were doing peace talk. Peace talk. Peace talk. And guess what? The only people who were carrying weapons in that peace talk were the terrorists, the Fulani terrorists. Nigerian soldiers who were there, other security guys who were there, they disarmed themselves, left their weapons probably in their cars. The terrorists were playing with the military weapons that brought those guys there. I mean, Papa, we've seen things. Unbelievable things. And yet, you are forbidden from saying it openly, so that you are not inciting people against the Fulani terrorists. Life, they are trading in humans, not in cows. The real terrorists killing people, they are trading in humans. That's what they're doing. They're trading in humans. Is it that everybody inside that their ass or rock has really gone mad? Like, is there no single person inside that place that could say, you know what, this is madness? Why are we even talking about rehabilitating terrorists? Like, what is wrong with us? Well, a captured country, a captured system is always going to look like exactly what you have. You'll be asking yourself, how come they can't do it? How come they can't fix it? Why is it so difficult that they can't end this and that? It is because a compromised, captured country, even ragtag thugs with guns, right? Like what you have in that place, could claim their own territory from such weak country. You've got weak leadership. Corruption makes you weak. Do you know that? Corruption makes you weak. Corruption. When you get corrupted, you don't remain the same. It makes you weaker. If it is your greed that the corruption part of you grabs, right? You are done for, because your entire focus will be based on that shiny thing, while the real things are, are left to wither. And that's exactly what you have, the leadership you have in that contraption right now. My line is opened. We're trying a new technique now, and that's the part we haven't really tried. I'll keep it opened and see if we can have 1 or 2 calls, all right? Before we call it noon. So tell me, how did I do so far? Now I need that feedback, seriously. So what do you think about the brunch briefly this afternoon? We are not done yet, but you can tell me. So far, so good. From 1 to 10, what would you give, Mayegun? 1 to 10. 2, 3, 4. I can work with any of that, okay? So thank you so much. I am going to take what you call a short break. Hang on, where is that? Oh. Right, I think that should work. So I need you to thank you, Charade Olowo. That's my first grader. Brilliant, Ibe. 9, 10. That means I kind of like try. I'll get better. Don't worry. I'll get better. I'm a storyteller, and you have to sit down to listen to. I'm not reading news. right? I am telling you a story. I'm telling you stories using the happenings, the actions, the inactions of these rogues, right? And at the same time, also using the event that happens to the victims of the victims of bad governance, which I am one of them. So I use everybody's experience and all of that to tell you the story. And the story leads to somewhere. It leads to one place, a place for us to decide, right? If this is for us or not, So thank you very much. It is delicious. So now let's take calls, okay? I'm going to take a short break. I didn't even have any drink. So I think I tried. For an hour, I didn't have any real drink. I didn't have my tea. But now I could make a cup of tea, right? So thank you very much. If you are joining me right now, remember you can share this broadcast, right? Okay, share it, and you can call in as well. I mean, you can phone in. Yeah, the number to call is on your screen. Use it. I'm still test running majority. I'm still test running some of them. And also, you can support me. To those of you who have always been doing it even before you are asked, God bless you and thank you. Okay. To support Mayegun, you can use the PayPal on the screen. There's a link PayPal scrolling on the screen. Please type that into a browser. It will bring it up and you can, support Mayegun. You can use your camera phone, just the camera of your phone, turn it on, and you can scan this barcode on the screen and buy me a coffee as well. Very easy. Once you scan it, there's going to be a link that's going to show up on your camera, on your phone. Tap it. It is buy a coffee or something. So open it and you can buy me a cup of coffee as well. That's how you support, and most importantly, share the broadcast. So let's see if the line works and take calls. Once we're able to take call and it goes well, then that means everything is almost done and set.
Good afternoon to you. And good evening to you from wherever you are joining us. It is Mayegun live. Brethren, welcome to the Temple of Truth again. But tonight, we are kind of joining the rest of other people who are currently celebrating the victory of Super Falcons of Nigeria. So they have won the title of WAFCON, I think it's called, West African, women or AFCON or so, yeah. So women African Championship, the Nations Cups for men. So they won it for the 10th time or the 10th times. So Kolu and his wife, Rat, they have been upbeat about the whole journey. I have seen the video of Remi Werekwe, by the way, where she has been supporting them, women supporting women. So they were back in Abuja today, and upon their arrival, Kolu used the opportunity to splash them billions of naira whenever it is claimed. So I am going to take you through the journey, including how it all went inside the As Rock. And then we are going to also go to a bit of a throwback. It's not really throwback. It's just like a catch up, right? So to with a weakest warning or begging, I've been pleading, it's among other stories tonight. So please, after reading the caption of the broadcast, read the description of the broadcast as well.
All right. Then like it, share it, invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends, and tell them all that Mayegun today, Mayegun is live. So let's get started. 2 days ago, the women, the national teams, the women national team of Nigeria, known as the Super Falcons, they won the African tourney in Morocco when they defeated, the host, I believe, in very much like a comeback, sort of like a game from 2-0 down to 3-2 win, which indeed, despite all that people are currently experiencing under Tinubu and his gang, they found time to celebrate and, you know, just let it off. But that is not what I'm going to cover tonight. Okay, so we're going to start from when, from after, you know, the game, and then who called them. So we'll start from that. Then from there, to their journey from Morocco down to Abuja, and what happened in Abuja as well. And then we'll take it on from there tonight. So please hear the broadcast, right? And you can sit back and then enjoy this, okay? So the first one, the phone call.
Yeah. Thank you, sir.
Very, very proud of you. The entire nation is proud of you.
Thank you, sir.
You lifted our spirit and pride to the generation, and we are all very, very happy.
Thank you, sir.
You'll be celebrated, and I congratulate all the coaches and the management of the team, including the ministers and the officials.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir.
Mr. President.
Thank you, sir.
My very, very best regards to Rashida. Very good. And I want to give penalty kick. That's a very courageous exercise.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. God bless you, Mr. President. Thank you, Mr. President.
To set the 10th record of the victories is not a very small thing for the country and the continent as a whole. Very proud of you. Safe journey home. Enjoy yourself. Avoid injuries. God bless you.
Call. So that was a decent call, if we want to admit. However, I don't know how Nigerians actually celebrated the victory. Some of the videos I saw online, maybe a lot of people didn't even have the chance of watching it. You know, the good old days, when even in darkness and what have you, somehow, like this, people just forget about all their worries and everything, and you know, it's like drinking, partying, and all that. Oh yes, then maybe the following day or day after, everybody goes back to their status quo. But that was a brilliant call. For everything he said there, we didn't, didn't hear any balablu or whatever. So it was like straight from the heart, which also kind of showed that he watched the games, because he was able to mention the names of the players that he could remember, the captain, the other key players, and every one of them. Good. Now let's follow their journey back to Nigeria, and when they got to Aso Rock, right? The whole scenario, and we're including the welcome, what do you call that? The welcome party at the airport. There were some scenarios where officials of the airport, FAN and I think immigration, were fighting who was to oversee the exercise at the airport, but I think they sorted that, but we'll bypass that. So let's go take a look at their journey to Nigeria and then to Aso Rock.
You are sure. It's your fault now. You can allow me.
I know the TVU, are you seeing us at the airport? So who is the engineer there now? Who is helping us out? Can I speak to Richard? Hello?
Hey, Dandales, Roga. I need to put my
What let me say nothing.
At that hour in Rabat, those girls didn't play against 11 players, they played against 50,000 passionate fans, screaming and howling at them. And don't forget that it was not just that alone, they went behind against that hostile atmosphere. People don't understand what happened that night. The resilience with which they calmed down, they came back, they seized the game from the first half, from the half of the first half, they seized that game to the end. It shows the true Nigerian spirit. And we must all celebrate them. That's why we're all here to come down in our few numbers to celebrate them. We must preach this to all sectors of the Nigerian economy, Nigerian politics, that is the true Nigerian spirit that we must continue to display everywhere throughout Africa. Thank you.
Let me see this players. Hey, champions! Champions! Christy, you are not smiling like a champion. Okay, change to canvas, so change to canvas, so look decent, look nice, so.
So grateful, bro. It's so overwhelming to me. Thank you.
I'll invite you. You stay here. Oh, you have to. Yes, I'll tell them.
They no get another one. Na dem mama be that yo hey. So wonderful ladies, great job. We say there's so many opinions on, since after their victory. All right, where when you see that almost half of the team are those who grew up abroad. Access all the necessary, facilities that helped and aided them while they are pursuing sports. Many of them were like obtaining, degrees in advanced courses and all that. So something that they say an average girl child in Nigeria, could only dream of. So, and you have them there in the country where, talents abound, but almost like wasting away. So congratulations to them once again. Now we're going to go back in there because after that part, we're going to get to the part where they shared their story, as well as the captain, so the team, I think that was the team spokesperson, as well as the team's captain sharing their story. Up to the point where Kolu also came in and the yes part came in as well. So to save time, let us go back and continue from where we stopped. And then Mama be this you, then no get another one.
Oh no.
Thank you very much.
Valuable player of the tournament. Chiamaka Nnadozie was voted the best goalkeeper of the tournament. Justin Madugu was voted the coach of the tournament. And wait for this, number 4, Bola Ahmed Tinubu was voted the president of the tournament. Mr. President, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at this point, I would like to hand over the microphone to the chairman of Nigerian Sports Commission for his opening remarks. Chairman, sir, please come this way.
Good evening, everyone. Your Excellency, good evening, sir. President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, distinguished members of the government, Honorable Minister of Sports, esteemed officials and proud Nigerians. Today, I stand before you not just as a captain of Super Falcons, but as proud daughter of Nigeria, carrying the dreams, resilience, and spirit of our great nation. On behalf of my teammates, coaches, and technical staffs, I express our heartfelt gratitude for this warm reception and for the unwavering belief you have shown in us. To the Presidency, the Ministry of Sports, the Nigerian Football Federation, and every Nigerian who has cheered us on from home and abroad, thank you for being our strength, our inspiration, and our home. We could not have done this without every one of you. This win is for all of us. Your Excellency, our journey to this moment has been one of great determination and courage. We have faced the best teams in the world and had our own on the global stage. At the 2023 FIFA Women's World Cup, We stood toe to toe with giants, even defeating a formidable Australian in their home stadium. That was a moment that echoed the strength and tenacity of Nigerians across the globe. These achievements are not ours alone. They belong to every Nigerian who dares to believe that we can compete with the best and emerge victorious. We are deeply honored to bring home the 2024 Women's African Cup of Nations title, our 10th WAFCON triumph, titled Mission X. This victory is not just a trophy. It's a testament to the unyielding spirit of Nigeria. It's a celebration of every young girl in our villages, towns, and cities who dares to dream. Every family that believes in the power of unity, and Nigerian who carries our green and white flag with pride. This 10th title is for you, Mr. President. It is for Nigerians, it is for Falcons, and it is for every young child who believes and dreams to be on this stage someday. But Your Excellency, we are not content to rest on our laurels. Our vision is bold. We want to become the best women's football team in the world. We dreamed of standing at the top of the global stage, not just as competitors, but as champions. But to achieve this, we humbly seek the continued and enhanced support of the Nigerian Football Federation, Sport Ministry, and the federal government. With your partnership, we can have world-class training facilities, and we'll be able to prepare in the best way possible and create a pathway for the next generation of Super Falcons to soar even higher.
You know, almost the same thing you hear all the time. They say, man, if they could invest in sports, only if these people can invest in sports. Do you know how many people, how many children, young people that they will take away from, you know, save from crime, and at the same time take off poverty, you know? But it's mostly always like ended there, mostly, all the time. Sometimes they will even promise this victorious sportsmen. They will promise them a lot. And then you realize that 10, 15, 20 years later, you know, how many of you remember Chioma Achunwa, that police officer, that lady, the Olympic, right? So it was, she was promised a duplex for being a champion then, right? As far back as 1996, it was Fashola who redeemed that pledge. I think it was in 2010, I think. Yeah, 2010 or 2015. Years later. So here is Kolu and his own pledge. I promise you that's the last part of that before we now delve into the political arena now. Right? But let Rashida finish what she's saying first. And then Kolu's pledges. After this, right, Kolu promised them $100,000 each. I heard that the winning prize is $1 million. So, but that's just the winning prize. So it seems to me that Nigeria under Kolu have decided to, you know, quadruple that or quintuple that 5 times. So each player, 24 of them, each of them will get 100,000 naira. I'm sorry, $100,000 each of them. That is a $2.4 million. Each player would also get a 3-bedroom apartment for them, like for life in Abuja. 3-bedroom apartment in 24 places. And I think the member of staff are also getting something according to Kolu. So if you add that, we'll be looking at somewhere around 35 3-bedroom duplexes in Abuja for them. And you know what? 3-bedroom duplex. One of them can cost in Abuja Abi. I'm just saying. So that's part of the pledge. They are also honored with the national honor, Nigeria MON, member of the Order of the Niger. But I should have finished, then call you after that, okay? Watch this.
Generation of Super Falcons to soar even higher. Together, we can show the world that Nigeria is not just a participant in global football, but a leader. As the sport commissioner rightly said, he said football is one of those things that unites, is a unifier of Nigerians. It brings the nation joy. It brings oneness across religion, class, and tribes of Nigeria. We want to keep making the nation happy and bringing more joy to Nigerians around the world. To Nigerians across the world, we call on you to join us in this journey. Your cheers, your prayers, and your belief fuel our fire. Let us change the narrative together. Let us inspire a mindset that sees no limit, that dares to dream big, and that unites in pursuit of excellence. We sincerely appreciate all that is currently being done, but we are asking for more because we know the boundless potential of this team and our nation. And together, with the right support and with the right condition, we can have the same playing field as our competitors. Your Excellency, the Presidency, the Ministry of Sports, and the NFF have been pillars of strength for us. Your administration's commitments to sports development has laid a foundation we are proud to build upon for many more years to come. To every Nigerian who has waved the flag, worn our jersey, or shouted our names from the stands or their living rooms, your love has carried us through every challenge. We are grateful and we are very inspired to do so much more. As we celebrate this 10th WAFCON title, let it be a spark that ignites a new era for Nigerian women's football. Let us unite as government, football federation, players, citizens, and diaspora in a shared vision to make the Super Falcons not just African proud, but we can achieve greatness that echoes for generations. Thank you so much, sir, His Excellency, for this honor. Thank you, ministers that have come to chairs from the first day, and your messages were seen, and your supports were instrumental to our victory in this tournament. Thank you so much, sir. The Super Falcons are ready to soar higher with your support, and the sky is just the beginning. God bless you, Mr. President. God bless Nigeria. God bless Super Falcons. Thank you.
Honestly, I didn't want to watch the match. I didn't want high blood pressure. But our people came in and turned my TV on to that channel. When it was 2-0, I got very offended and restless. But I was there still watching. The indomitable spirit of resilience, determination, and courage. And after that penalty, and I saw it 2-1, my spirit was lifted. And I believe that of the nation too was lifted. But what you almost did was get me hungrier, because your mother was in the kitchen almost abandoning my dinner. The game that doesn't really watch except the girls are the one playing. And she came running, we have won. I said, you are not yet won. And at the end of the final whistle, it was all excitement all over the country. On behalf of the grateful nation, I hereby conferred on the players the 11-man technical team with national honor of officer. I hereby direct the allocation of 3-bedroom apartments for each of the players and technical crew in our renewed Hope Estate. In addition, there is a cash award of the Naira equivalent of $100,000 each. To the 24 players. And the equivalent of 50,000 to the 11-man technical team. Once again, I congratulate you. And I will continue to pray for you. With this, Nigerian spirit is unyielding and will never die. God bless you.
We are a poor nation. The ban coal will follow. They say firewood not smoke. They say we need to plant more trees. And they are not giving us money. We need to open our eyes, try shining, and tell the West, if you don't guarantee our finances and work with us to stop this, we are not going to comply with your climate change. Do it.
ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ni àbọ̀ ń ṣe èrè. ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ni àbọ̀ ń ṣe èrè.
Anyway, I am not going to be a doubting Thomas. It's clear. He said they should give them the Naira equivalent of the $100,000 and the houses in the renewed Hope Estate. And you know that the Tinubu is building renewed Hope Estate. Yeah, he wants to build, how many houses again? I think 5,000. Yeah, 5,000. I was even thinking they will give them the Emefiole's estate. You know that one they took from Emefiole. I was thinking they will use that. And just say, you know what? We just go and complete some part of the place and yeah, you can have the houses. Anyway, congratulations to the ladies once again. And indeed, there are possibly like hundreds of thousands, if not millions, of young girls that will kind of see them as inspiration. And they would want to be like them too. Just like they that you see as champions today, they are the 10th champions of Africa.
So that means we've had champions, ladies who inspired them too. And every now and then everybody is always begging the criminal politicians to please do something about the sport. It's going to really go a long way. You know? So let's say congratulations to them. The guy that is going to give them the houses, possibly, with a wiki, was at, I think it was a convocation program. Anyway, it was honored in Port Harcourt by the Port Harcourt University of Port Harcourt, I think it's called. So with a wiki received, honoris causa. Is that what it's called? An honorary, they say Wike is a doctor of science. Just so you know, I have no idea what that is, but anyway, it was there. It was to possibly say something to motivate other graduates, other people who are also possibly graduating, getting their own degree, which they possibly work for. So with a Wike, as you are aware, wherever they turn the microphone on, with a Wike's obsession is, if it is not with the PDP, when Atiku was still there, it's good. Now it is coalition. So I listened to the whole speech. In fact, I was skipping the speech at some point to see if I could really get to a place where in where Wike's prepared speech, if you go church, it's going to tell you about how his enemies and the rest of them are the enemies of Nigeria. If you see with a Wike at any roadside inspection, it's going to be about, oh, these people want to come and take Nigeria. They want to take Nigeria back. So same thing happened at the supposed academic gathering and those who invited him. So Wike is begging all of you to please don't listen to the coalition. No. These coalition people, they will bring Nigeria down. They will return Nigeria to something another, right? They are liars. Tinubu is doing well, is building Nigeria, and these coalition people want to come and ruin that. And something what I observed, in my own opinion, I was like, Wike is having an emperor life, emperor kind of life right now. His children are having a ball. And they are no longer afraid of what the public is going to say. What are you going to do? At the same time, losing that privilege, losing that all of that money, and possibly start living on the run. And your children won't be able to post anymore, all those flex. They won't be able to. That is what the coalition poses. And I think that is what Wike is kind of trying to say. Or maybe you probably get it better.
Our country is undoubtedly on the path of positive ascendancy, and very soon the impact will be visible even to the blind and obvious even to the cynically minded. We must resist the purveyors of lies, hate, and division who seek to destroy our country. These men and women who coalesce under the banner of the so-called coalition are prepared by the delusion of grandeur and perpetual search for relevance and political power. If you interrogate their profiles, you will find that they have been in office for almost all their lives. Yet, they have nothing concrete to show as their achievements in building an enduring nation. In only 2 years of this administration, they are congregating and aggregating to destroy rather than build, and drain rather than reconstruct our hitherto battered country, for which most of them have been active dramatists as now in the willful distortion of our politics and economy, which they painfully orchestrated in their respective tenures in office. We know these naysayers, and you are enjoined to reject them, and their unpatriotic drumbeats of division and veiled propaganda. As I conclude, let me reiterate that the University of Port Harcourt imbued us with deep and qualitative knowledge, the knowledge that provoked supreme confidence in every start with it. The university's brand of scholarship was built on a fabric of pristine values anchored on deep research, truth, and outspoken. To speak truth to power and society, and a couple of us have not deviated from that tradition. Today, I'm happy to testify that even the university itself has not departed from its original vision, as exemplified in the quality of men and women that you have carefully chosen as our honors concern awardees. In an age where many universities appear to be fired more by mercantilist adventures, you have elected to keep the excellent tradition of university and remain sane. I congratulate the university.
Nuisance Lele.
So we are clear. So that's with a wicked here saying the opposition who are coming to take power from them, they are enemies of Nigeria. They are planning to destroy Nigeria. You see rhetorics like that. Rhetorics like that, which is so synonymous with these characters parading themselves as your leaders in that contraption. They are those stuff that fuels the hatred. Did you hear him? Oh, the opposition, hatred. Because of hatred. They hate our country. But you are pillaging the country. You are looting the country. You are dipping the generations yet unborn in perpetual poverty, indebtedness. And it is a political power, is it not? Is it not about political power? APC grabbed Nigeria, destroyed Nigeria. That's what happened. And that is exactly what you have been battling with in your own economy. Rather than be growing, you're shrinking, and they are telling you to be grateful. You will soon feel the effect very soon. You'll feel the effect very soon. The effect of the work of Mr. President, you'll feel it very soon. When people will begin to feel it, how much people don't they feel you decrease? Tell me somebody who is not feeling Nigeria right now, who is not feeling Tinubu right now. Everyone you see will tell you that we are just surviving, we are managing. So somebody is telling you that you will soon feel it. Don't they feel them already? That's why a lot of people are saying, can you just take them back to where they were before you got here your reforms, right? With a wiki, and I think he had some drinks too, because I'm trying to understand this. At that same venue, where he was telling people not to let them destroy Nigeria. Don't let them destroy Nigeria. They are hatred, they are liars, they are like that. Wiki. And his son, that is, that same son that they gave over $2 billion worth of land to in Abuja, or to a proxy that we eventually share you get over 10,000 hectares of land have been allegedly stolen by Wike in Abuja alone, and not for himself, for his family, for his sons and all that. One of his sons, right, was spotted, I think he was in Rivers as well, when his father was there. They are already living that life. You see, Wike left University of Port Harcourt. From there, I think they said he went to law school as well. Not sure, but he went to a law school. And from there, he became a local government chairman. And from local government chairman, he became chief of staff to governor. From chief of staff to governor, he became a minister of state in Abuja to a president. From minister of state in Abuja, he came back and he became a governor for 8 years. Today, he is a minister. Wike has never worked in his life outside politics. So his children were born into this politics. He married his wife in this politics. Have his children in this politics. So the life they have all known is to live off the people. Wike has been living off the people. And he's not alone. There are many like that, you know. But that is the guy that will go out there, right? And possibly undermine those who have actually built something, worked something, hand something outside politics. You know what I'm talking about? Wike's son. I mean, it is their time, they will say. Now their time. Maybe they enjoy other people's children, they enjoyed it. I'm not complaining, I'm just showing you the so that and at the same time, you'll be like, why can't you have that too? Anyway, so if when you see where the Wike becomes so invested, and he's a PDP guy, so invested in ensuring that Tinubu cannot lose power. People that want to come and take the power, they will destroy me. Okay, I'm not going to tell people that they will destroy me. I'm going to tell them that they are coming to destroy Nigeria than what we are doing right now. You know? And then there is another one, Faulishe. I kind of spoke about, said something about him this afternoon. So Faulishe himself is also a PDP chieftain who is openly, right, working against his own party in his own state, as well as at the national level. But again, claiming that I think he said they disrespected him or undermined him. I said, who disrespected you? What's it be that way they think disrespect you? Of course, there is nothing much than, everybody is trying to kind of like guide his own pot of soup. Wherever your bread is buttered, especially if you can live outside politics, wherever your bread is buttered, I go chop dinner new. So Faulishe in Nekiti today, where the state governor, APC governor, is campaigning for a second term. And that's up to the Ekiti people, though, to let us know how far. However, Faulishe, right, flooded Ekiti with his stomach infrastructure yesterday. And today, he was there wearing his PDP hat at an APC event, which, of course, that's their politics in that place. No principle, no ideology, no nothing, just interest. Interest. And his brother just raised the alarm that he is aware that his brother is planning to kind of arrest him for openly criticizing him and his ways. Anyway, Faulishe grabbed the microphone this afternoon and he just told everybody that there's no point in hiding it. I'm endorsing Tinubu for second term. And he's going to do second term. Just like that. Right? Faulishe.
To endorse publicly without reservation the President and Commander of the Armed Forces, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, for second term. And equally, because that is the reason why we are here. And to endorse our own governor, humility personified, our own governor, Abayomi Oyebanji, and his deputy, bow for second term. Your Excellency, congratulations, congratulations, congratulations. Let me equally say this gathering is unique. This gathering is unique. This is the first time Ọ̀gbẹ́ni Ima pariwo. Gómìnà ni gómìnà ń jẹ́. Old model and new model. Your Excellencies. This is a unique gathering because all the
former governors of these states, the leaders of these states, the National Assembly members of these states, all the people that matters, unanimously, including myself, Oshoko, without hiding anywhere. I'm not a member of his party, and I will never be. Stand here to say that I am the record holder. I am the record holder of the results from the election. I defeated the last person. I don't mention names. I'm a gentleman. In the whole of the 16 local government areas, 16. Okotolodo yeni. More than 158 wards. I defeated them roundly. What they congratulate me. Ṣùgbọ́n mo máa bọ́ gbogbo yeye. Màá bọ́ sọ́run báwo. Who will for the first time again become the record holder to win in all the 16 local government of Ekiti and win in all the 177 wards of Ekiti? That is taken for granted. But when we get to the field, we will contest and we will see each other on the field. I want to commend him, to everybody, to please do your best to make this election a reality. One thing that warms my heart the most is the presence of Engineer Sheboni. Engineer Sheboni is the icing on the cake, coming to put us all together by Governor Bao to face tomorrow for our state. It's a good thing, and it will be a model for all states in Nigeria.
Of our great leaders. Oh, Thunder, where are you? This is the time you are supposed to strike, so that you eliminate all of them, so that you have peace in our nation. Or join them in one aeroplane, so that it will crash land in the course of their journey. Honorable, our security agent, IE.
Yeah. So that's a foul issue. But somebody responded to Wike's rant this way. I mean, like, it is so close to what I kind of described myself, right? But it's just a rant of a man that is so scared of his own shadow or he's been involved in. They need 4 years to do this looting. They need another 4 years to consolidate the looting, and it will become permanently irrecoverable. Yeah. But here is what someone has to say.
You know, growing up, they used to tell us when you see no thoroughfare, that means there's a road there. And in the same vein, it means that truly the coalition that the ruling party had once dismissed is actually taking, you know, roots. Because there are certain persons I don't take their statement, you know, seriously. Because I've heard them speak from both sides of the mouth before. And so now when they talk, I just look at the office they occupy and I'm like, hey, is this office that actually talking, not the person? If Wike were maybe in opposition, he probably would have been a member of the coalition today. I remember the same Wike as a governor in Rivers State and how he told us that PDP was malaria and APC was cancer. And today he's part of the cancer. And so that's why I don't take statements from people like that seriously. But you know, seriously speaking, it means that the opposition coalition is actually taking a firm footing, and those in government are jittery. If they are not jittery, then Wike won't be bothered about asking Nigerians not to take them seriously. Because if they tell you don't take somebody seriously, it means that people are actually considering taking that person seriously. What Wike should be bothered about is there were campaign promises made. They should be bothered about how to deliver on those promises made and how to make life of the average Nigerian, more bearable and more affordable. And the opposition also should consistently put them on their toes and put pressure to ensure that Nigerians truly take them seriously. It is not what Wike will say or what rhetoric. It's no longer a matter of rhetoric, because Nigerians really want to look at the difference. What are the alternatives? And this alternative is not just enough to say we want to send Bola Tinubu back to Lagos. Just like it happened during Goodluck Jonathan's time, anything but Jonathan. People are wiser now. People are also asking questions. And so this is an opportunity for Wike to now ride on those questions that people are asking, to say, yes, we want alternative, but let us have, plans and program. And then now that you're in government, you have the opportunity, you still have, close to 2 years to actually right the wrongs, so that people can say, okay, yes, when they started their first 2 years was they fumbled and wobbled, but now, we can actually talk about them. It's not enough for you to just sit down and tell people, no, don't take them seriously. They are destabilizing, because you are also destabilizing. Just before the program, we were talking about the issue of renaming of streets and bus stops in Lagos. These are also destabilizing tendencies that should, growing up, they used to tell us, when you see no thoroughfare.
Do you understand? So if you are not failing, there's likelihood of people not be interested in any opposition per se. But the failure of APC, which Tinubu said it will continue from where Buhari stopped, right, is something that has created more division in the country, and of course, more rebellious people who just wanted something different. Now, whether they are going to have it or not is a different ball game. Okay, so this afternoon I shared with us what Bashir Lawal said after their Northern Nigeria summit of their ADC. I want to add it to this, to this session before we continue. The opposition ADC
concluded this meeting. What is it all about? What do you want to achieve?
Well, it's a meeting of Northerners, specifically to discuss as a family problems bedeviling the North, and how to look for solutions to it, how to prepare for the oncoming election, to see to the fact that our interests, we elect only somebody who has the interests of the North at heart and who will address the challenges facing the North. Because as it is, we are of the opinion that this government has no interest in solving problems bedeviling the North, be it infrastructure, be it peace, be it security. So we have to take the ball in our hands and work towards achieving solutions to our problems.
So what are the resolutions from this meeting?
Well, the resolution is that we should go out and continue to organize Northerners, continue to pass on the messages that we've spoken here today, so that our people from top to bottom will be united and take a single position in the coming election.
What is the position of the stakeholder with regards to ADC as opposition coalition platform for 2027 election?
Well, the truth of the matter is that we started out as what we call a consultative forum for northern politicians, but as the momentum was going on, it appears that the whole of the North have decided that they will join ADC. So now the distinction between what the National Political Consultative Group is and the ADC has blurred. So our people have encouraged us, have directed us, and have mandated us to organize ourselves in the manner that will deliver whatever we want through the ADC.
Is it not stakeholders willing to support the Northerners to succeed President Bola Ahmed Tinubu 2027?
The ADC as a political party is a party that is founded on democratic principles. We are going to go to congresses and conventions to elect our representatives at the election.
and whoever emerges, be it north, south, central, west, whoever emerges at either the congresses or at the convention, ADC will support it, and they know.
That's a Baba show. APC, I'm sorry, ADC will support anybody that emerge. I've heard that said repeatedly, but we will possibly wait to see that happen. Remember Limodu Sheriff? Yeah, the guy that was the former governor of Borno, Boko Haram and all that, right? Well, he is back this time for the second round to join the group of people, reminding everyone that Tinubu is not shaken, is not worried. All this noise about, coalition, this and that, they're just noises that, Tinubu will not be moved. Then he said further that he has it on a good authority, reliable source, he said, right? Reliable source, that Peter Obi will return to PDP and he will become their flag bearer in PDP, not coalition. Again, remember that everyone right now is making projections, right? And of course, people like Alimodu Sheriff and co is not an exception. Okay? So, he went on to say that Tinubu, only two things will make Tinubu not be your president beyond 2027. Two things. He said the first one will be, number one, maybe there is no election in Nigeria. Like, he didn't say coup, but like there will be no election. So Tinubu won't be your president. Or if Tinubu himself says he's not interested in any second term. As long as he is interested, he will get his second term in a clear term, in that same Nigeria right now. Anyway, here, Modu Sheriff, with bloods in their, on their hands. They say, all of them get blood for their
About numbers. Your party controlled Kano. Your party controlled Kaduna, but you lost it in 2023. Your party controlled Lagos. You lost it. The trouble about 2023 election, there's so many things that happen, and we know them. We have taken inventory. We have ever corrected it, but I can not tell you on television so that you go and tell our opponents that APC have already put together all their problems. We know where the problem lies, and we have already put the machinery in place to correct, and we have corrected a lot of them. Shaun, let me tell you, I am a practical...
Senator, have you corrected the pains of Nigerians too?
The pains...
They are politically corrected some of what did not make you win some states.
Yeah.
The heart of Nigerians matter in winning them. Have you been able to correct this?
Shaun, the problem about, you see, today, unfortunately, President Buhari is no longer alive. A lot of things I would have said, I will not talk, because once in my own religion, if somebody is dead, you pray for him. May Allah give him a Jannah Firdausu. President Tinubu, I'm not taking a brief for him. Shaun, I'm not in government. I'm a private person. But the party that produced His Excellency the President is a party that we worked for and will continue going to work for. I can tell you for free, the only thing that will stop President Tinubu from winning election in 2027 are only two factors. One, if there's no election in Nigeria. Two, if he decides not to run. Otherwise, politically, I look at reality. I don't go to Jamboree. You see, politics, you have to study politics. Politics is a different ball game. You are expert in your media. You can ask the whole question you like in the world. But when it comes to politics, I can teach you Because
you're a master in the game.
Because I have practice. I've been practicing it. I have won election. I've been elected to the Senate, for your information, 3 times. I've been a governor twice. I have made people to win election. I mentor people. Therefore, when I'm talking to you politics, Sean, I'm talking to you purely what is on the ground. And let me tell you something, Sean, what you don't know. I travel across Nigeria by road. I have plane, but I choose to drive by road to see the reactions of the common man, what is happening.
Are you seeing what the people are
Whatever
saying?
we see,
the pains of the Nigerian people. I'm happy that you travel by road.
Yes, wherever.
But do you see the pains of Nigeria?
Wherever there's a problem, where there is problem, we try to advise and tell the president, but that's not what television.
Are you able to, have you spoken to the president on your last travel on the road and see the faces, the fallen faces, the pains of some of the Nigerian people, some who cannot feed, some who have lost their jobs?
These are not created by President Tinubu.
Is it not a good thing that there are a lot of presidential material in that party?
It's good,
and they have the best to pick from.
Who are they? There are about 3 or so that are looking for president. And see, Atiku has been a vice president of Nigeria. So for him, president or nothing. Peter Obi ran under Labour. His ambition is to become a president. For your information, the information available to me is that any moment from now, Peter Obi will go back to PDP and run as a presidential candidate under PDP. So that leaves Vice President Atiku and Amechi. Tell me which state they control. I want to ask you, you told me that the heavyweights, tell me the heavyweights.
Nyesom Leleyi. Nyesom Leleyi.
He is also a former chairman of PDP, by the way. So he didn't list that as part of his CV. Alimodu Sharif, Boko Haram sponsor. You know, Nigeria, I guess, system where they harbor these rogues, and he's very confident. But did you hear the part of that lie? This guy was a governor of a supposed poor Borno state. Not only that he looted the place, he ensured that the Boko Haram you are witnessing today, they actually have a foothold in that place to what it's become now. You know, because they were pushing their Sharia, what have you done? You know, they are politicized Sharia. He has a private jet, probably 2. Former governor of a state, a former senator. He's got 2 private jets. It's not called any non-business. No, not any non-business. He's the CEO of, you know, Green Bulb. This special bulb that catches all, you know, insects and all that. He's the one that invented it all. He's got 2 private jets, so he's got this and that. So he only ventured into politics. So no. These are those, the criminals. And they call them leaders in that place. They are everywhere, from the north to the west, to the east, to the creek and all what have you. They're everywhere. Criminals. But yeah, they are the stakeholders. He just told you there that their permutation is about how many states they control. So any states that they control right now would automatically be declared for Tinubu in your 2027 Charade. So the more governors that joins them, the more the more stakeholders who would have to protect that please that rigging. And it's as simple as that. To somebody like him, the permutation works well. What about the people? People are suffering. No, I travel by road. I drove by road all over the country. He's lying. You know? But as if that is not enough, right? There are others in PDP who are contemplating that they should, not Peter Obi, they should bring Jonathan. Jonathan to come back as a PDP candidate in 2027. In their own permutations, right? They said it is the purest way of power returning back to the north. So let me tell you from where this is coming from, the background. Okay. So the background is that Tinubu, that is currently, using the southern slot. So if anybody is going to possibly remove Tinubu, that person should be a southerner. And that southerner, right, would also agree to just spend one term of 4 years. And power can now return back to the north. So those who are the political players and all of that stuff in that place, so they are permutating like, okay, hang on, no. If they allow Tinubu to just do his 4 years, everybody we won't die, we won't live. In 4 years' time, after 2020, in 4 years' time, they will present somebody from them and they will have the power. But they are worried that the Tinubu that they know, if he manages to be your president twice, that is it. Lagos will be replicated in Abuja. So Tinubu will unpick whoever is going to be the next president. And this time around, there will be nothing called northern control, northern this or that. Do you get that now? So Tinubu can pick somebody from the middle belt, pick somebody from everywhere else, not even like they are, you get? And those who claim to be the kingmakers in northern Nigeria would have no real say. But they are very worried about that. They are very, very scared of that. So the alternative then is, okay, if we now go for another person in the south, Peter Obi or Amechi, who would agree to do just 4 years. It is easier said than done. If you agree that Obi should do 4 years and give the power back to the northern Nigeria in that kind of arrangement, that will be because Obi has no executive power yet. When he becomes the president of Nigeria, it won't be that easy to just say, yeah, come out. And with the caliber or the kind of person Obi is and his followers who are so organic, he cannot be intimidated by this north, that, if he has the presidential power. So now, should they gamble it and just trust him as a gentleman that is going to support somebody from the north in 2031 and just do 4 years? Or go and bring Jonathan back to PDP and use whatever leverage they want to use against Tinubu, use it for the same Jonathan, which legally he can no longer contest after that if he becomes the Jonathan is more or less like comfortable with the the life that all of you have given to him. He's obnobbing with Tinubu and others. Where do you think that is coming from? Almost somebody went on TV to say it too. Daily Trust. On Daily Trust, listen to this. That they should bring Jonathan back and just the pathway for northern Nigeria to get back to power. It is about power for them in that northern, the elite of northern Nigeria in this their coalition. It is purely about power. But they can't tell you about power. They can't say power. This coalition thing for them is about power. It's about power leaving the hand of Tinubu, who has now become the most powerful man in Nigeria. So they got played. That's exactly what it is. They feel like they got played. However, I'm talking about those of them who went to go and join their coalition or putting this coalition together. So they believe that they could get rid of Tinubu, but won't they get played again? If they decide to go and gamble that again, and they get played again, even though they claim to actually know politics and all that. So in between, where did the thought of Jonathan coming back to challenge Tinubu coming from? It tells you more that within that their circle, 2 years out of power,
4 years maybe, or 8 years out of power, we have to do something, including even if we have to go and apologize to Egbere Jolantan to come back and please come and help us contest against Kolu. How you want to listen to him?
But if the party insists that it is only to the south, then perhaps maybe my best choice will be to zone it to the south.
Right. Okay. There's a big conversation in the grapevine around certain movements. Now that Atiku is out of the picture, at least for the PDP, right? P2B, we've been hearing some speculations here and there that the PDP is likely warning him back to say, listen, the coast is clear. You have a shot if the ticket is zoned to the south. We're also hearing a possible re-entry of former President Goodluck Jonathan back into the mix. What do you think about those speculations and whether or not they make sense for the PDP?
Well, for the PDP and for the North, those speculations could be true and they could be false. But be as it may, I will prefer that President Jonathan, takes the ticket. Not because I do not like Obi, but because that will ensure that the South will have completed their 4 years. When somebody is on the throne, you elect him, you can't pin him down and say, okay, you must do 4 years.
But Peter Obi is on record saying he can do 4 years and bow out.
Well, it's just a political talk, because
you don't trust him.
No, I don't. It's not about trusting him. The issue is, how are you sure that thing will materialize?
Yeah, but he said it. No, we expect that for a man who has a lot of stock in integrity, his word would be his bond.
What I'm taking is this way: the difference between somebody making a promise and somebody who is compelled by the law that he must live. Which one will you take? This one is compelled by the law. He does not need to make any promise. He has to go after 4 years. This one is making a promise. A promise can be kept and may not be kept. Either way. But on this one, you are sure that it must be kept. So for the North, I think Goodluck Jonathan is the best choice.
And how serious are you taking these speculations? Are they real, or are they just the imagination of people who just want to speculate?
Yeah, this is political permutations. They are not. They may be real or may not be real. But in politics, you don't. But if
you won't need a car to travel, you won't need an aeroplane to travel. You will just say, I want to go to London. And you'll be in London. Whether you believe it or not.
You won't need a car to travel. Oh. Sorry about that. Yeah. However, Bolaji Abdullahi, who happened to be the interim spokesperson for their coalition, was on a rise this evening, and he did mention something about Obi and his involvement with them. His words were pretty much like, no matter what anybody says, Obi is with them, and that's all he can say. While others are wondering why he hasn't resigned from Labour Party and joined them officially like others. Others are saying, no, you have to look before you leap, right? So don't leap before you look, whatever that means in this political sense, all right? So Bolaji Abdullahi, listen to this.
A major party in this country. I don't know if you know, for instance, that the PDP is now openly wooing the likes of Peter Obi to return to their fold. And given that the PDP, as we mentioned earlier, still has reasonably solid structures across this country, several governorships under its belt, I mean, do you agree that that could well be a more attractive prospect for Peter Obi than the APC coalition, which has so far been unable to attract a single governor to the fold?
let me say clearly that Peter Obi is in the coalition, regardless of what anybody else is saying. But it is good to see that it has taken the coming on board of ADC to get PDP to begin to make some movements. But everyone knows that the jugular of PDP is still in the hands of the ruling party. Everyone knows that. Peter Obi, more than anyone else, knows that he cannot take the risk of going to the PDP, because PDP, and I'll give you an example. When the governor of, the former governor of Delta, Okowa, left PDP to join the APC, who welcomed him in the APC? Minister of Federal Capital Territory, Wike, that is presumably still in the PDP, right? You see PDP governors leaving their parties every day to join the ruling party. You hear PDP governors endorsing President Tinubu as their preferred candidate for 2027. You see PDP bigwigs saying that they no longer believe in this party because they believe that the party has been compromised. So, but like I said, it probably requires ADC to come on board to get PDP to begin to make some movements. I mean, everyone knows in this country today you can conduct a poll. Ask Nigerians, which party do they recognize as the de facto opposition party? I have no doubt in my mind that the answer will be ADC.
Well, I mean, obviously.
So maybe we should do that. Conduct a poll and ask Nigerians. Anyway, I'll leave that. So the next one now is a conversation around the GMO. I'm not going to say much because somehow, right, when I discovered that as much as a lot of us are campaigning and raising awareness against the, this GMO of the thing, having or asking the people in authority to please protect the people like we have here, let people have the choice and all that stuff. So then the campaign to ram it down the throat of everyone and all that. Then I discovered that since 2018, this GMO thing has been spreading. So now Nigerians started a conversation around it again. Yeah, just a few days ago. And it became so tense online, right? However, I think this conversation now popped up or somehow propped up on in their meeting in their National Assembly, this caucus meeting and all that, right? I don't know what they had the conversation to that level, or people who are against the GMO, those who are campaigning against it, and those who are campaigning in support of it, right? So they are both in the chamber facing the committee that is probably looking into it. What I think anyway. So in the process, one of the lawmakers, I believe, or maybe one of those who came to defend GMO, just kind of retorted hey, everybody's talking about GMO will kill this, GMO will kill that, and the rest of that, right? People are hungry in Nigeria. If you eat, you will die. If you don't eat, you will die. So why not just eat GMO and die? He actually said that inside Nigeria National Assembly, but not in the chamber, but in one of those their caucus rooms, right? Listen to this.
If you eat and die, it's better than not to eat and die.
Who said GMOs are safe? When the active gene in DT modification, protein 1B, are not being recovered from fetal and maternal blood, who said it's safe? What they have and what the world has presented to us as genetically modified food is cooked bomb that will blow when you take it.
Food can be a weapon, and it's a weapon. He who controls your food can control your society. He who controls your seed can control the life and will control the earth.
Genetically modified organisms that we are referring to here in Nigeria are transgenic. That means genes are exported from other organisms across species barriers into organisms that they were not supposed to be there.
There is a republished research by Professor Saralini that proves that GMOs cause tumors and cancers.
If you
eat, you die. If you don't eat, you die. Just eat and die. So that was kind of the conversation around the GMO. Those who were for, those who were against it, and the rest. And at the end of the day, it is all just performative, theatric. Because my finding says since 2018, not until 2018, they said the promoters of this genetically modified organism, right, this GMO, they have been at it since 2001. 2001. And every government since then rejected them. They did everything, bribe journalists, the media, paid some, some crooked Nigerians to begin to organize seminars, explanation. They infiltrated a lot of places to try to inject it into your system, but not until 2018. And under who? Under Bokwari APC. Right now, their GMO cities kind of like spreading from what I read. They now have thousands of farmers who are now taking them up and growing them. Again, I am not an expert on it, okay? So the conversation around it is also trending in Nigeria right now, raging, you could say. So now let's leave that. Let's stop by in Enugu, where Mba, the praying mantis. That's what Mba, the praying mantis of Enugu, right? So Mba has given this hostel water, and people are still kind of like talking. I'll tell you what people are saying. They said they've not seen water for a while, and therefore it just constructed what looks like public water, right? Like the old days. But people said they could have done better.
Have you fallen sick before because of this water? No, have you seen any student that fell sick because of this water? But when you use it, has it affected you before? Thank you. How about you? Can you share your testimony?
My name is Tinubu. I'm studying geography and mining. And wanted and enjoying this water for a while.
So is the water clean?
Yes.
Are you paying for this water? I mean, is anybody charging you for this water? Yes. You are enjoying it free of charge? Yes. Okay, thank you. Has any student ever died out of a water-borne disease or cholera or typhoid because of dirty water? They said this water is dirty. How dirty is it? How clean is it?
I've not heard of such before.
Have you been paying for this? If you want to fetch, somebody collects money from you. It's free for everybody. Yes, okay, today is 22nd July 2025. And currently in a suite, one of the hostels, and this is
Baba Clown, So they said the Mba of Enugu is one of the highest paying, or should I say highest spender when it comes to the propaganda machine that he pushes out there. All right. So there's a water project that was supposed to have covered the entire Enugu by now, but it's still ongoing. And some people said, why didn't they? I mean, that was an hostel. So why didn't they just run the water into their hostels where they could actually really use the water there than to, have to come to that place, fetch the water, carry the buckets? Like, why must everything always, that same construction could take all those pipes into their bathrooms, into their kitchen and all that upstairs in those rooms. That would have been wonderful. But hey, people say you should be thankful. While Mbai is paying a lot of money to influencers on social media, many of them do go to Enugu to celebrate what he is building, including modern schools that they said he's building, road construction. While others in Enugu as well are like, nah, you need to come and see the substandard stuff these guys are building here. Substandard. Forget about what they are putting on social media all the time. It is not always like that all over the place. So we should be blamed, the contractor or the government. Take a look at this one. Oh, that's another one. That's far from Enugu. I should have listed it. Anyway, I have another one though. Okay. So we have, and my time is actually running out. Now let's stop by in Anambra because it's Solodom time. I think he was out campaigning. I don't know. Maybe he was out campaigning or he was out receiving a chieftaincy title. And they were talking about zoning and all that. Yeah, it's actually a campaign. So zoning in Anambra, where Solodom is currently reminding everybody that zoning in Anambra was actually started by Obi. I don't know why. That has to be part of the convo, right? But here is a Solodom on his own campaign trail. Very brief.
And I want to remind you of the Anambra Central. And remind all Anambra people that we have zoning system in Anambra. Anambra, we're getting zoning system. The zoning was started when Governor Peter Obi was governor. The Anambra people, all stakeholders, traditional rulers, town unions, women leaders, youths, everybody agreed that for there to be order in the governance of the state, equity, fairness, that will institutionalize zoning. Governor Peter Obi from Central had it. After him, it went to the north. Governor Willie Madabrotuko Obiano became governor for 8 years. And after the north, the governorship went down to Anambra South. And Anambra South is going to have it for 8 years. Anambra South is going to have it for 8 years. And after Anambra South, we're going to have what will be the next zone? Central. Anambra Central. After Tokoma, Soludo, will be the dawn of Anambra Central. The message you take home today, there is order in Anambra politics. We go sequentially and systematically. We know the next zone, and after Central, it will go to North. Okay? Therefore, for those from Central, I don't know who else is contesting for this office. But we are going to be contesting this election as if we are the underdog to an unknown opponent. Because we don't know who is contesting. But for Central, power will shift to Central after Tokoma Soludo's office.
Politicians are so funny. Especially Nigerian politicians as well. Like when you listen to them, the way they speak or talk, you don't really see the people as the center of their power drive or their power pursuit and all that. No, they are always like, they just kind of like what they call the playing God. I will tell you today, after this person, it will be that person. And after that, I will choose another person. Like, Papa, if you die just now, like everybody will continue to live. You know what I mean? So they don't reason that way. They talk in a way that It's like, yeah, we have concluded that's how it's going to be. And most of the time, that's how it's going to be. Because somehow the people themselves are there and they are going to be saying, yeah, yes, yes. And they say, why do you want to choose this person than this person? And they will say, it's because it is the turn of it is our turn. It is the turn of the South. It's the turn of the Central. You know, around that time, you know, competence and the rest of that won't really matter anymore. It's about, yeah, it's the South, it's the Central, it's the North. You know, and that in itself makes these guys believe that, yeah, we are speaking for our people. Am I speaking for you? They say, yeah, you are speaking for us. You know, so that is that. And living in Anambra, oh, hang on. There's a place called Abatete. Is that what it's called? In Anambra State, Abatete or so. Obi was in there with was in at the school right there in that same Anambra yesterday with some reverend sisters who received him and how he was received and why they received him that way. In this short clip, you probably have seen it. Watch this in that same Anambra. Don't turn this song to national anthem in that place. So everybody now, right now, it could probably be your most trending song, random song online in 2025. Since everybody is now turning to Nawa Papa Bitiso, Nawa Mama Bitiso, and the rest. I'll bring you more from that place, okay? But first, let's say hello to SP. Is that SP is superintendent of police, Abi? SP, superintendent of police. You know why I've been like trying to remember that, right? Remember that old man that retired? The old man that retired retired as an SP, and they paid him 2.8 million naira as his gratuity pension, and they will be paying him about 45,000 or 50,000 naira as his retirement, or his pension rather, every month. So every time I remember SP Bright Edafe, Bright, still Bright, I always like, Bright, don't retire as SP. If you retire as SP, you must suffer couple. You probably have got a niche for himself. He's got a niche for himself with this content of a thing, interrogating victims as well as alleged culprits, criminals, right? Here is one where a lady was given money to keep and somebody else kind of, you know, deceived her and took the money away from her, and it became a bigger problem, you know, this crime of these petty crimes, right? And Bright Edafe, the Bright from Delta Police Command.
I am SP Edafe Bright, and this is Delta State Police Command. Today we are the Special Anti-Kidnapping and Cyber Crime Squad. They just proved to us once again that indeed Delta State Police Command is working. I always say there are 3 stages where we can fight crime. You can fight crime before, that is to prevent crime. You can fight crime even during, and you can also fight crime even after. And that is why it is very, very important to report cases to the police. You cannot say, oh, I've given them money, I want the matter to die. No, always come to us because we know our onions and we know what we are doing. Today we'll be interviewing 3 suspects. One of them is a 27-year-old lady who just got married March. She will be the one that will explain why she's here. but I can assure you that it will be very shocking. What is your name?
Merit Ele.
Merit. Okay, Merit got married March this year, and according to her, she said she was given money by a younger brother or elder brother, as the case may be, to purchase a tricycle, and she used that money to sponsor, you say your, what did you call it again?
Bridal shower.
Bridal shower. She used the money for her bridal shower. Now, it did not end there. On Sunday this week, that is, what's that date?
20th.
On the 20th of this month, July 2025, she told her husband she was coming, and the next thing we heard was that she has been kidnapped. The ransom money was paid. The ransom of how much? 3 million naira was paid. But the husband did not give up. The husband followed up with the case he had already reported at the State Special Anti-Kidnapping and Cybercrime Squad, and will continue to work until we arrested one of the suspects who eventually let the cat out of the bag. Now, you say your name is what? Merit. Okay, Merit. That money, the money you were saying your brother gave to you, what did you use it for?
I used it for my bridal shower.
Okay, make your answer very short, not stress me. You use it for your bridal shower.
Yes, sir.
So what now happened is your brother was asking you for the money.
Yes, sir.
So when he was asking for the money, what did you can't do?
I was just thinking of a way to raise the money, and I didn't see any way to.
So what did you can't do?
So I now masterminded the plan to forge that I was kidnapped.
You masterminded the plan to say you were kidnapped.
Yes, sir.
With who and who?
Peter and.
You don't know the other one name. Where you from? No, Peter.
He worked at where I was staying before as a security personnel there.
Okay. So how much your husband eventually paid?
3 million.
3 million. Who paid the money?
Him and my brothers.
Okay, your husband and your brothers.
Yes,
so when the 3 million come reach your hand, what will you come do?
We went to a POS woman shop.
Okay.
They transferred to the POS woman. So she put 2.5 in my account and gave them 500,000 naira cash.
Okay, you gave your accomplices 500,000, you 2.5 million. You don't hammer now. I don't be hammer, you hammer. So where the 2.5 million naira now?
It's my account, sir.
It's still in your account. So how do you feel as a wife? As a wife, how do you feel that you could do this to your husband?
I feel bad.
You feel terrible. Bad? Open your mouth.
You go chuku.
How long have you known this lady?
Never too day long ago.
Never too day long.
Since last year, yes.
Since last year. The day when she come meet you, say she won't do this thing, how she tell you say she what did she tell you say she won't do?
He tell me say his sister whether he don't come back. After say maybe he don't come back.
Me sister wey don't come back. Go straight to the point.
Okay, what he tell me? He tell me say whether pick report stay. After say yes, any problem. He say make a long package. Which package? I can tell me say him brother give am 3.6 million. Say make he use am buy keke. Use am go pay gamble. Say na him friend. Na him put am. I come tell say see am.
Okay, don't do it. Forget about what you tell am. So wetin she come tell you say she wan do next?
So you come tell me say he wan make I call one person. Yes, I remember one person dey work for bakery. Make him help am. Na make me come for.
Make dem help am do wetin?
Make am package. Na wetin talk say package.
Package what?
Package work. So you no talk the real.
So wetin una come eventually do?
So as his income, as I come call this guy now, he come explain the guy na wetin he spend for me. So the guy still tell am wetin I still tell am.
Okay, since you don't know wetin you go tell me, make I ask you question wey you go take talk wetin you know, the real matter. When she dey for the hotel, who dey make the call to the husband when they want to bring money?
Okay, now this one I first start dey make the call.
Then you too, you make your own call.
Yes.
Wetin una tell the husband?
When he comot.
Wetin una tell the husband?
Na wetin he tell us, everything wey we
talk am na talk the thing.
He say wetin he first talk say na 10 million.
Okay.
Yes, I say bet we go land up for 5 million.
So how much the husband come pay?
So wetin come pay na 3 million.
How much they give you?
Wetin dey my hand now na 225,000.
How much they give am?
Na him give me.
Okay, now share the money.
Na him give me.
So our audience, you see what greed is causing. And I really want to give kudos to the Command Special Anti-Kidnapping and Cybercrime Squad, because what they have done is indeed proper investigation that has led to the arrest of these 3 suspects. Nobody knew that she actually kidnapped herself until the suspect was arrested. This is Delta State.
Thank you very much. SP Bright, too bright. You see that questioning style? That's what makes him interesting to us. Okay. So when Bright interviews you or interrogates you, you automatically know that you are going to jail. You understand? Like you right there, you're going to say I'm guilty. Because Bright won't interview you if you are going to waste his time and not admit to the crime on camera. So I think they've advised him the legal implication of that. So they stop putting the face of the suspect on camera. So a lady was given 3.6 million naira by her own brother to go and buy tricycle for commercial stuff, right? Probably even for herself because she's pregnant. Now she used the money to gamble and used the rest of the money for bridal shower. 3.6 million. Oh. And rather than go back to her brother to confess, he hired 3 guys to fake a kidnapping, a abduction. So they had her in an hotel. All of them were there, you know, like ransom for kidnapping and all that. And the money was paid, another 3 million naira. You know? And then you hear the rest of the story. Nigeria. Somebody said that Shewo don't go do marriage. Marriage never even reached 6 months. So that time she had to now involve her husband. It was her brother first. This time it's going to now be her husband and her brothers. So for every crime, let me tell you something. Any crime that involves money is solvable. Honestly. The toughest one that may seem so like hard to solve is when you put your money in blockchain, like all this crypto and all what have you. They will still find it though. If it is the government that wants it, they will find it. They will find everything. You know? And that is why it is so surprising that billions and billions of money keeps missing in Nigeria. And then they are finding it difficult to jail the thieves. Simply because the money left Nigeria and there's nothing much they can do, you know. Let's beg them to bring the money back out of Nigeria so they can trace the money. Anything you are doing that involves money, transfer of money, phone calls, your crime is in the open, except if they are just not interested in following it through. You know, so Brights, thank you for that. And on that note is where I'm going to draw the curtain. You know, I always take advantage of us whenever we're not busy. I take advantage of that to get my early rest. So thank you so much for being part of this evening. And I am going to see you another time. Remember, all you have to do is to make sure that you like the broadcast, you share the broadcast, and you check your subscription as well. All right? And I'm going to see you tomorrow afternoon. Brunch time tomorrow. And other subsequent programs that will follow. So thank you. And
Lórí Facebook, and yes, we like Lórí YouTube.
Also in their supposed constitutional amendments or proposal, whatever, amendment rather, they are now trying to pair the honey of Ife as pairing with the Sultan of Sokoto as the co-chair of the Nigeria Traditional Rulers Council, or being a council of traditional rulers, whatever. So that in itself is also creating its own controversy, as others are like, are we not part of, you know?
Aṣòfin tí ń rúfin o, ayé sọ́ra yìí, òkúra olóṣèlú, ayé sọ́ra yìí, ọ̀jẹ̀lú ẹ̀ sọ́ra kì, ayé sọ́ra yìí.
Today. So good morning to you once again, brethren. Good afternoon to you, and good evening to you from wherever you are joining us. It is brunch time with Mayegun, as you can see on the screen. And to those of you who have shared the broadcast, I want to say thank you to you, okay? And to those who are just joining us, please do so before you get fully into this. In the last few days, surprisingly, right, I have been noticing this constant, more or less like a controlled form of a campaign. This, this tribal, divisive, hateful, bigoted messages directed as usual, or sorry, coming from one direction to the usual target, the Igbos. And I was like, hang on. So I started digging. And what was that? The Nigerian, National Assembly right now, they have been on this constitution amendment, right? Where they want to, rather than write a brand new constitution as supposedly democratic country, and do away with this military decree 24. So they have decided to keep patching and patching and patching. And the more they patch, the more controversial and the more divided the contraption is. Because the people are not really asked what they really want. Rather, they are being presented with already premeditated or predetermined conclusion. And so you are going to debate over it. So they want to create more states, because according to them, that is what will spread development. Wrong. Which means they will just create more offices for their, their political associates. So none of this is ever going to change the mismanaged, the badly run Nigeria. No. So the single proposal that majority of them have been shying away from is that let people be asked, do you want one Nigeria, or you just want your own independent autonomous region, even if you are still part of this contraption? They are not asking them. And there is reason for that. Because if that question is popped today, there is a chance that majority of those indigenous people of this current contraption are going to opt out and say, you know what, we'd rather be autonomous, an autonomous region, rather than be part of this fake contraption. But again, they are not asking people that. So they want to create what they think is the solution. Currently in Nigeria, their law says as a Nigerian, all right, you can live anywhere you want in Nigeria. You can live, you can work, you can do business in any part of Nigeria. That is on paper. Only few actually really, give that a shot. So by law, as a Nigerian, you can live anywhere. You can vote where you are living. But there is something. Nigeria is a country that is forced together without the consent of the people, right? They have, we are like ancestral people, kind of like indigenous people. And what makes us indigenous is that the land where we currently dwell, right? They are lands that were inherited from our own ancestors, who also inherited that from their own ancestors, talking about centuries of generations, and who have now become indigenous to their land. People are not found wanting. Every part of Nigeria, or everyone that is part of Nigeria today, except for a few places where people have been established that this is us. The only people, the only, people displacing people, dislodging them from their ancestral land, dislodging them from their indigenous land and all that, disconnecting them, is no other than the government. And then lately, the Fulani terrorists and their sponsor. So people knows where they come from. They know who they are. And they don't even need a politician to explain that to them or trying to twist them and all that. So the real problem are not being addressed. the problem of disjointed union, a union that was never of our own making. It was foisted, we were forced together, and then they foisted this based on us, and here we are, unable to actually make it work. So the only way it could work is when you ask these people, okay, how do you want to be governed? But they are not interested in that. Rather, they continue to steer more controversies, more divisive rhetorics and all of that. And now in this Nigeria of today, right, this is the tough of the Ronukus, if we are being honest. The Ronukus have been screaming at the top of their lungs that whoever cares to listen, that anybody who openly criticize or oppose Tinubu or APC is considered as enemy of Yorubas. You see, this jaundiced, myopic reasoning, we have a sizable number of them who actually continue to push this. Now, around that time is when another, what's it they call them? An loquacious Igbo politician decided to push a bill called Indigenous Bill. What's in that? Benjamin Kalu, that mofo, that has become more or less like, a cause to, just like others, so a cause to the Igbos, especially since the emergence of this APC. I won't go too much into that, but this particular one. So it is said that Benjamin Kalu and others, they were pushing in fact, they've actually submitted a bill that has passed the first reading, second reading. And what was in that? They are pushing a law that would then make everyone, for instance, now, me as a Yoruba man, I am a Yoruba man and I'm proud as a Yoruba man. I'm proud of that heritage. No joke, right? And I don't want to be anything else. I don't want to be Igbo. I don't want to be Hausa. I don't want to be Kanuri. I don't want to be British. Do you understand that, right? I'm a Yoruba and I'm kind of like happy with that. All right. Now, if I decide to go and live in Britain, for instance, it simply means that, you see, if their law says, oh, to become British by marriage, which is also something like that, by marriage, it also, mind you, by marriage in Nigeria, we have had what they call the intermarital kind of like, bond or bonding, where we've had people who have married from other tribe and they have kind of like, in that regard, right, they've sort of like shared their ancestral, blood linkage and the rest of that. You see somebody will say, oh, my mom is Hausa, my dad is Yoruba, so I'm Yoruba. And I can also be Hausa as well. That kind of a thing, like dual heritage of a thing. So that too is there, is not being taken off. But politicians decided to wade into that, right? Make mess of it. Ignore what is real problems, right? And make this one of probably their new problems. And what is that? So they are proposing a bill that, not proposing, in fact, currently is past the second reading. So the bill is to make every person, right? If you are born outside your ancestral or indigenous enclave in Nigeria, right? So if you are born, for instance, if you are an Igbo person and you are born in Abeokuta, for example, so you have automatically become a Yoruba by that law. So it simply means Chima, whose parents are from Okigwe, but he's born in Abeokuta, and automatically he is an indigene of Abeokuta. That is so wrong, considering the fact that Nigeria's citizenship already gave you that, right? If Chima is born in Lagos, all right, Chima is a Nigerian. He's got all the right of every Nigerian to run and do whatever he wants to do in that Lagos, except to run for office. I have to actually mention that too. Just to let you know that this indigenous of a thing or ancestral connection of a thing is so strong in that contraption that it also exposes their fraudulent one Nigeria as well. So let me break that down. So as a Nigerian, Normally in a working country, sure you get as a Nigerian, where you are supposed to be entitled to live anywhere, work anywhere, do business anywhere, and then vote anywhere and be voted for anywhere that you have resided for a certain period of time, maybe 3 years or 5 years, paid your taxes and all of that. So as a citizen of one country. But the truth is that there is no one Nigeria. It's all fake. So an Igbo man that, well, maybe an Igbo man has a chance to run in Lagos as a Lagosian born in Lagos, all right? But an Igbo man can't run for any office in Abeokuta because he's born in Abeokuta, right? Because he will tell you that he's not indigenous to Abeokuta. He is not indigenous to Ijebu. An Hausa man can come down to Udogbolu and say he wants to be the local government chairman of Udogbolu. It can happen. So do you see the what do you call that? The contradiction in what was supposed to be one country? If they all agreed to actually be one, that wouldn't have been an issue, but it is an issue. So they made a proposal, or should I say the bill passed the second reading in March. This is end of July. Since March, there was no wind, there's no much force and all that until last a few days, when, as if it's pretty much like, choreographed. Give me a sec. Like it is choreographed and say, hey, hang on, today, can we just go on and push that the Igbos are trying to force themselves, they want to take over Yoruba land. That's why they are pushing the indigenous bill. I bet some of you here who are like Igbos from the southeast of Nigeria probably never even heard of this bill until now, right? So you'll see somebody and you'll be wondering and say, why should the Igbos want to take over our land? And say, which land? Alaye, you don't even get land. Hang on, where did you get that from? You say, have you heard about the bill that one Igbo man is pushing? That Igbo man is saying that, you see, if you are born outside your own, your own region, right, you can automatically become an indigene of that place. Why would they, So when you hear that, you'll be like, no, I don't want to be Yoruba. At least, I have to be honest with you, as much as a lot of our people enjoys their, intertribal relationships and the rest of that. I am here to see any Igbo man that is like desperate or begging to be a Yoruba man. And I'm here to see a Yoruba man who wants to be an Igbo man. Or a Fulani man who wants to be an Ibibio person. Or a Jaw woman who is tired of being a Jaw and she can't wait to become a Fulani. So you see these criminal politicians, right? So they're pushing this. And the Ronukus, they have grabbed it. Sorry, I just seen one Ashiri deal. Moshudi. Mabino Moshudi. Like they don't know that but just bye. There's a chance I pay. Give me a circle. So there's a chance that Odishi become ya. Moshudi. Washidi neo. Shobonse. Moshudi. So the point I'm trying to make here is this. I don't want to be Igbo. No Igbo probably want to be Yoruba. So what that simply means is that there are things that are supposed to be like real priority in a way, right? Where they could dedicate all their time than what they are doing. And then the Ronukus that have weaponized this, maybe some of them will join us in this chat. And once we see them, I can take care of them. So the Ronukus, averagely, they are the sewage dwellers, the worst, the dredge of the society. Most of them who appear to be educated, right? That's actually what makes it worse. So an average Ronuku that is suffering and smiling inside that sewage that is dwelling or living, right, is so triggered. Since, like I said, it's been choreographed. It's been like, oh, you know what? Let us go and push this one today. Right? Let's go and push this one today. And say they are coming, they are using law to come and change, to come and take over our land. An average Ronuku is an hungry individual that can't even afford a 3 square meal. And right there, he's so triggered that some people are coming to take his land. They've told them that, which land? In Papa no get land. In Mama no get land.
Possibly most of his own ancestors are probably, you know. Some of them who also kind of like inherited lands that we are talking about land, because land is so important. People's connection with their land is so important. Because when you look at those lands, some of you will look at the lands and you'll be like, oh, they're just lands. They are not just lands. Those are the lands that actually, you know, takes in our own ancestors for hundreds, if not thousands of years. They died, they toiled, they sweated, they bled, they died on those land that you see. They are not just lands that you can say, go and take another one there. Whose land are you going to take? But an average Ronukus, beggar Ronukus, what do you call it, suffering and smiling Ronuku, is told that the reason why he is poor, wretched, poorly educated, and obviously right now being misdirected, is because some people are coming to take his land. And when I see messages like this, I love tackling them from front so that everybody can at least know where you belong. All right? When I say where you belong, it simply means that if the criminals who are in charge of Nigeria really cares, I have broken this down a few times, okay? And I'll do it again. The breakup of Nigeria, it's like in two ways, options. So nobody say you don't even get option, you get two. The first one is outright. May everybody to go a separate way. We'll stop pretending. Let everybody stop pretending. Go your separate ways. I'll go mine. Straightforward. And we'll still be neighbors, like sharing border and all of that stuff, and trade. And what have you? Whoever wants to come to any other side, you get to know where you are going, and you can make up make your choices and all that. The second one is that, okay, that you love this contraption so much, one Nigeria. How about everybody stays in their region? Not stays like that. I mean, everybody controls their own region, in which if I am crossing from Onitsha to the part of, what do you call the Niger, the Delta, Edo side, if they are their own region, governed by their own laws, so I will get to know where I'm going, and I will have to be very careful. Do you understand that? By making sure that, you see, whatever it is, their own laws and norms and what have you, I would have to abide. So not even just that, especially on the issue of insecurity, which has further polarized that contraption, if we are being honest, right? So, two options. Anything apart from this is a pure deceit and fuckery. You get? So, a Ronuku that is currently being denied proper education. A Ronuku that managed to get poor education and currently is jobless. She's jobless. They are hiring them on social media, offering them 20,000 naira to keep pushing rhetorics and narratives that says somebody is coming to take their land. And when you look at them, these are very wretched of the society. They have nothing. Nothing. Most of them are unemployed, unemployable. There's a difference between being unemployed and unemployable. You see, if you are employable and you have no job right now, that means you just currently don't have job now, unemployed. But at the same time, tomorrow you may have a job. Most of these Ronukus are complete stark dredge. They are unemployed, unemployable ever. And the only job they could give to them is this possibly 8 years of bigotry of Tinubu. And when they are done with them, they will leave them in the lodge. But how could people be so stupid and so gullible enough, right, that the move of criminal politicians, as we have been witnessing, right, the move of the criminal politicians got you so distracted that another set of criminal politicians are now weaponizing what ordinarily never serves the interest of anybody. Benjamin Kalu's whatever agenda doesn't serve the Igbo, doesn't serve anybody. But the fact that he's an Igbo person is a fit for their bigotry agenda. I don't know if you have come across it. It's trending everywhere. They are making it more or less like the Igbos came together. And they now said, you know what? We want to be indigenous of another place. Who wants to be indigenous of any other place? Who? Anyway, here are other things that were actually said in March. Now, you see this video, when it gets to like 1:57 minute, 1 minute 57 seconds, That's the part of the indigenous nonsense they are pushing. Kill the bill, fine. Or why would you make that an opportunity to weaponize your tribal, ethnic, religious bigotry that has kept you so divided? And look at the criminals who are milking you. Kolu is about to go and collect another 40 to 50 trillion naira debt, basic, on your name. But you will not get any, you will not get 1 foot of, one foot of land. Is on social media, spreading this hatred, funded or weaponized by your oppressors. Now I'll play this, right? I'll come back. The line is pretty much open though, but we'll come back to that. Here was some of the abuse they were pushing. This was far back in March, when it gets to 2 minutes. Listen.
A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended by amending Part 1 of the first schedule and creating additional 3 states, Okeogun State, Ijebu State, and Ife, Ijesa State, and for related matters. Second reading. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to make provision for the creation of Tiga State from the present Kano State with headquarters in Rano and for related matters. Second reading. A bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended to create a new state in the southeastern region of Nigeria known as Olu State and for related matters. Second reading. To create an additional state in the southeast region of Nigeria carved from the existing 5 states to be known as Etiti State with capital at Okigwe and for related matters. Second reading. A bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to establish and provide roles for traditional rulers in Nigeria and provide for the recognition of the advisory law of traditional rulers in the Constitution and for related matters. Second reading. A bill for an act to alter the provisions of the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to grant citizenship rights to spouses of women from Nigeria, specify the minimum number of youths and women that may be appointed into specific offices and for related matters. Second reading. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 as amended to guarantee indigent status to persons by reason of death or continued residence for a period not less than 10 years or by reason of marriage and for related matters. Second reading. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to include citizenship by investment as one of the classes of citizenship in Nigeria, provide for the acquisition of Nigerian citizenship by qualified foreign investors who meet specified investment thresholds and for related matters. Second reading. A bill for an act to alter the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria 1999 to review the penalties for certain capital offenses in alignment with relevant international best practices and for related.
We don't need the rest. Sorry about that. Somebody said that the audio is poor. So I hold my mic again. It gets better when I hold the microphone, even though it makes me go like, yeah. So another person also said that it's actually a good idea if you want to build a country, you know, like if foreigners can become citizens of Nigeria. Do you understand now? So for instance, now me, by virtue of my own residency in the UK, okay, so I can be British by that paper, nothing beyond that, and whatever privilege that comes with that British passport, that's just that. That will never make me a Londoner. It won't make me a Glaswegian. It won't make me a Scottish. Even if I call myself, oh yeah, I won't even call myself Scottish. Together now. So there's something about indigenous, all right? There is originality of it. And you can't adopt it. I can have a baby with you, like I have a child with you, and that child would inherit, what do you call it, to background in that sense, Abi. Or I can't say, oh, because I have lived in this country for nearly 14 years now, or I have lived in Scotland for nearly 14 years, and Scotland is part of the United Kingdom as a country. So United Kingdom government will give me the British passports. Now, British passports just kind of like confer on me, the privilege and to travel to do this or that and all that stuff. That won't, and I may be addressed or called British, right, by that paper. But I'm not British, because to be British, you have to be either from Scotland, which is part of, or you have to be English, which is the England. You have to be Welsh, or you have to be Irish, Northern Irish, or Scottish. Even within Scotland, right, there are like further other tribes. No, she not tribe, I will call them like other subgroups, who's their own, their own indigenous tribal connection to their land is even like also deeper and deeper. So when you have 4 regions that comes together and they say, oh, Welsh, Irish, Scottish, English, they call them British. So British, everyone is British. Well, everyone is not Scottish. Every British is not Scottish. Every Scot is British. Every English is British. Right? Do you get that now? But not every English is Scottish. Not every Welsh is Scottish or Irish, Welsh. It doesn't work that way. So similarly in Nigeria, I suppose, assuming you have a country, but you don't. You don't. This is not how to build a country. There's nothing called national connection, national cohesion that you can say, oh, if not for this. I've been trying to find that if it existed before, even faintly, the line is now blurred or even gone. Doesn't exist anymore. And this is the truth. Now, there's nothing wrong if you feel like it is redeemable. It is an opinion. And there's nothing wrong if we say it is irredeemable as well. It is also an opinion. But ours can be backed with antecedent, precedent, and, evidence of what has happened that prompted us to say now is irredeemable. You get that now? So, Nigeria already granted you a worthless citizenship because it's almost worthless. Yeah. Nigeria is a place where, this is why we said it's a fake place, it's not real. I'll tell you again. Nigeria is a place where, by law, I, Mayegun General, I can practice any religion that I want, anywhere, anytime, and nobody has the right to question me. But in real life, is that true? Is it true in real life? Let's be honest. Is that true? Have you not read about how the Ilorin Muslims, Ilorin Afars, have been waging endless war against the traditionalists in the same country? They are supposed to be the same citizens, the same right, in the same place. The traditionalists didn't go to mosque and take it over. They didn't go to church and take it over, right? But the Islamists in Kwara, I don't even want to tell you about the Islamists in the Sharia North. Those ones will kill you straight away. In Nigeria, straight up. But I'm supposed to be a Nigerian that has rights. Oh, I'm a businessman. I'm interested in trading legal business. Now I intend to open up, hotels, drinking joints, and the rest of that, hospitality business, in northern part of Nigeria. People will be telling me that I am looking for trouble. And if I get killed, they would praise my killers and say, I caused it. Why would you leave your place and come to northern Nigeria and be selling ogogoro? Ogogoro is not illegal in Nigeria. It is not. But the religious fanatics can get me killed without any consequence or consequences in that contraption. They've done it. They have. So this is why people like us believe that it is a fake place. Stop lying to yourself. Stop pretending that you could make something out of nothing. You can build something good out of a trash. It doesn't work that way. But good luck if you think, yeah, it is possible. At least there are those who believe that a donkey spoke to a man because God made him speak. I'm not questioning your faith. I'm just saying that sometimes some of us just want to be honest. As much as our honesty or our bluntness can be considered, can be seen as a rude. And so others can say, oh, it is condescending. No, being honest is not condescending. It shouldn't be, you know? Except if it was a lie. So the idea of them passing indigenous this or indigenous that doesn't serve the interest of anybody in that contraption. No one's and we are still pointing out the real issue to say, hey, rather than waste your time on this frivolity that continue to, keep people divided, something that the bigoted Ronukus have always been so happy to amplify, weaponize, and go as far as attacking people physically for this. Here is another one. In Nigeria, I don't know how they did it, and I bet the criminals who wrote your fake constitution did it. The African Wahala. Come and hear this. So, Director's Court, Lababs, all of you who are there. And maybe some of you actually knew then, right? They said that it is, in Nigeria, the Sultan of Sokoto is the permanent chairman of the Nigerian Muslims. Is like a lifetime chairman, Sultan of Sokoto. So meaning all Nigerian Muslims are under the Fulani rulership, whether you like it or not. And there are those who are willing and ready to start a jihad. If any of you from outside northern Nigeria, even within Yoruba land, we have those who are ready to start a jihad. If you dare challenge what I just told you now. Now that is religion. The Nigerian traditional rulers. Nigeria traditional rulers. The Obis, the Obas, the what do you call them? Until now, they said that the Sultan of Sokoto is their lifetime president or lifetime chairman. Like, you understand, like nobody should contest or compete it with him. All your paramount rulers from everywhere, there could be anything, but as long as this contraption Nigeria is concerned, they are under your Sultan of Sokoto. She Sultan of Sokoto na royal father. Abi more history. History of Sultan of Sokoto. Is that a royal father? The Fulani jihadist, like Alhaji Shekau, led by Uthman Danfodio, slaughtered the local leaders of the Hausas and other tribes that are in between the Hausa land at the time. And then the Fulani Daran that's never been a king or anything anywhere suddenly appointed a sultan. And that sultan is like, it's, when you say the chief of, it's like the preacher. You understand now? The one that they have now turned to royal is Royal Highness. It's Royal Highness. In Nigeria, historically. Historically. So today, that Sultan of Sokoto is now, not now, has been the chairman, like the lifetime chairman of, and they said that is the British. They said not British, not Britain, ranked them. I don't have any record of that. But of course, say it is Nigeria. Not all those things has to be written. They don't have to be written. Somebody just needs to say it and others will just be, really? So it's a place where they ranked them. I'm a Yoruba man. And my own king is called the Alaye of Odogbolu. Alaye, the owners of this art, so to say. Alaye of Odogbolu. Because it's the second to the gods. It's like the messenger of the gods on earth.
Sure you get. So the Alaye as our king, and that's our own Alaye by ranking as Yoruba concern. So as Ijebu concern to start with, Awujale of Ijebu land is our own paramount ruler. He is the king that make other kings. Do you get that now? He is a king that give crowns to other kings from all the surrounding towns and villages. So therefore, when you see one Awujale like that, there are more than 200 other kings. I mean, small kings of small towns, big towns under Awujale of Ijebu land. So you don't just see him with that Izirukere and say, "Oh, is that the king?" I mean, and I believe that I don't know if that's the same with the Honey of Ife, but I am very sure that's the same with the Alaafin of Oyo. Is a paramount ruler too. Alaafin of, Honey of Ife is not a king. Honey of Ife is the chief priest. He is not a king. However, over time, politically, he's been lifted to that size, and somehow, he's been compared to another chief priest of the Fulanis, the Satan of Sokoto. So, Satan of Sokoto, Honey of Ife, the two of them who happen to be like, these are not kings. But today in Nigeria, in this disjointed contraption, these two are now they want to pair Honey with the Satan of Sokoto, and these two will now be in charge of the Nigerian royal family. So all of you will get your own. Alaafin for you is another king that make kings. I don't know how you do it in your own tribe or your own ethnic group and all that, but I'm just giving you instances of ours here, right? So if you see Alake of Egba, that king of Egba, it's not just Alake just there. So he's also Alake that makes other kings. So when you see kings that crown other kings, they are called paramount rulers. So all these paramount rulers, they scattered everywhere. And every tribe is unique, in my own opinion. Every tribe is unique. Every ethnic nationality is very much unique. And a system that never really acknowledges this, a system that is grading them based on their political relevance to this establishment, right? Without the people, we never actually represent the true picture of things. And that's exactly what is going on there. So people are kind of like concerned. What about the Oba of Benin? What about the Obi of Onitsha? What about the Guam of Jos? What about the Adara of Adara Kingdom? People started kind of like mentioning names of other paramount rulers all over the place. And they are coming down to, are you now saying that everybody is under these two now? Nigeria don't fuck already, right? So this is also part of that. I'm keeping my line open though, because I want to make sure that we try that line this afternoon. So finally, there is this part that after all said and done, there's something we all need to be reminded of. There are one second. Right. Sorry, give me a sec. So Kolu has received the approval of the National Assembly to go and take $21 billion, 2.2 billion euros, 6.5 million euro grants, 15 billion yen, Japanese yen, all of this to fund 2025 budget. The same demo that are kind of currently falsifying data, lying to all of you, pushing the agenda. He has revived this, he has increased the IGR of this, he has increased the all those nonsense. Give me 1 second. So we just received now that Kolu, who himself also just got the approval of the National Assembly, I think it was last week. So what that simply means is that Nigeria's current debt is over 200 trillion, but they are not making that official yet. Do you understand? So they're making that official. What do you call it? One president, I think they said is 149 to 150 trillion naira. That's how much Nigeria debt is. Lies. Now, if you convert this new loan approval and when Tinubu finally gets the money, if you convert the whole thing to naira, Nigeria naira,
it all comes to nearly 41 trillion. 41 trillion naira. That's how much it will come to when you convert all the money. Now, 41 trillion naira. Now, if you say, Kolu that told you that they are doing a policy that they are giving local government more money now, I have done analysis on this before. If many of you can remember, I said when Bukwari was there, right? A dollar was 420 naira, 425 naira to $1. So a local government here in Nigeria then were receiving, each local government, I'm talking about the list now. The least local government in Nigeria then was receiving at least 250 million naira. So what that means is that when you look at that 250 million naira, I'm a very terrible math guy, so I'm just going to give you random close to or a bit above a figure now, okay? So when you do the division, right? So how much is going to make $1 million? $1 million will be 400. No, hang on, sorry. They were receiving as the local government that received least at the time was receiving nothing less than 450 million naira. Go and verify it so. As at 2023. So exchange rate was 420 naira. So that simply put, I mean, you can simply put it that a local government in Nigeria that received the lowest allowance under Bukwari received at least $1 million every month. It shock you? No, shock you. Don't let it shock you. That's just what that is. But they stole it. They stole the money, of course. Then Tinubu came, or Angon, and then the debt of Nigeria, officially then, they put it at 104 billion. Right? 104 billion means 100 billion. That's going to be like 80-something trillion or so. That's what they put it at, but that figure itself is not really accurate. But let's work with it. Okay, let's work with that. So, today, they will tell you that a local government receives as much as, or the least paid local government in Nigeria today receive as much as 600, 700 million naira. There are those that receives as much as 1.2 billion today. 1.2 billion. Now we'll do the conversion. Let's do the conversion. Let's assume that a local government that was receiving 450 million in 2023 now receives 1.2 billion. Do you think that local government got more money in value or less? Tifnubunomic. I mean, I'm not an economist, but I think you have an idea where I'm going with that, Abi. You do. 1.2 billion in 2025 allocation, or 450 million in 2023. Which one do you think, in today's economic reality, which one do you think is more? I'll help you. So, in 2023, 450 million naira is more than $1 million. You dey listen? Because you are going to need $1.1 million to get a cash of, or if you have a cash of 450 million in 2023, you will get $1.1 million. In 2025, 1.2 billion is less than $700,000. So now answer me again. Do you think that Tinubu and his propagandists telling you that their local governments are making more money now because of Tinubu, do you think they get sense? Or do you think you get sense for believing them? They've destroyed your economy. They've devalued it. They've floated your currency, because these were the conditions given to them before they gave them the loans that got you here. You see this one they want to go and get again. Let them continue to doctor the book. Inflation is coming down. Nigerian naira is gaining is blah, 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 blah. Foreign reserve is increasing. And all those lies and nonsense they told you, but yet you can't feel it anywhere. Like you are supposed to be feeling it and say, oh, it's true. Yeah. So these are the lies. You know, so they are going on now to go and get an extra 41 trillion. Why do you need 41 trillion if you are making so much money? Nobody is stealing the crude oil anymore, Abi. I'm just asking. You know, so why do you need so much money? And what are the conditions? So by the time they take on this, by the time they take on this, then you should be so ready for another round of propaganda, gaslighting, blackmail, lies, everything they can to make you believe that now you be the problem. Now you know they wish Nigeria well. You're always sad when you hear good news. God bless you, Charade. They will say you are sad. You are a very sad person. Why are you not happy that Nigeria is getting good news? Because the good news is not news. It's a lie. And it's actually a very dangerous lie in the sense that every lie told by this guy actually affects lives. There are lives involved. Ask them why. They told you something now because they know you are going to forget in the next 3 months. Then they will repackage it and retold. They will retell it again. And then you're going to be surprised. Yeah, really? Okay, yeah. And then they're going to do that again. That is the modus operandi of the APC. And it is ideal, right, to always remember that. So pay attention to what they are doing, not what they are saying. Labor Zoba. I mean, be all right by that. They say it is always better when you are dealing with con men, fraudulent people. Pay attention to what they are doing, not what they say. Because words are just words. There are people that are very good with words. But watch what they are doing. It is what they are doing that tells the real story, not what they are saying. And that's the way I've been dealing with APC. If you know them very well, I do. So again, I've let that out. I'll take a short break. And let's see if the line works. I've got a caller now. Let's see if it works. Hello there. Hello.
Hello?
Yeah, can you hear me?
I can hear you. I'm sorry about that.
Oh, okay. So I picked the call, right? So, and I hope, and I think the line is clear as well. If you can hear me.
Yeah,
so that the line is clear.
Perfect. Loud and clear and perfect.
Fantastic. And who am I speaking to right now?
Yeah, my name is Shane. I actually want to, I don't know if you're actually aware about
right,
this crazy thing that went on in Ghana, where we had this guy that was actually looking at setting up a community. I think he said Igbo community, where people can come in and Igbos all over the world, they could come in and,
chill, like where you have this Chinatown, stuffs like that.
Exactly.
Where they can have, hotels, shopping centers, even schools, hospitals, and other. I know.
I called into a program a few days ago, and everybody on that program literally were against this guy creating this community. And I said, was it a crime in their constitution that he's trying to create a community where I looked at the constitution of Ghana? It said if anybody is interested in creating a community, there's no holding you back. There's nothing that stops you from creating. And I said, now I'm in New York. We have a Jewish community.
Yes.
I've never seen anybody coming against. And do you know they have a head? Someone that actually controls the Jews in New York.
I mean, it's normal practice. That's how people keep themselves together. in foreign lands.
Outside Israel, they are concentrated in Brooklyn. And they have a head that controls every of their affairs. Somebody that they are subject to.
Yeah,
somebody
the guy that rallies everybody around.
You understand what I'm talking about?
Common cause.
I now looked at it. I said, why is it when a black man is trying to set up something, most especially people look at the Igbos and say, oh, they do too much and all of that. What is the basis? Has he committed any crime?
It is unfortunate though, right? I've had this conversation, and there are Igbos themselves, right? There are Igbos who feels like sometimes, you know, they're like, sometimes if people are treating us or want to treat you like this, how about you return such investment to the region? But that is kind of like, you know, it's wrong in my own opinion, right? Because a lot of us, and there are other people who are possibly also living in Nigeria too, from other parts of the world. And I have examples. Look at the Indians. The Indians have, in all these parts, you know, that Lekki, Free Trade Zone, all those areas, right? You know, they have their own hectares of a place of recovered land there that they are building their own main Indian community there right now as we speak. Do you understand? Absolutely. And people, you know, I don't know, Africans, right? People are comfortable. They have no problem with anyone who is not African, right? Yeah. If you are non-African and you come to Africa to do things in all these places where a lot of things happen, so people barely raise any eyebrow. But if you are an African in either Nigerian or anything, anywhere, countries like South Africa and recently Ghana, right? It baffles. It baffles, man. Yeah. Kaba?
You remember, there's a place you said you were living in Lagos. I can't remember what that place. I think it's Ilukweju. Do you know we have this Indian community?
My neighbor, our neighbor for Ilukweju, along Fumi Street in Ilukweju, they are Indians in front of my house like this.
In large numbers.
In large numbers, if you go to Ilukweju Estate.
In large numbers. And nobody said a word that they should not come. And I was like, why is it that when the black man is trying to come up with something, he never commits any form of terrorism? No. They never charge anything. What is wrong with that? And most especially these Yorubas. I said, what is wrong with us?
It is mostly politically motivated. And you see, that's one thing I always want to be, you know, make sure I clear on MAIYEGUN'S diary Politico. You see these guys who are pushing these rhetorics and these narratives, right? They themselves are, you can call them self-sabotaging Yorubas too. They do not represent the Yorubas. Because if you see how they treat their fellow Yorubas as well, it's worse than what they say to non-Yorubas. Just simply because if you cannot align with that, because it's always been Tinubu's political tool. For those who knows him very well, people were asking, how did the likes of Tinubu take over Lagos? It wasn't because he gave money to the Lagosians, the real indigenous of Lagos, the real ones who are like the real Lagosians. So no, he didn't. They bullied them away.
I'm from Lagos.
Yeah,
I can't raise up my hand and say, okay, I want to vie for a position.
No anymore.
They would shut me down.
No anymore.
Use their thugs. I keep saying that people are not scared of the police, the army. The thugs on the street, because the thug he knows where you live. He knows when you go out to work. He knows when you go back. He knows when you sleep.
You know.
So he who controls the street controls everything. Yeah. So he has the street, so there's nothing we can do about it. So I don't know if people will start changing up their mind and just look at.
I'll tell you what will happen. Okay, I'll tell you something. I know this is like more or less like what they would say a surrender tactic, but it is not. I'll tell you. There was a time, Baba, because whatever Tinubu is doing right now, or those around him are doing, all these narratives they are pushing, we've never had it up to this national scale before, okay? But there's something so similar to it. And his name was Adedibu in Ibadan. Do you get that? You remember him? Man, this man was such a menace that you will be wondering, are there no real people in Ibadan, like elite in Ibadan? Are there no educated people in Ibadan? Are there no other powerful people in Ibadan? He lived like that.
He was actually copying Akitola.
Remember,
I think he was trying to use it. Yeah, exactly.
But where is he today? If you go to Molete today, you will never believe that this was once a place where they were making governors, ministers, and all those positions. This same place. You see something about Kolu, which a lot of people should be asking the Ronukus, is that what will happen after Kolu? Do you understand? Like, who is now going to come and fund this bigotry this way anymore?
I can't wait for that.
The real Yorubas are watching too. You get what I mean? That the real Yorubas are watching, and majority of them just keeping quiet and keeping quiet. They did such a dirty job, right? They ensured that they made the normal, you know, as a Yoruba person, if somebody insults me and insult my tribe, right, in that manner, I can do anything, including going a verbal attack on that person too. Sure, you get?
Absolutely.
Because that's something that will probably make me feel satisfied that, oh, your people. Then it got to a stage, I was like, man, I'm gonna. You see this bigotry that we are talking about. Do you know that majority of the people who have joined their bigotry, they actually didn't like Tinubu?
Absolutely, you're right.
So many of them actually hated APC. But somehow,
the last election actually showed now.
You get? So somehow, the Ronukus have managed to convince them that those who are criticizing Tinubu, they are not doing so because of Tinubu. They are doing so because he's a Yoruba man. And why? When you read online, you see some people say, man, these Yorubas don't spoil this country. Now Yorubas, they support this nonsense. So me as a Yoruba person who doesn't have any discerning mind, I'll be like, I'm not supporting him. Okay, you know what? If you are insulting my tribe, if you are insulting my people, then I'm going to insult yours too. Mind you, I'm not with Tinubu. So the Ronukus have been able to leverage on it that they didn't even have to do much. All they have to do is just go and say something about the Igbos. And the Igbos will attack. And as a Yoruba person reading it, I will not feel comfortable and be like, look, see what this person said about Yoruba. Now Google kill you. You this Igbo, this Igbo, this Igbo, that Igbo. And that's what they want. The job is done.
It's terrible. It's terrible. In fact, it got to the next thing. I was speaking to one of my aunts. She was like, the Igbo, their own is too much. They keep saying, I said, look, you are in the UK. Because we actually did a visa for us to just come and, see. I have a younger brother in the UK.
Right.
Look around you. They're different. They're Bangladesh. They are Pakistani. They don't live among people. Like the Jews, they don't live among anybody. They section themselves. I said, so what is wrong with me saying that I want to stay with my own kind of people, with my own kind of culture?
To have our own small, well, tightly knitted community. It happens everywhere.
A particular time, when I was in Lagos, I sent this guy, he's also an Igbo guy. Then I never had a visa. I sent money to him. He's going to get stuff from me, send it back to Nigeria. So eventually I got a visa. Now got to the United States. I said, okay, you know what? Since I'm in the United States, you are back home. I'll buy whatever it is I need to buy. I'll buy it, send it to you. You help me sell and all of that.
Yep.
Exactly. Along the line, things got rough. I sent some products. I never got back my money. So now I have to use that same, because of what I actually experienced, and leave it
on it, because all you will need is that just need to hear one or two people to say the same thing and be like, now so that they do. Meanwhile, somebody else is going to come and say, oh, my best number one business partner is a Yoruba man. Or is an Igbo man.
So why would I use that yardstick to judge? I said,
it's deliberate.
So sad. And I expected, like all these are religious leaders, and I expected them to come up and, because if you go to their church,
to educate the people, but no, they are building on it.
God.
They are all building on it.
I expected the Adeboye Oyedepo to come out and dig in on this thing. Look, this is not what we stand for. We have Igbos in this church. We have Yoruba. We have every other person in this church.
But what about the Igbos in APC? Baba, they have Igbo governors, APC governor. They have Igbo ministers.
And they're not saying a word.
They have Igbo senators. They have Igbo this, Igbo that. Within that space, Baba, what happened to those ones? Are they also being... God damn it, man.
They're also feasting for me. They're also feasting from the chaos.
And now everybody's feasting on it now, feeding from it, Baba.
I don't know.
If you listen to the politician, you listen to politician. Somebody will say, you see, we all need to come together. In fact, our brother from the east, they need to learn how to assimilate. Now, politicians, they talk that on TV. Politicians, they talk that thing on TV. Say our southeast brothers, they need to learn how to come together and let us all come together in this country instead of us being divided. What are you talking about? Why would you go on TV and begin to make it look like, oh, the Igbos are? Have you not been hearing such rhetoric, Baba? Like everybody, they are advising the East. We are advising the East. It's all deliberate. It's called dog whistle, Baba.
You remember what happened in Rwanda? This is the same thing that happened in Rwanda. Where they
slowly push a build near now. That's how it built up now.
Even within 5 days, they killed 800,000 people within 5 days. With human being, no? With what? Not with gun.
They don't get gun, no, Baba. You know what is even like shocking, There are 800,000 people killed in those days, Baba. They don't use one gun like this. Now machete, they are macheting themselves, stoning people, planking people to death. 800,000. Imagine they get gun.
If it's not that it is deliberate, you say something very, very correct. You said, look at Tinubu. Look at what Tinubu is. That Tinubu was the architect of this. He has never for once come out and said, "Look,
it won't.
This has to stop. We have to criminalize whoever it is that is trying to
build. Yeah, that's why he built his political success on. They called Jimmy Agbaje. They called him Jimmy Shuku.
Just imagine.
Just so that they can say he's representing the Igbo. So this is their trade. This is them. They called him Jimmy Shuku. Jimmy has nothing to do. Jimmy Agbaje. Baba, I'll take another one. Yeah.
I'm so grateful. Thank you so much.
God bless you, Baba. Thank you so much as well for stopping by. Now let's have this. This may be Charm. Zalidi, Lady Charm.
Hello, Mayegu. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon to you. How are you?
I'm fine, thank you. I joined your platform today.
Yes, so I didn't forget to connect the line this time. Yesterday was funny, right? I was doing everything so rush. Then I was like, oh yeah, let's take calls now, but I forgot we are now using a new broadband, not the one again. So I've got to change that. But I discovered late, then I just built. But I think it's working now.
Yeah, I think so. Obviously, I'm watching you. I'm fine, thank you. I'm good. Enjoying the British weather.
Yeah, we thought we should have a conversation around those who are trying to steer the honest nest right now by causing unnecessary division. And the Ronukus are weaponizing that as if to say the Igbos are begging to be Yoruba or begging to be any other indigene of anywhere.
Listen, Mayegu, let's imagine that you had a country where you didn't see, like, the Yoruba man didn't see the Igbo man as a problem, or the Igbo man didn't see, the Yoruba man as a problem, or, just that the tribes that we all got along, right? Okay, imagine, forget about, tribes getting along. Imagine you have a Yoruba nation, right? Where they had no other, no other tribes in there, okay? When would your politicians wake up and tell you it was your problem? Can they get up and say to you that, oh, is Yoruba, the Igbo man is your problem? You look around, there's no Igbo person there. They will ask you, what are you talking about? There are no Igbos here.
So no one to blame here.
So no one to blame. No one to, label and say, okay, these are the people who are causing your problem. These are the people who are, it's because of them, things are not working the way they're meant to work. When the politicians don't have that, right, then they can't control the people. But as long as, like you've always said, right, all of this division is a tool, and the tool the tactic is not a new tactic. And in fact, the truth of the matter is that
but themselves, I think
it has been designed well by by the imperialists before handing over the country to whoever they handed it over. The reason why, you see, these Oyibo people, these imperialists, because not all of them, let's not paint all of them with one brush, but the so-called establishment, right? When they carved up Africa the way they carved it up, right? Don't think they didn't know what they were doing. They knew exactly where the Yorubas were. They knew exactly where the Igbos were. They knew where the Hausas were. They knew where everyone was, right? But they did what they did, not to foster cohesion, but to ensure that we're always going to be fighting each other while, they do whatever they need to do. Okay?
I agree.
So it's going to take a, from your previous caller, right? The religious leaders are not talking about it, because again, this situation benefits them. When you cannot attack the direct cause of your poverty, you say pray about it. And I'm not saying that prayer is not good, but at the end of the day, aren't you supposed to be holding some people accountable? Aren't you supposed to be holding some people responsible? And say if you were holding those people responsible and accountable, right, we won't be in this situation. You won't have to pray for light. You won't have to pray for water. You don't have to pray for work. You don't have to pray for anything really in a country that actually works, And especially a country like Nigeria where the resources are there. And I've always even argued with people outside of the so-called natural resources that we have. The human resources are by far our best export.
It is the best resource. The abundance human resources that exist in that place. It's like, man, hey, go on.
It's as far as I'm concerned, I think people say, okay, yes, Nigerians are proud and everything. I really don't care. One of the most intelligent race, the most intelligent people come from this side of the world. Whether we want to argue it or not, you can go abroad, they'll tell you that, the most people with education, I'm not talking about Nigerian education, that we don't know what's happening there. But even when we go to what they call it, when you come to the UK, the US, anywhere, you understand? Nigerians are at the top, and I'm not saying it because I'm in Nigeria, but it is factual.
True. I mean, is that not
Charm, is that not where we draw the sort of the comparison and the conclusion from the conclusion of brain drain, where people who have been denied access to adequate facilities of anything at all, whether it is in the academia, in the sporting, what have you, or name it, even in business, right? They get to excel so well the moment they get exposed to a system that works. And from there, we are like, oh my God, the best surgeon who is
the best surgeon, the best neurosurgeon,
the best this is from this, the best, you know what I mean? Like the brain drain. So you are right. You're not making that up. Go on.
So not even the natural resources, like I said, the human capital, the human resources are our best exports. You have countries like Malaysia, or I think Malaysia, one of these countries where they didn't really have a lot, but they had people. Yes. They were training their doctors. They trained their people to be doctors and nurses. They then export. I don't know what arrangement they have, but that worked for the country. So to say that we're not able to capitalize on this and move our countries forward, do you understand? Boggles the mind, So I think for me, sometimes I'm just even fed up. I'm just even like tired. You're talking about anybody who is born
more and more distraction, more and more divisions, and the real issue are being ignored. To fester.
The real issues are being ignored. Like this whole, if you are born here in this country, like what your program is, if you are born here in the state, you can run for. Listen, we've gone past that. Yes. Do you understand? If you are not going to address the root problem, if you are not going to address the division that you see on ground, and you think that doing all of this, what they call it, putting sellotape over the problem is going to make it work. It's not going to make it work. It's something that's going to burst. As it is right now, let us tell ourselves the truth. We are a divided people.
We are.
Okay? We are not
and anything
one.
That is going to actually, if they really want to build a country, what should bring people together should be their priority, not work for that divide them. But it seems the latter is theirs. Go on.
Not what, like you said, not what further divides them. And all of this, what they call it, glossing or painting it over, or using, this so-called, let me just say, sellotaping over it, to make it seem as if, okay, if we do this, then everything will be fine. No, it's not going to be that's not going to be the solution. The solution is for you to actually do a referendum, whether you like it or not, just whatever the outcome of that referendum, just the same way, just the same way we did Brexit, whatever the outcome, even as somebody who voted during Brexit, right? I voted against Brexit because I felt that we were not being given the full picture of what Brexit, the full information of what Brexit is going to be. What's going to be do you have any plans for after? And it happened that way. But we're living post-Brexit. We're living with the bad decisions, the good decisions, whatever.
Exactly.
We're living with it, right? So why don't you be brave enough? If you're so certain that, you know, we can be one country, put it to the test. Take it out there to the people. Ask them themselves if they still want to be one country.
And that is the only way you can get their true cooperation, right?
Exactly.
If people say, okay, we chose this, now they will live with it. They will support it, right? And they will bleed for it. But that is not what you have in that place. No, they are always imposing. Criminals believing that they are smarter than the rest of us to know what we deserve. And we always end in the same place, the same horrible place every time.
Every time. We're still, and again, to me, I even feel that there's a part of them, there must be a part of them that knows that all this, all these things that they're doing is not going to work. It's not going to change anything. No. You have, for example, you have Rosevival, whose mother is Igbo, his father is Yoruba, but he's a Yoruba, but he was born in Lagos, wasn't he?
Yeah,
he came up to run for governorship. What was he told?
The land where they built the current city hall in Lagos was given to the government by GRV's father. Just so you know that they are not just people living in Lagos Island, though. They are
Lagos. When you want to talk about the history of Lagos,
his grandfather happened to be one of the judges, so early judges of that same Lagos. So, but go on.
Yeah, so he's more Lagosian. He's more Lagosian than Sanwo-Olu that is there, and Tinubu that is there. He's more Lagos. He has more rights to call himself a Lagosian than many of the people who have run Lagos and acted like Lagos belongs to them. But look at it now, and you're now telling us that okay, this law, if we put it into effect, if it becomes law tomorrow, right, it's supposed to solve all the problems. Who is going to interpret that law to your Orunukus or the Agberus?
And say,
who's going to tell them that this is the new law?
Say, your name is my name is Chioma Charm. Say, oh, beautiful. Say, where are you from? He said, well, I'm in
Lagos State.
No, leave Lagos State. Everybody can claim Lagos. I'm taking you to the core Yoruba land now. You say, where are you from? I say, well, I'm an indigene of Ijebu. I say, wait, hang on. I don't get it. Like, what do you mean? No, it's a new law in Nigeria. I've lived in Ijebu for 10 years, so I'm now Ijebu. I say, really? But are you still Igbo? Yes, I am. I say, they want to create more confusion, identity crisis.
Exactly.
We don't agree.
More confusion, more division, know. So the question, I think what we need to, because clearly, and every time people talk about the government should do this, the government should do that, the government should do the other, the politicians, it's almost as if we are not paying attention or that we don't know who we're dealing with. These people are not prepared. No. Whether that is their mission that they've been given, right, to ensure that this status quo remains. Because this status quo, the way Nigeria is at the moment, is beneficial to some.
Yes.
It's beneficial to the establishment. Because one, your people are poor, your people are illiterate, right? And as long as we remain illiterate, that illiteracy allows for the criminal politicians to continue to...
And when we are talking about literacy and illiteracy, please, we should also be very clear that it is not just about knowing how to read and write makes you literate too. We have problem with educated illiterates right now too, who are actually conflating and confusing everything right now. But go on, Charm. Before I take another one.
I don't disagree with you that if we do have problems with the so-called people who are supposedly literate, right? Acting illiterate as well. But the problem is that we now have too many. We don't have a lot of critical thinkers, is what I'm saying. So in the absence of let's say, even if you have 50% of your people thinking critically, right? That should be able to move the needle enough. But as it is right now, there are just not a lot of people thinking critically. Like you said, even the so-called some that you would assume that they were literate, right? And then they should be able to reason things, in a way that makes sense. Okay, logically and things like that. But that's not happening. So as long as the people remain impoverished, as long as the people remain poor and illiterate, right? Nigeria is never going to be a country that can be reckoned with. Do you see what I'm saying?
So much,
so now the question is then, how do we as a people, since we are not in power, that's the question is, how do we then effect change? I think that's where we are at right now. How do we effect change? Because we're not politicians. And the politicians you have are never going to do the right things, which is to actually move the country in the direction it's supposed to go, or to ask the deep questions, like you said. Do we still want to be a country together? Like for me as a Biafran, I want Biafra land. Simple and short. So I know where my own vote is going. But that's the question that we need to start asking ourselves, the political things that we need to start pushing for. Let me let other people speak.
Bless you, Charm. Thank you so much for stopping by. So it seems that our lines is quite working well, I would say. So I have Prince Adewale, the African Wahala, all the way from Canada now, right?
Yes, sir. Good morning, brother.
Good morning to you, Baba. How are you?
I'm doing very well.
The conversation this morning is just like all over the place. So which of them do you want to kind of like pick first?
Let me start by giving a solution. We need to overhaul Nigeria through a major revolution that will change everything about the entire system. Like we all have alluded to, we don't have a country, but it's a pretend country. And
a pretend country.
The citizens are pretend citizens. In real life, the citizens are victims of a pretend country. So ultimately, we need a revolution. I don't know how that's going to happen, but we're going to need to overhaul the entire system, destroy it, and rebuild from scratch. That's my own personal opinion.
Right.
But
starting from scratch, indeed, is great because that's the proposal, right? Let the people decide. Do you want to still be one country in this way, or which way? Or do you want us to go our separate ways and everybody just go and run his own affairs and all that? People are meant to decide. People are already giving instances. Somebody gave the Brexit example. We are all living post-Brexit right now. Wherever did that decision years ago, wherever it's leading us right now, we have no choice but to make it work, right? Another person just mentioned the Quebec. That's from your neighbors in Canada. They said twice they've attempted to secede from Canada. They conducted their own referendums twice, and twice the people of Quebec decided to remain with Canada. Do you understand? So, and there's something people need to understand. I'm sorry, African Wala. There's something people need to understand about conversations like this, right? It is always going to be a win-win situation. That's why people are wasting their energy in trying to want to participate in a charade election, which is going to be rigged, which people are going to be killed, resources are going to be wasted, and everybody's going to be back to square one, and then you will get yourself ready again for 2031, right? So why can't people push for the breakup of this contraption? Because here is this, if Nigeria no even break, each region, each people will get something better than what you currently have right now. Because here is what will happen. As those who want to keep Nigeria, presently are not under pressure. They believe that nothing can happen. But if you build real momentum of let's go our separate ways, even if it's just the southern Nigeria alone that we're able to push and say, let's go our separate, and it becomes a momentum. Now, you know what that will mean is that Nigeria will have to start promising southern Nigeria things to stay. Do you get that? Oh, okay. Do you want us to give you autonomy? Do you want to be controlling this and that? Oh, yeah, take. Just don't go. Stay. We need a generation with such political horror because it's going to be a win-win. But majority of those who are going to benefit from it are those who are also slicing to kill it. The African Wahala.
MAIYEGUN'S General. Thank you so much for that breakdown, because that's what we need to get.
It's a common sense thing now. Here you get somebody who don't want me you go. They offer you something than what you have right now. You will be saying, okay, if you want us to stay and not follow these people to their new country, oh yeah, give us this. So yeah, take them. Oh yeah, give us that one too. Yeah, take them. People don't understand that, do they?
The problem that exists is that most victims of Nigeria don't think that way. All they know is Nigeria. And they genuinely believe that they are Nigerians. And they genuinely believe that that's all what they have. Unfortunately, the vast majority of the victims of Nigeria, all they have mentally is Nigeria. And that's why you find people, you see people like us that have managed to make something decent for ourselves outside of Nigeria. We are the ones that are very angry. We are the ones that are like screaming and complaining. We are so upset when we see these politicians looting our future, destroying everything. We are so upset when we see that our so-called country that delivers nothing but poverty to us, foreigners are coming into the country and making billions. And then they are making fun of us that, oh, you guys ran away. You are watching bomb abroad. You guys are watching bomb abroad. While foreigners are coming to make money in your country. So it's a loss. We've already lost. Now, if you look at the psychology of an average victim of Nigeria, I was watching a guy that was interviewing Agberos in Lagos. These Agberos, their lives have been completely destroyed.
Yes, sir.
They are drug infested. They are disease infested. They are poverty stricken. They are one foot in the grave, most of them. But these same people that their lives have been destroyed, they were asked about their political choices for 2027. All of them said, Tinubu lama di lokun. So what does that tell us, my brother? That means we that have better life and are angry about the way Nigeria is run, we are still joking, because the vast majority of Nigerians that are suffering, they love the system.
They do.
They will go back and support the politicians that ruin the system. You see, it's a major problem that we are facing.
It is.
I also wanted to touch on the topic of when people are hostile towards other people because of their ethnic groups or their tribe or whatever, like what we saw in Ghana. Ghanaians are sick and tired of Nigeria. It's not only Ghanaians that are sick of us. South Africans are sick of us. A lot of people around the world are tired of us. It's not because we are bad people in general, but a lot of our people are horrible, if we are being honest. Finally, if we are living in a society where you are poverty stricken and you find foreigners coming into your community and they are doing well, it's going to create jealousy and it's going to create hostility. And that's why there is a huge anti-immigration sentiment
going all over the
in many parts of the world these days. Because a lot of people are broke. A lot of people are poor. A lot of these Caucasian people that we used to look up to back in the days, they are poor today and they are looking for the
for who to blame.
Exactly. It's so bad, bro. In America, many so-called Black Americans, and no disrespect to my Black American people, but many of them these days are drawing a line. They don't even want to be related to African people. They're like, we're not African, we're indigenous to this land. So everywhere now, everybody does the same for everybody, everywhere, all over the world.
You know what somebody told me? Somebody said, no, not me. He actually posted it online. And I don't agree with that statement too. But it got me thinking, all right? So he said, look at South Africans, right? Especially the Black South Africans who blame foreigners, you know, and they become so xenophobic and all that, right? And when you meet them, they will tell you, oh, our country was supposed to be good for us. But look at us. Only foreigners, they've taken all over the place. Our homes, our schools, our hospitals, we are now queuing to see doctors and all that. We don't have jobs because they are doing cheap jobs. We don't have, our business doesn't thrive simply because they are selling cheap product. Blaming foreigners. Somebody now posted and said, let's be honest though, if you look at the level of bigotry that the Ronokus are pushing about Lagos and around Tifnumbu,
as well as others who have also, who are non-Yorubas, who have also joined in the bigotry themselves, pushing their own bigotry. That person said, if to say Nigeria was actually like a working country, like a country that works, that Nigerians will be one of the most racist people on earth. It got me thinking, because I have actually met educated, tribalistic, racist Nigerians.
Yeah.
I've met them. They will say black man can't be racist. I'm like, are you joking? Have you heard people speak? Because they don't see themselves as like, to them it's like, it's nothing. I'm just saying the truth. No, you're not saying the truth, man. So that person now said that if Nigeria was a working place, like they did to the Ghanaians in the 80s, that Ghana must go, Ghana must go.
Yes.
They will do it to any African countries today and say, don't come to our country. Don't come here and come and take our jobs. Don't come here and come and use our this. I don't agree with it 100%, too, but there is some iota of truth.
Me, I agree,
we are being honest.
Michael.
Yeah.
So you know this thing that we always see that most Nigerians, it's not like they hate oppression. They just hate that they are the ones being oppressed. They will support an oppressor if it's someone that they love. That tells me that if Nigeria was one of the most wealthiest countries in the world, and Nigerians had enslaved other people, Nigerians would be one of the most racist, evil people in the world. That's my own conclusion about the Nigerian state. But finally, let me just make this last point.
Yep.
Going back to the Biafran War, they used food blockade to starve and kill millions of people. That's what Nigeria did to the Biafrans.
Yes.
It's the same thing going on right now in another part of the world between Israel and Palestine. And I'll be honest, for the first time in my life, I actually placed the suffering of other people over our own African people, the suffering of the Palestinians. Because we are seeing it every day on social media.
I know.
We are watching live stream videos of babies being massacred, and it's unfair. It shouldn't be. Unfortunately, we too in Africa, free Africa, free Nigeria, free Congo, free Ethiopia, free Sudan, free other places, but most importantly, free Palestine. That's the message I wanted to give.
Bless you.
Thank you so much, Michael.
Enjoy the rest of your morning, okay? And have a wonderful
yes,
sir. That's the African Wahala, ladies and gentlemen. Unsolicited. Is that the name? Let me check it properly. Unsolicited. I saw your comment earlier, and I intend to make some corrections, okay? Just so that you two, maybe you are going to agree with me. There is nothing wrong that the Igbos want Biafra. And D1, please, you happen to be somebody I've been like seeing as a regular on MAIYEGUN'S diary Politico. Don't ever, right, talk about the IPOB in the way you posted it in that comment. I'm going to ignore you now, okay? So nobody should come onto MAIYEGUN'S diary Politico to use an opportunity or an undercover opportunity to send their slanders and their slurs, not to the Igbos, not to the IPOB, not to MAIYEGUN'S diary Politico. Let's be very clear about that, okay? Don't ever talk about the IPOB like that on this platform. So unsolicited. Now let's take a look at your comment. Your comment said, sometimes you are kind of like unsure, because on one hand, sorry, my caller, if you can hear me, stay on, please. You said, on the one hand, the Igbos are shouting Biafra, Biafra, and then on the other hand, the Igbos want one Nigeria, one Nigeria. That is a complete misrepresentation of things, unsolicited. But I'll break it into two. The first one is that as of today, this day, I'm not sure about tomorrow. That contraption consists of the Igbos as well, which means Millions of them are currently trapped in that contraption. And by standard, they have every right like everyone else until when they cease to be part of Nigeria. I'll give you an example. You just kind of like typed one too, referring to African Wala's country, Canada. Apart from Quebec, Alberta, did you say Alberta also planning to leave? Quebec has attempted to leave Canada to become an independent country twice. Alberta, I think, have attempted it once, or they are about to attempt it to leave Canada and be on their own. But guess what? Until a referendum is held, until that conclusion is reached, Albertans, Quebecans, they will continue, as they are paying their taxes, living in that place, they will continue to enjoy 100% rights and benefits of being Canadians. Let's be very, very clear. I mean, sorry, let's be very serious here. That somebody wants Biafra doesn't mean that they don't have any right again in that place. They can contest to be president. They can contest to be anything. They can run for any goddamn thing in that contraption if they choose to. So let's sound educated, please. I mean, we are still referring to educated people who are trying to make things more complicated for God knows why. That I want Yoruba nation doesn't mean that I've lost my rights of being part of Nigeria. If I choose to forfeit that right and say I'm not interested anymore, that is mine. Nobody can even take it from me. That you don't like me, that you don't want me, or this, it doesn't matter. Do you get that now? So as long as you are part of that country, until, even if the Igbos vote, 49% of them says they want to leave Nigeria and 51% says they want to stay, and then they stay. The right of the 49% goes back straight to 100. Nothing changes it. That's the normal thing. No. Is that what you call them? Quebecers. I'm sorry, your country is a country with two, with two languages. English, two sections, English and French, I think. Pardon me, okay? So Quebecers, is that what you call them? Right? So Joy, we are doing our best to make sure that the narrative of the Ronukus and all of that, which is mostly ignorant and then backward, right? So we need to understand that there are Igbos who don't want Nigeria anymore. There are Igbos who still want Nigeria. That is where referendum comes in. The Igbos will decide. Those who want Nigeria will vote no to Biafra. Those who don't want Nigeria again, they will vote yes to Biafra. They will count yes and no votes. If they have more no, the Igbos will remain in Nigeria, and nothing must happen to their rights. Nothing. Do you understand? I have been part of that. Nobody's that they talk for head. I have participated in the referendum. I have campaigned for the independence of Scotland. As somebody from Nigeria, if not now, they go say, look at this Yoruba man. He's supporting maybe you can say that to me. A Yoruba man supporting the breakup of Britain, and he's supporting the one Nigeria. That won't be me though. But I supported the breakup of Scotland, independence of Scotland. I campaigned boldly. And then we lost. And nothing changed. It was like we had a referendum yesterday. The result is out, and everybody's like, "Oh no, we have to do it again." The following day, everybody just went back to their normal life. There's nothing that changed. Okay, maybe something changed because they had to give us some certain things. They had to cede us some power and all of that, sharing this and that. We didn't lose the referendum. We gained more power for Scotland, which protected people like myself. People like me in Scotland, in the whole of Britain, right? So please, that I don't want to be part of this anymore, does not for any reason reduce my rights, as long as I am still within that space. That's what a union should be like. But that's not what you have. It is like the Ronukus as well, right? The Ronukus, they want Tinubu to be president of Nigeria, but they don't want the Igbos to be in Lagos. Meanwhile, Lagos is part of Nigeria. So if you want a place where you can tell people to leave, don't come here. Go back to your region. Go back to your place. What you need to do is to ask for the breakup of Nigeria. Now, only uneducated mofos, right, will think
You can tell anybody from part of Nigeria to leave your space, but you still want to be the president of Nigeria. You want to government that not to shake with me. So you get. So I don't want us to be sounding like the Ronukus, and we are trying here to diffuse the poisoned minds on all sides, because the only beneficiary from all this rhetoric, divisive rhetorics, are no other than the criminal politicians. So, Joe. Sorry, Johnny, I'm trying to catch up on a few things here, right? They are sending me my pension total. It looks good. Anyway, so my line is still open. No, it is not anymore. I think our time is up now. Sorry about that. So I'm going to go get myself ready for later this evening if I see you later this evening. So I want to say thank you to every one of you here this afternoon. The callers, the viewers, the commenters, the sharers, and everyone. So I will see you again. And until then, right, please, I am only doing my own bit to see if we can diffuse the lies that keeps us so divided and prevent a possible bloodshed that the criminal politicians are indeed fueling. Right? In 2027, Kolu will be gone. He's not the first to say it. There are those who are saying that if they bring Gobi and Atiku together, Tinubu will be gone by 12. If you bring this and that together, this and that will be. So we are starting from that tonight, among other stories. So thank you so much for joining me once again. Now let's get it started. It's quite loaded, I would say. Kasauri.
The state level will come Abuja and do the 3 and 9. I am sure by 12 noon, as well do have done it. Therefore, this is our confidence to put justice in this our journey, because no part in this country that will fight us for now, because they are already missing. Look at, we are borrowing $22 billion. $22 billion. While we know there is more than 7 to 6 quadrillion in the hands of people. Government money. Personally, Mr. President, he called me before he was swearing in. I give him all my investigation, and I put all the files I give him. Over 100 and something trillion naira. By then we calculated over $113 billion. I give him, instead of him to recover the money, to put the country, he forget it, and we are borrowing, leaving some people with trillions of naira. So they are messed up this country. We are ready to win, and we will win, inshallah.
I mean, he's making some very valid points if you come to think of it. So, if everything goes according to their plan, Kolu will be gone before 12 noon because he has failed. They keep borrowing while the people continue sorrowing. Quite a valid argument. And it seems the Tinubu's gang are realizing that. So to them, you would have to beat them in their propaganda. Because according to them, everything is fine. All these guys are just interested in power. And it is not the power to serve the people. Usually the incumbents always say that, don't they? The incumbent will remind everybody that those who are, when they are failing, right? They'll say those who are coming to take our job, they are just coming to destroy the country. Even though we have failed, yes, we failed, but you know something,
our failure is manageable. The failure of those ones that are coming is different because they are only interested in power. So people have said that Tinubu, when it comes to politics, that is his own thought. Is pretty much like terrain. And these ones can't beat him when it comes to that. They couldn't beat him when he had no executive presidential power. How do they think they are going to do it now when he has all the power? This is the argument of others who believe that, you know, Tinubu is going nowhere. Even if they have no support for him, but, you know, he's going nowhere. While others continue to remind that kind of people that, listen, it will go the moment the same set of people who validated the illegitimacy of Tinubu, once they said they are done, it will go. Say, okay. So that makes it like a duel to look forward to, with so many other factors surrounding it too. So Kazaure, as a typical northerner, he was raised to believe that nobody comes to power in Nigeria without them. And surprisingly, he seems to be right. I'll tell you. When Kolu, who has been a veteran politician, you say a veteran politician, somebody who, you know, had won elections, whether in the real context is like a rigged elections, right? But he's won elections, he's sponsored people to, you know, to be declared winners of elections. But that same Tinubu, because he wanted to be president of Nigeria, decided to do what normally he would never do, except when he was under the under intense pressure of losing something that is so close to grabbing. So when they saw the idea of a Muslim ticket to him, he couldn't resist. They were holding his jugular. He had no real dependable ally. Not really. That's why it is paining them all. Because they were able to use that Muslim Mumu ticket to hoodwink the Mumus who fell for their religious antics. So they feel cheated. They feel somehow like a use. These guys from the north. So they believe that without them, if as other places were kind of like a crumbling apart, including Lagos and others, right? If they allow same to happen, Atiku may possibly be your president today in their own permutation. Because to them, Peter Obi, no. In all of it, one deal gone wrong. So which has now pitted them against each other. And according to them, if their base is gone, not even those he's been given appointment to can help him. But in all of this, right, you can possibly just say, well, they're just rambling. I don't think Tinubu's people sees them as rambling, even if they want to make it look like that. Yesterday, the one that is the SGF, whose people have been slaughtered in Benue, Georgia, Kume, was among the delegation who went to Kaduna to go and sing the praises of Tinubu and reminding the people of northern Nigeria that, listen, you should be grateful to Kolu, because if not for him, your situation would have been worse. Rather, you should blame those who have had the opportunity from northern Nigeria and ended up, living in northern Nigeria worse off. So they reminded the people of the north that, listen, there's this unwritten arrangement, and you needed to be reminded. Tinubu will not leave until 2031. And anyone who is against that in northern Nigeria must be seen as enemy of Nigeria. That is the antic of APC, mostly their politicians. If I say African Wala, man, I don't like African Wala. So the next thing is going to be, Mayegun said he hates Africans. How? African Wala is just a nickname. African Wala. That's not the entire Africa. Say, no, it's a lie. Is African Wala not a black man? Eh? Do you even understand the importance of that African? And you said you don't like him. That means you hate Africans. Do you understand? That's what they do. So if you say, I don't like Tinubu, they will say, it's because you are enemy of Nigeria. That means you don't like your country. That means you don't like Nigeria. I say, no, don't gaslight me. I'm talking about Tinubu. Yeah, but he's the president. He's the #1 person in Nigeria. So he's the president. He's gonna go. If anybody says they don't like him now, imagine Ghanaians now saying they don't like Tinubu. Is that not them saying that they don't like Nigerians? And I say, Olori Brukuni, I understand who you are. I'm just saying. Doesn't really mean that you don't. That one person represents everyone. That's impossible. It's called gaslighting, so to say. Anyway, we are saying good luck to them with all of this, okay? Because call those people, like I said again, right? They were also in that north to remind them and say, hey, it's going nowhere. In George Akume's voice.
And uncommon SGF. You see, I want to appeal to us all. By this conception, the North, the region that is so dear to me, will be eligible for the presidency in 2031, not 2027. I said this because I love you. We love all of you. Let us not do something that will undermine our territorial integrity, and tomorrow people may be tempted to support others against us. Nigeria will not cease to exist.
Nuisance Lele. Nuisance Lele. Nuisance.
Hey, guys, don't remove this feeding bottle from my mouth until 2031. Because I love you. I love all of you. Don't remove this feeding bottle from my mouth. That's what he's saying. Is the SGF, deaf and dumb SGF. I don't know what they did to actually take him to Kaduna. That will tell you that, they were sending everybody they could send. They are organizing. Do you know how many times they have endorsed Tinubu? These same guys, they will call their group together, entertain themselves with lies and all that. Sometimes they give themselves awards. So, award of the perfect, excellent failure. So they give themselves awards. And they will endorse Kolu. We hereby endorse Presidiots Escobar, Ebola, Tinubu for second time. Yeah, then they will go to the media and say, hey, media, the entire North is behind him. Did you not see the summit we organized in Gombe 2 weeks ago? Oh, you missed that one. We had another one in Sokoto. It was attended by all the 19 northern state governors. Sultan of Sokoto, Emir of Gombe, everybody, same people that attended the one for last 2 weeks in Gombe. They are the ones who attended another one in Sokoto, did the same thing, said the same words and all those fancy jargons. Then they will go again and say, we are doing it in Nasarawa. Mr. President is just sweeping endorsement everywhere, from everywhere. Same people. So it reeks of inferiority complex, which Tinubu himself sort of like is paragon of inferiority complex. Every now and then he wants to remind himself that he is your president. At least I am the president. I am the commander-in-chief. After all, I am the president. Call you, inferiority complex. I am the president. So how does it pronounce it again? I am the president. No, president. I'm the president of Federal Republic of Nigeria, like that. Call inferiority complex is called. That you have to be reminded that sorry. They say Ashiwaju. Says Baja. Why is he calling me Ashiwaju? They say no, he's just calling you Ashiwaju. Am I not president? You are Mr. President, Mr. President of Referendum. Anyway, I have to remind all of you. I am the president. I'm the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Say, Alaye, calm down, Jerry. Do you have to be reminded every now and then? Or do you have to remind yourself in your head and all that? Sure you get. So, Akume, the secretary to the government of the Federation, who is from Benue, a criminal, a thief, was once arrested for looting Benue State as anyway, long story short, if you are not a criminal, you can't work with Tinubu. So Akume and others went to Kaduna, right, to go and tell everyone and say, don't take the food from our mouth. Oh. I said that this afternoon. I said, majority of you don't know that what they call the establishment. Maybe you probably did know. You see, what they call the establishment cut across just one person. Goes beyond one person. All right. So Kolu as the head, and every person he gives appointment to, every person that is feeding from your commonwealth, they have become stakeholders. Because take Bokwari Zone as an example. Where is Tunde Sabitu now? What are those names that you used to hear around that time who appeared to be like forever? Now they kind of had their own full stuff for 8 years. And the reason why they did all they did in defense of Bokwari and, his murderous government was because if Bokwari's regime ended in 2019, majority of them who have built their dreams, how they are going to have their own properties abroad, how they are going to secure the ones they have abroad, how their family, children will work, majority have built their dreams on that. So when you see them go out, you will be thinking, why are they this toxic? Why are they this divisive? Why are they this angry? Like, you are working for the people. Why are you talking to them like that? Why are you dividing the people and making them like we versus them? When the policies that affect everyone spared no one. So why are the government worker or government appointees so condescending, so insulting, so reckless and all that? The reason is very simple. They have to do all of that so that they can keep their feeding bottle. It's not because they love Nigeria. Whether you like take loan, share the money, steal the money, impoverish everybody, they will build their own survivor and the future survivor on the term they get with the guy who is at the top. So the guy at the top doesn't even have to do anything. Do you understand? Tinubu doesn't even have to do anything anymore. Now them go they bring idea. Yes, sir. This is what we plan to do. You see, yes, sir. We've just finished speaking with the chief of staff. Chief service chiefs now. So we've told them that they need to man this area. So we are planning to ensure that all these places are and then we expect 16 million from here, 15 million from here, and yes, sir. It's a very much perfect plan. You just be like, okay. What do you need? No, we just want to let you know we have everything we need, sir. And so now we're going to say, Tinubu this, Tinubu that. It doesn't even have to do anything. If they want people, if they would see anybody that should be killed, it doesn't have to see who should be killed, who should be arrested, who should be jailed, whose business should be targeted. It doesn't have to know anything anymore. Because they are so, is remaining in power. So mean like him remaining in power is their own survivor. So Nigeria can burn and all of that. They will burn Nigeria in his name. And I want them to please do that, not just literally, like they should do it in reality. Because if people get to know more of that, those who are keeping them in this bondage, right? They are not doing it simply because they love Nigeria. They are doing it because this is their own chance. This is their own opportunity. This is time to become the multi-billionaire. This is so close. And people are complaining in 2 years? No. We have to go and tell them that they are blind. Like Alawusa told some of you on channels yesterday. Did you see this?
Without practical evidence.
What are you talking about?
There are laws who
Let
say
me tell you,
there's the policy framework and the theory about it. Yeah, but what are the evidence?
Every single sector for you now. People just are blind. They don't. Let's get out of this political rhetorics. Let's see the fact. We're seeing it. The country is much better. It's more safer. There's increased prosperity in the country. I'm telling you. Our macroeconomic indicators are much better. I didn't make it. The president did not make it. Look at our GDP growth. Look at the report that came out from the National Bureau of Statistics that those reports are subjected to international standards. Goldman Sachs, everybody, those are the reports they look and comb through every time. More increased significant improvement in agriculture. We now have more agriculture contributing more to the GDP than oil sector. Look at the infrastructure development. Look at all the safety net program, the money the president is dedicated, the significant budgetary allocation to health, education, social protection, infrastructure, security. So let's face it.
I know you are
12 to 18 months, we're beginning to see a lot of positive results. But before I come to your question, let me just vindicate the reporting you just did by the NSA on security situation in the country. President Bola Ahmed Tinubu is delivering for Nigeria and is delivering big time. President campaigned on so many things, and we're seeing the president meeting his promises to Nigerians. Now, fuel subsidy gone, foreign exchange arbitrage gone, security significantly better all over the country. Farmers are gone back to farm. We're seeing bump harvest. Food prices are going down, and they remain at those low, at those reduced prices. Extensive infrastructure going on across the country, and for the first time since 1925 or so, we now have a tax code that will ensure more money comes to the coffer of the government. As the government gets more money, the federal government gets more money, the state gets more money, and the local government get money. What would that lead to? Significant improvement in infrastructure, human capital development, better quality of life. So, this president is delivering. This president has so much passion to improve this country, and we've seen it. The country is fundamentally changed for better and in a sustainable manner. Now,
ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún ṣe lálìkìyàmọ ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí. ẹni òfò ni ẹ ṣòfò láyé ẹ tún ṣe lálìkìyàmọ ẹ̀yin rádaràda wọ̀nyí.
I still want to understand, how did APC convince educated people that subsidy is gone is a policy? Naira dollar arbitration is a policy. Now, when you look at them, and you're like, how did they convince you, right, that Nigeria was paying subsidy, right, and Nigerians were buying a liter of petrol, at 160 naira to 1 liter. But Nigeria was paying subsidy. So Kolu came in and said Nigeria couldn't afford to pay for subsidy anymore because Nigeria will need to borrow to pay the subsidy. And then they convinced educated people that it was such a good idea. It was in the interest of the people. They are going to save the money. And 2 years down the line, Nigerians are paying so much. But there is no single dime that they can point to as their saved money. Then they went on to talk about Naira dollar arbitrage using useless fancy English. So we'll break that down on too. They came in and exchange a dollar exchange in their official rate at the time was 420 naira to a dollar. Then they had the black market. It's called black market, Abi. 720 naira to a dollar. Then within a year, Nigeria naira lost over 500% of its value. Because Tinubu convinced you that he's floating it. He wants to merge it. Today, a dollar is 1,600 naira. Then they convinced people that 1,600 naira to a dollar is actually good. Better than 200 naira to a dollar. I don't know how they did it. I know propaganda is such a very powerful tool, and they have actually perfected the art so well. Educated people are telling people today that 1,600 naira to $1 is actually a very good thing. So 200 naira to $1 when these criminals took over. They are now rolling out fake statistics that does not correspond with the reality on ground. They are telling the people that they must be blind. It's because they are blind. People can see it. Infrastructure everywhere. Infrastructure everywhere. Where is everywhere? Everywhere is nowhere. When you are trying to be specific, right? Everywhere is like nowhere. Anywhere. So what is anywhere? What is everywhere? Which infrastructure? Power. How is that? Security. They are telling people that are paying ransoms to terrorists that security has improved. And in fact, they have started rehabilitating people affected by terrorism. But they can't say, here, we've done this. Agriculture has improved. Leno Alausa. And then the next day we tell you, they are giving them student loan. Now, that's not just the only person. There is another one. Dada Nebulaba. He was also on channels with Sheung this evening. The first question was the one that caught my own attention among many other things. They asked him, Bulaba, Kolu said if he failed to give them electricity in 4 years, that they should not give him power again. Bulaba said, no, that's not what he said. Here is one of them. In the days of garbage, garbage Shehu, or Femi Oponu Adeshino, or this other guy, Kojo Yimbo, Kojo Afin, as we kind of call them, I forgot his name, the one that worked for channels and got removed by Onofunuga later. Anyway, here is a Bulaba, right? Doing his best to tell everyone that we heard when Kolu said, if I don't give you electricity for years, don't vote for me again. Sort of.
Nigerians have access to reliable electricity. And it's on tape that the president has promised that
If we do not, after 4 years, if we do not provide you constant electricity, do not vote for us. Yeah. And those who are rational, we know that with the way our electricity is today, there is no way you can guarantee constant electricity. Could Nigeria say, okay, that is the premise upon which President Bola Tinubu should not come back?
No, what he said was a statement of intent that is backed up by a commitment to make that happen. When you make
so that, now it's looking like that premise is a dash premise.
I'm coming now. When you make such a commitment, the next thing is you put it to work, which is what he has been doing. You have been covering, Mr. Sheon, the intricacy and the problem in that industry with the Gencos complaining about not being funded, with the banks even wanting to take over their asset because they collected loan, they are not able to pay, with customer. You know the circumstances. This power issue, President Obasanjo and Alhaji Atiku Abubakar, do you know how many $1 billion they sunk into that thing? By the time they say Jack Robinson, nothing is there, nothing at all. In this case, you can see generation, you can see.
But the president said that he has what it takes to fix it.
So that's what I'm saying. That we are laying the foundation, and it's obvious.
But it can't happen in 4 years.
So let me ask you one question.
So if you told us, Mr. Buala, yes, are you saying that we should not be able to trust president for whatever he has said?
The president has demonstrated sufficient commitment in the way he has governed Nigeria so far that he has elicited the trust of majority of Nigerians.
And
Nyesom Wike. Nyesom Wike.
Danny Bulaba, the former Atifku's spokesman. You know, let me make a quick correction because that now so confidently repeat some of the nonsense that paid mouth like that spew in public with their intending deflection from the real thing. Number one, Tinubu is not doing anything about your power. Okay? But there is a chance that, they will take Tinubu to this newly completed power plant by Adeleke, Davido's dad. Just like they went to go and cut tape of Dangote Refinery for about 4 or 5 times, including Kolu. Right? So they may do that. There is nothing that Tinubu and his gang are doing about your power. There is no power project of this Tinubu's regime going on anywhere that they can tell you. They say, oh, he just started a power project, this or is, you know what I mean? They will tell you they are carrying out the same maintenance. However, it is true. They are holding the Gencos, the companies that generate electricity, simply because they take some subsidy from government and it's not being paid, and according to them it's over 4 trillion naira. Banks are running after them and all of that stuff, so it's making it difficult for them to expand because they are in debt. So anybody telling you that Tinubu is doing something, no, they went to go and see Tinubu few days ago. I think I still have that clip. They went to go and see Tinubu a few days ago to beg him to see if he could probably pay them part of the 4 trillion naira they hold. Do you understand? And also, there is no power project anywhere. Of course, trust them. Davido's power plant, Davido's father's power plant needs adequate supply of crude to generate the electricity for you. But the issue is not even just that as well. I think they are talking about evacuation and all of that. They said among your power sort of generation spots in the country, for instance, like Kainji or so, right, which is hydro. So Kainji has a capacity of whether Kainji or Shiroro, either of the two, I'm not sure, but either of the two. So they said it has a capacity to generate at least 740 something or so megawatts of electricity. But the only evacuatable megawatts is just like half of that. So which means almost half is wasting away. Whatever that is the problem, partly crude oil supply is also part of the problem. So if Davido's that plants finally come upstream in full, that is 1,250 megawatt of electricity built by a private company. Just like you have your own other energy provider in Abia, something like that. But there's nothing that Tinubu is building anywhere. Nothing. But they will tell you that, he's walking around it and all of that. So that is one. Obasanjo did not spend $16 billion on power. There was no $16 billion spent on power. It is still this level of deflection, misinformation that has lasted very long. Evidence is online. The document of all the power plants that Obasanjo built. Obasanjo started 11 power plants simultaneously across the country. Some of these power plants are part of what is giving you electricity in Nigeria today. And that is also a fact. You see, every time they want to take their slander at, the Obankparo himself, right? He's always there. And I don't think that will ever change. But for the sake of those of you who are expected to be enlightened, okay, even if you lose any argument, right, don't push your argument to Obasanjo spent $16 billion on power. I've actually heard Shore said that too. Unfortunately, Obasanjo did not spend 16 billion on power. In fact, according to available information, yes, $16 billion was to build 11 power plants across Nigeria, but it was not to be provided by government. Do you understand? So it was not like government will have to provide that. But from the part of them, like, making the right of way this or that, like they are doing new road and all that, Obasanjo's government spent on, which is the evidence that is available, Obasanjo's government is said to have spent over $4 billion out of their own part of the funding. There's no $16 billion anywhere, and nobody should say there's no power. Obasanjo spent $16 billion, there is no power. That is absolute nonsense. It is not true. I didn't hear that part before I came on. I would have put the list. Oh, you can do it. I'll do it when I put another video on right now, okay? And you can possibly tell me I'm lying, okay? So yeah, I've heard that many times. I've had personal conversation with people, and every small thing they will just drop it. Look at that Obasanjo said he's talking. He and Atiku, they spend 16 billion on power and there's no power. Political. It is not true. And you should be educated enough to look it up as you are watching me right now. Go on and look it. You don't even need to believe me. Just grab your phone and check it right now. But that would be Dani Bulaba's reason why if Tinubu failed to give you power, they will tell you in 2027. Obasanjo just spent 16 billion on power and there's darkness. A society that is intentionally being misled, misinformed, intentionally, and people are actually like following them too. Obankparo is everything, okay? But he is not somebody that spent 16 billion and it disappeared. 11 power plants. And no thanks to Yaradua who stopped it, probing it. And that's what actually gives you the real setback. The rest is history today. So they finally sold some of them, or probably they sold all of them at the end of the day. But now let's get to the another one. The North is angry and they want to get rid of Tinubu. Here is what Daniel Bulaba had to say. This North coming together. He said, no, they are coming together just for power. They don't love Nigeria. So do you love Nigeria?
The issue about the northern region has been overblown. You see, because the governors that every day come out to speak well of the president are from the north. The meeting of yesterday, 2 days ago, was in the north.
The governors and the ordinary people on the street, they are two different things. So those who determine who governs them are the ones who are complaining.
Now, if I ask you, and very bluntly, to tell me a singular ordinary citizen in the north or group of citizens in the north who say there is a growing agitation against President Bola Tinubu, you will not find one, even if you start from here to Antarctica.
So every 200 million Nigerians are okay with whatever.
No, we'll come to 200 million. No, we'll come to 200 million. Let's start from the north. So what you are hearing are a set of people in the north who believe it is their birthright to be in government. Some of them were in the past government for 8 years. After a new government has come, they want to be in the center of attention in the next government. And this government believes in equal distribution of opportunities to those who have not had the privilege. They are angry and they form a group. They say they want to remove him. They are now scattered like sheep without shepherd in the wilderness. If I one of them who say I made the president, I'll remove him. Yesterday also he was suspended for 40 years. He will resume politics when he's getting to 90-something years. They are confused. Completely confused.
If you see the amount of the aggregation and the coming together of the opposition voices against this government, we've not seen it in the past years in Nigeria's politics. Not even in the merger of the APC.
There is no merger. Let me tell you something, Mr. Sheon, and I will be honest with Nigerians. This coalition issue you're hearing is overblown. There is no coalition anywhere. Do you know why? Those who left the PDP, who are the proponent of this coalition, is just a handful of people that left. The governors of People's Democratic Party have not followed them. The National Working Committee have not followed them. The national executives have not followed them. Where is the coalition? They are even toasting to get somebody to come around on the platform of PDP. Where is the coalition? This coalition, you had not more than 13 people. But Nigeria is a nation that celebrates new information.
But that's not true.
Okay,
the people that we saw there, and I can mention over 20 for you, just by mere looking at the
not
pictures.
Spectators.
No,
I'm talking of the anchored people with political agenda.
You talk about Atiku Abubakar, Rotimi Amechi,
2,
Nasiru El
3,
David Mark,
4,
Chief John Oyegu,
5.
You saw Dele Momodu,
6,
you saw Senator Ben Obi.
So you are now gradually going away from stakeholders to citizens.
No, look at them. That's Malami over there in the picture.
So let me tell you something.
They are listening of Nigerians. Eminent Nigeria's former governor.
You just said the population of Nigeria is 2 million. 200 million.
Over 200 million.
So these people you call the coalition, let's be honest with Nigerians. In the whole of that room, are they up to 300? They are not.
When you're forming a party, do you bring every member of the party into the room?
They don't even have a party. This ADC you're hearing about, what they did is called forceful takeover. Hostile takeover. In company law, you did that. You know the consequence of a hostile takeover. A lot of people don't know. Their chairman, who they, gave whatever they gave, and he handed the party to them, even was saying that our administration promised him 3 ministerial slots and some money.
And that's the accusation against your government, that your government go after opposition voices, go after. He was claiming that it was being offered 3 different ministerial positions.
Let me tell you, I did criminology. Where you study the mind, the mensura, the mental element of people who have the propensity to commit crime. And there is a fact pattern you judge from the way somebody talks to derive or to deduce the inference of truth. Anybody who has such a strong allegation and wants to make an optics out of it will mention the name of the public officials and will mention the circumstances that they did that. If they are going to charge you in court, then you have to quote the offense and the particulars of the offense. He says senior public officials. Who are they? Do you think President Bola Tinubu in this government, apart from President Bola Tinubu, nobody in this government can give ministerial position to anybody? And if President Bola Tinubu will give you or promise you ministerial position, he will speak to you directly. Of course, the president has spoken to the people that are high up. He has spoken to the people that are low. You will never believe the president will see so person. That's his idea and that's his politics. If he sees value in you, he will look for you. Did this man meet president? Let him mention even the public official. But of course, in politics, it is only in politics people trafficate right and turn left. In the sense that he will say what he wants to say in order to achieve two things. One, for the individuals he's doing business with to think that he has some integrity and value. That's the reason why he didn't cave in. And then on the other side, to give the world the impression that he's such a special person that this government, imagine, this government will go to him and say, we'll give you 3 ministers. Don't give them platform to run. How many of them? These are nomadic politicians, internally displaced persons.
And those are, they are saying already that they're sending you guys packing in 2027. But I mean, the real issue here, the real issue here, Mr. Buala. The World Bank.
Did you hear that laugh? Send you packing. Send you packing. Anyway, that's a Danny Bulaba. So he may be right. Those who are coming together to get rid of his own now boss, who is paying for his voice, his appearance, and all of that. So he sees himself as being part of the people, sitting by the table. And if you are not, you have no idea. You see what you are up against, according to Bulaba. So I went on to go and do my sniffing around, and I want to share that with you. So in his statement where he said, Tifku and Obasanjo, they spent $16 billion and there's nothing to show for it. So I've got something that I will show you on the screen, okay? So apart from the fact that that statement is not true, and I could use the opportunity to educate one or two persons, right? Now, so here, Obasanjo started, this was even like in 2004 rather, when Oban Paro was like a year into his second term, 2004. And I want to pick up at the power plant that or power project he started. Just they called it NIPP. That was to cost $16 billion. So at the end of the day, 11 of them were started before Obasanjo left office. Yar'Adua came in and stopped the project, which most of them are like near completion. Then Yar'Adua died. So Jonathan lifted ban on whatever Yar'Adua did at the time, and they completed the project. The contractors that started them are pretty much like the partners. They are not building to live it. They are building to operate. So you have power plants like, so out of 11, 7 was finally completed, right? And by they are supposed to partners, I would say. So you have Olaoji power plant in Abia State. It's a 960 megawatt power plant, and it is a combined cycle gas turbine. So, but that one, the status says it's like one of the ones uncompleted or like not operational. Then you have the Calabar power plant. That one is 563 megawatts of, or megawatt plant. He said it is operational, but at reduced capacity. That's another one that's among those out of the 11. So, Egbema power plant, this one is in Owerri, Imo State. It is listed as incomplete with ongoing EFCC investigation. That's the third one. You have the Bahrain power plant, which is located in Bayelsa State. It is 225 megawatts of this, right? You have a Geregu, located in Kogi State, 434 megawatt, it said, which was like completed in 2012, became operational and is contributing to your national grid right now. You have a Hovbo power plant. It is right here in Benin, Edo State. It is a 450 megawatt electricity plant. Obasanjo built it. It's operational, they say, but due to gas constraints, it is underutilized. Olorun Shogo power plant, phase 1 and 2. That is in Papalanto, Ogun State. So it is a 675 megawatt electricity combined cycle gas turbine. So the contractors, right? So SEPCO 3 and all of them. So what is the status? Status of that? It is operational, currently linked to your national grid. Omoku power plant is in River State, 225 megawatt gas fired. It is operational as well, but they say it has been taken over by AMCON in 2018 due to contractors, delay. Omotosho power plant phase 1 and 2 is near Ore in Ondo State. It is a 500 megawatt gas turbine as well. It is operational fully, contributing to the Nigerian electricity grid right now. Sapele power plant is in Delta State. So that one is 450 megawatts as we speak. And it is also operational. Okay. But again, it's got its own corruption. Those who are handling that, okay. Corruption case. That Zungeru hydropower plant is in Niger State. Right? So as of 2024, we don't know tomorrow. It is operational. It is a 700 megawatt hydropower. You see, all of these are what Obasanjo sort of like put together. And rather than allow competent people to succeed him, those who really wanted to, not rogues, he ended up having to choose a sickly Yaradua, right? And the rest is history today. Okay? Well, let Bulaba finish what is probably dishing out on Shehu Okimbaloye's program again before we go to the next one. Here.
While also touching on the 2027 political landscape. Thank you so much, Mr. Bwala, for joining us.
Thank you for having me.
There are a lot of people who perhaps will be listening to the governor of Kaduna State and the NS, and a lot of the people who spoke in that room yesterday in Kaduna, and be wondering, maybe they are not feeling whatever they are saying, and those who are directly bearing the brunt of some of the challenges the country is facing. What do you tell them?
Actually, all of the reports that were given by the key stakeholders at the meeting, from the NSA to the governor and other key stakeholders, are accurate, correct, and true representation of the situation. And just like the way you always hear people talk about, depending on whose side of the cup you choose to believe, whether it's half full or half empty. But in this case, it is obviously half full. I was talking to a farmer from my village. He was complaining because he started farm. He thought that he saved enough, farm to make profit, because as of last year, some of the farm crops were about 100,000. He said, no, it's less than 35,000. So, but I told him, I said, but it's a positive in the sense that the prices of items are going down. Those ones were not in Kaduna. These are farmers, and Nigerians are in the farming platforms. You can run that across all platforms from the reports coming. I'm sure that everybody will attest to the fact that the president has successfully glided the ship to a path where we are now facing recovery. And the recovery is coming fast. Whether you look at the report of the IMF that upgraded our economic growth because of the performance, of course, of the indices of the economy, or whether you look at it from the security point of view, where we do not have as much of unknown gunmen in the southeast. The case in Benue and in Plateau State, you have seen the improvement very strongly. The case of kidnapping and then demanding for ransom is almost behind our back completely. People in Abuja go about their normal businesses in the country. People who are in the energy sector, you see a gradual transition from foreign investment in Nigeria into domestic people, Nigerian people taking charge of the affairs of the Nigerian economy, thereby boosting, of course, our revenue, one, and then strengthening the economy because there is economic activities in the country, and then do I now say foreign exchange that would have ordinarily gone abroad if the foreign company in Nigeria operating now will be circulating in the economy. So and then if you look at it from the point of view of education, whichever strata of our national life that you look at, you can conveniently and boldly say that this administration has successfully turned the tide and we are now approaching full recovery.
Why does it look and seem like the average person is not feeling whatever you say are those advantages and the benefits just yet?
Yes, because that comment usually is from the prism of the opposition. For example, if I ask you the 300,000 Nigerians who are from indigent families who have benefited from the NEL fund funding, are they not average Nigerians? The farmers who all over the country now can see the reduction of the consumers who can see the reduction of the cost of food items, are they not the ordinary Nigerians? The farmers who have benefited largely from the benefits that have come to them by the policies of this government, are they not the ordinary Nigerians? So sometimes when people talk about the ordinary Nigerian is suffering, I wonder whether they are talking to spirits. Because the individuals we are talking about who are impacted positively by this the development are the ordinary Nigerians. But of course, if you are looking at Nigeria from the lenses of the opposition who are on the wild goose chase, you can never see a Nigeria working.
You heard what Governor of Kaduna State said there, that there shouldn't be any governor that would challenge President Tinubu because of the money that states are now benefiting more.
Right.
And those who will, while also touching on the 2027.
So that's Dani Bulaba. Your economy has turned the corner. That must be a very fancy word in their ass or rock. Fancy word. Oh, the economy has turned the corner. Which corner? Oh, it has taken a bend. A bend. Yeah. I don't think we should expect anything, different from Bulaba. Not really. They should just be on record. That guy and everything is said there was paid for, and he is always very much available for the highest bidder. Always available. And he is not alone. There's another guy called Jibrin. I don't know if you remember him. Jibrin is the guy who exposed the budget padding in Nigeria under Bukwari. And this was in 2020 or 21 or thereabouts. Jibrin. He got suspended. He lost so much political leverage and all that at the time. Then he found his way back to the warm embrace of Gandola, the Babanriga mobile banking CEO of Kano, who later got him kind of like readmitted. So he was seen yesterday, walking out of the As Oroka Villa. And this is what he had to say after meeting Kolu. They are doing a lot. Yeah. You bring?
Of course, the villa is the residence of the president of the Federal Republic. Of course, he's our president, and everybody knows my relationship with Mr. President, and of course, the long-term friendship that the president has also enjoyed with the national leader of NNPP, Rabi Musa Kwankwaso. So I do not think it's anything surprising to see me walking here to see the president, to greet him, check on him, and also discuss some national issues that I believe is in the interest of the people of this country. I do not I think it is time for that conversation. But everything it's open, and everything it's a possibility. The most important thing is stability of the country, is unity of the country, and I believe that when we get to the bridge, we'll cross it.
A lot of people wonder, following the comments of the leader of your party, seeing you here, you may now begin to wonder, the peacemaking mission, what actually is that when you consider the comments
both of them are very experienced politicians. The president is a first-class politician. Of course, the national leader of the NNPP is also a thoroughbred politician. And I believe that both of them are committed to the peace, unity, and prosperity of Nigeria. So irrespective of the comments that were made, I do not think that it should be a source of concern that I'm seeing in the villa during this period.
Nyesom Lele. Nyesom Lele.
So if you can't beat them, you join them. Is a textbook definition of that. His relationship with Gandola did not last long. They had to be rescued politically by Kwakwansop. Now, Kwakwansop had been rumored severally. We've had rumors of him crossing over to join Tinubu, but something didn't go well, and it decided the negotiation has been cancelled or extended or postponed indefinitely. That Kwakwansop had to grab microphone 3 days ago or thereabouts to call out a call, and he categorically said Kolu had abandoned the north for the south. And here is Tinubu's six cardinal campaign strategy. Let me give you that. They said that they are going to, construct or renovate Sokoto to Badagry. 1,500 kilometers. In the history of Nigeria, there is nothing like that before. So that one is for the people of the north, the people of the middle belt, partly the people of the south, to be grateful for. Lagos Calabar is for the Yorubas and the southerners. Lagos Calabar Coastal Road, 700 kilometers. Do you want Tinubu to finish your 750 kilometers, Lagos Calabar? Yeah. Oh yeah. Go and vote. Do you want Tinubu to complete 1,500 kilometers, Sokoto Badagry? Yeah. Oh yeah. Go and vote. The Igbos are now being told that Tinubu is about to borrow $3 billion to come and rehabilitate. Okay, I don't even know what to use, because both words sounds like, exotic or something. I'm using some because they have single gauge where you don't get to see two trains pass themselves. No, single gauge means when the train take Yansh, enter Owerri, now mouth, it go take leave Owerri. And if you have to use that same Yansh, enter Enugu, like that. So if you go like this now, it will have to reverse back like that. So that is what Kolu want to collect 3 billion And they said that the track they want to come and renovate is just going to be 23% of it is in the part of the eastern Nigeria today. The remaining 77% of that track, this single leggage up to Kaduna, Kano, Sokoto, all those places. But they have sent their vuvuzelas out to go and tell people that if Tinubu want to collect 3 billion for the Igbos, so vote for him. The money, they never, I don't know if they have seen people want to borrow them. Or if I get to hear that they've borrowed them the money, I will tell you. Or maybe it is part of the 21 billion that Tinubu just got approval for, $22 billion. You add the euros and others, it's actually more than 22 billion. $21 billion, 2.2 billion euros, 780 billion naira, which is for bond, 63 million euro, which is a grant. And I heard there is another $2 billion on the side coming from the Afrexim Bank. Long story short, it is just, bureaucracy that you've got. Bureaucracy, loantocracy, sort of. There is no money coming to come and build any rail track in Igbo land, but they are already in town. They are already telling everybody to, to begin to salivate. As for you, the people of Niger Delta, they say Tinubu is about to open school, marine school. Now go they go learn how to swim. All of this, so you go see the list when the release is out. And that is why Kolu says, I will beat them silly. Look at him.
Who beat them silly?
The Jagaba! The Jagaba! The Jagaba!
Who beat them silly?
See that confidence? Who beat them silly? Yeah. Call you. But David Mark is presented as a general. David Mark from Benue. It's crazy, yeah? David Mark's daughter is APC, I think, or is it PDP? PDP. Okay, and she's a member of either the National Assembly or Abina State. Not sure. I'm just saying. But David Mark is now leading the coalition. Okay, as their first and interim chairman. They are putting screws together. They're like putting everything together. Right now, they've actually appointed where Obi, according to people, they said a very strong ally of Peter Obi as their organizing secretary. And David Mark himself, who released a statement yesterday, had this to say. Now, this is going to be one of the men that are going to get rid of Tinubu. If they succeed, well, they will be your new sheriffs in town, you say, right? And if they fail, well, maybe that will be their end as well, politically. However it's going to play out, begin to notice their tone, their language, the tone of their language and others. Start paying attention. This is their interim chairman.
That under our leadership, we shall be committed to full democratic practices and principles that abhors imposition and special privileges. Internal democracy, transparency, and accountability will be our mantra. There will be no imposition of any kind there. Everybody in this party is equal. You have the same rights like me, the chairman. I don't have any more rights. I'm just one of you who has been chosen to manage and lead you. So any one of you here can become the leader of ADC. That is the difference between ADC and other political parties in this country. We will guarantee collective leadership at all levels. We will build a technically competent bureaucracy for the party and ensure a structured financing. All members will truly own the party. Every one of us here has equal rights in this party, and I want all of you to note that. We will be fair and just to all party members. We promise to be totally transparent. ADC will have zero tolerance for anti-party and any form of indiscipline.
The general has spoken.
You are either in ADC or you are not in ADC. There is no midway in this business. And those who are not with us, we will not carry them along. We shall revise our grassroots leadership structures to reflect modern realities. From the polling units upwards, up to the national level, every organ will be re-energized. We will open the gates for the next generation. Our policies, nominations, and leadership roles will reflect meaningful inclusion of youths and women, and not just tokenism. So that under our leadership, we shall be committed to full.
We will work with you to build a Nigeria that is not corrupt. I bring you a message of hope.
We are going to spend a lot of resources on education.
Anyway, it is to let everybody know that we're going to be different. There are things that we are not going to condone, and we want everybody to know that it is either you are with us or you are not with us. There is no in between. There is no middle ground and all that. Mark is their interim chairman. So their interim spokesperson, Bolaji Abdullahi, interim chairman, they are both from PDP though. Okay, Bolaji Abdullahi went to APC. I don't know where he is where he's coming from currently, but he's their spokesperson. And according to him, Tinubu is living he's living in an alternative sort of like a universe. Sorry about that, flicking and all that, okay? So that Kalu is living in an alternative universe, that he should leave the villa. Go outside and check on people and see what people are passing through. Every politician says that. You know something, right? It's funny. Oh. Maybe it's not even funny. You know? And that is, this Bolaji Abdullahi I'm about to share with you now, if their permutation works, and they chased Tinubu away, so they now form government, and he is now going to be the Bulaba, the Ani, or Onofunuga, or Akuri Nigalailai, or whoever, to these guys. If you now say, hey, the president should come outside and see what people are facing, this same guy will go on TV and tell you, do you know that the president is a very busy. So it is just like, man, how do you do same thing again and again and expect a different result? That's depressing. Now here, still firing Kolu.
The opposition, coalition, and ADC, the President Bola Tinubu's administration. Well, my next guest tonight on the program is the spokesperson of the opposition coalition. He's Bolaji Abdullahi, and it's African Democratic Congress spokesperson and the wider opposition coalition.
As we unpack the big questions shaping the political conversation today in the country, from the government's performance so far, issues of the economy, and to the persistent groaning of an average person in the parity of the naira to the dollar, 1,500 and above, security challenges to the internal reorganization of the ADC. Let's speak with Mr. Bolaji Abdullah, who is live for us in our studio here. Thanks so much indeed for joining us tonight.
Thank you very much.
You heard what the spokesperson to the president said. It does look like everything is perfect in the country.
I had him. I had him. And I feel sorry for President Tinubu. Because if this is the kind of narrative that he gets to hear all the time, then it's natural that it's obvious that he lives in a bubble. And in the echo chambers of what they are telling themselves. The gentleman who just left here now was painting a picture of El Dorado, of a country. At a point I began to ask myself, maybe I'm in a kind of suspended animation. I'm no longer in Nigeria. I mean, he was talking about insecurity being degraded. There are 6 law students that are still missing. Imagine the parents of these children who are just going to school, abducted, and kidnappers have the nerve to actually be demanding 120 million to free these children. These children are still in captivity up till I speak. And someone sits here and tells us that insecurity is being degraded. I actually think that President Tinubu needs to leave the villa and go on the streets and talk to people and stop listening to this kind of narrative and stop listening to state governors who are just saying what they think they need to say to endear themselves to power rather than tell him the true feelings of the people.
So, in all what has been said and the performance of this government, they said, look, they've delivered on this, they've delivered on that, but you in the opposition, they say you see the cup half empty. But they are seeing it as half full. We are over the 2-year mark of this government. How do you see it? Half empty or half full?
The problem is not even whether it's half empty or half full. The problem is, what does it cup contain? What does the cup contain? Because when you are looking at the parameters, the analogy of half full, half empty, you are saying, oh, they are making efforts. No doubt.
Are they making effort?
Look, a man that will break into somebody's house to steal his things, an armed robber, will make effort. Everybody will make effort. The Yahoo boys doing things, they make effort. So the point I'm making is that it's not about the effort. It's about the consequences of your action. Whatever you think you are doing, how does it affect a citizen whose reason for voting for you presumably is to improve the quality of his life or to improve the quality of our life? Do you know how many businesses have collapsed, even as we speak, by people who they have not done anything wrong?
So, Malam Abdullah, I'm moved to ask you, and I put Nigeria.
The cost of fuel has gone up. Food and other prices have followed it. Households and businesses struggling. Things seem anxious and uncertain. I understand the hardship you face. I wish there were other ways, but there's not.
If we lend ourselves to innovation, we can create wonders. Yeah, it's a successful again, a town hall, different from bad blue. Blue. Bulaba.
Bulaba. So Bolaji Abdullahi was just reminding us that it is not how the cup or the content of the cup appears, whether half full, half empty. It is the content that you should check. What kind of shege are they dishing out to you? Would you say Nigeria hasn't changed under Tinubu? Nigeria has changed. A lot has changed. A lot has, changed. So don't, because it won't be factual. If anybody says, "Oh, ma, nothing has changed since this Tinubu came to power," are you being serious? A lot has changed. A lot of you have now, officially admitted into the lifestyle of austerity. This time, nobody needed to tell you. Things turn upside down. For those who survived, that means those of you watching right now survived. But there are those who didn't. So it is the content of what they are dishing to you, whether not half empty or half full. You get what I mean? Now the content of the shege called renewed shege. You get what I mean now? Renewed shege. Let's do it again. Let's do it again. Kind of. Then of course, Peter Obi. Some said it's actually might be part of their strategy. I don't know if there is a strategy. Okay. And in Kolu's voice, I don't want to sit here and release all my strategy. I'm coming back. I won't drink tea.
I don't want to sit here and reveal all my strategy. I am the first speaker among the three of us running. So they will spy on me. So you will have a limited answer here today. Another day you can bring me back. But that's part of what I do.
That's part of what I have just to say. So some believe that since Tinubu and his gang are actually desperate to know what the plans of their coalition will be, would they be able to convince Atiku to be a statesman? And Obi and Amechi will slug it out? Or would they just give it to Obi and all that so that they can prepare? Because Tinubu and his gang needs to prepare for who is going to be that candidate, and they must be able to preempt it. Do you get what I mean now? Like say, oh, yes, sir, Obi is going to be their candidate. Oh, it's going to be Obi Abi. Now let us begin the process of dismantling anything Obi right now. Let's concentrate on him. So right now, Tinubu's sewage dwellers, right? They are fighting on every fight. As they are doing tribalism here, they are fighting the North. The same North, though, they are calling them very, very, they are calling them betrayers. They're very, very ungrateful. Ashiwaju stood by the Bokwari. Now, Bokwari is dead anyway, so nobody can say Bokwari will be responsible for Tinubu's decimation. So on social media, the Ronukus, they are attacking the Igbos. And they are waiting for a day they will declare war so that they can go and fight the Igbos and chase them out of Yoruba land. On one hand. On the other hand, they are giving money to some of the, Oluchukus, all this, those ones who are the Ronukus of Igbo land, you know them, to go and help them tell the Igbos that Tinubu loves them so much. The Hausa and the Fulanis are collecting from their hands. Baba, have you seen how the Ronukus are always so happy when they see Shagia Adamu. Shagia Adamu say, Wallahi Tallahi, Asiwaju is my candidate for 2027. I am from Nasarawa. You go see one Ronuku. He will just say, thank you, Jari Adamu. Adamu, God bless you, Adamu. God bless you for... You are not a betrayer like others. People that Asiwaju that did everything to make Boko Haram this. Look at what the North are now doing. We look at all of them now. So if they see you from Northern Nigeria and you say something about Tinubu, like Asiwaju goes on Asiwaju 2027 victory, you will see Ronukus, they will begin to befriend you. Because, Baba, it can't be like saying only them go have to actually arrange to bring Tinubu back. And that seems to be a very tough one. So on the one hand, they would be telling themselves, Asiwaju don't get this and that in Northern Nigeria. It's got this, it's got all the governors, 23 governors. How you want to? But they are still worried that the North, they said the Northerners are betrayers. They betrayed Yorubas. Just so you know, Shashe, you get, it's not just yourself that the Ronukus are currently trying to start war with, including the Northerners. So yeah, maybe in that regard, they have decided to keep putting up different red flags, flags here, flags there. So Tinubu and his guys, they can be boxing like shadow boxing. Just saying. So they asked Bolaji Abdullahi, where is Obi? When is he going to join you? His answer:
the opposition, coalition, and ADC spokesperson. Thanks so much indeed. Your comment about Peter Obi is generating controversy within the PDP, and they thought that was very uncomplimentary what he said about Peter Obi and the possibility of Peter Obi going to the ADC, the PDP, and the fact that this is an Atiku coalition, and the fact that Peter Obi is already looking out for options, and the PDP is already cutting in. Doesn't that show that there is some problem within the ADC already? And you have not even started.
There's no problem within the ADC. Peter Obi has been part of the coalition from day one. Peter Obi has attended almost every meeting of the coalition. The reason Peter Obi has not come into the ADC as a card-carrying member was because he asked for leave to allow him to complete the election that his people were involved in his Labour Party. The same thing applied to Malam Nasiru El-Rufai, and they were allowed by the leadership to complete the election processes that they started in their respective parties before they come into the ADC. And that is what I know. As I speak,
Peter Obi is not a member of the ADC for now.
He's a member of the coalition.
But not a member of the ADC.
He's not a card-carrying member of the ADC yet, because he was given permission by the leadership to complete the election process that he started in the Legacy Party. He specifically asked for it, and the same way Malam Nasiru El-Rufai asked for it, and they were allowed to.
Why does it look like a lot of people have already summed up the answer even from the beginning? They say, look, all of these is for Atiku to get a ticket, and it's an Atiku coalition. And the reason perhaps people are thinking that Peter Obi is already being cutted in the PDP.
I mean, I can understand PDP cutting anybody that looks like can give them a lifeline. I mean, I can understand that. But what I know for a fact is that Peter Obi is in the coalition. I also know for a fact that this is not an Atiku coalition. What is at stake goes beyond. Like I said repeatedly, the ADC is not built around anybody's individual ambition. What is at stake is much bigger than every individual. And look, I'm 56. Who says I don't want to be president? Who says I don't want to be president? So we are doing this because we want to...
Because already you have a Kachiku problem. You are having an Atiku reputation problem you are having.
What do you mean by Atiku reputation?
Because they think that Atiku, that is a coalition. All of you are working together.
No, that's not true. That's what I'm telling
Atiku.
you.
Yeah.
That's not. You know, you can.
No, I'm saying it to you as a journalist.
No, yeah, I understand.
Although you know you retired.
I can tell you.
You're a retired journalist. But I'm reporting to you to tell you that it's a feeling, and the perception out there is that this is all about this is an orchestration. No, do you recollect that even from the start, even before we unveiled the coalition, they were coming out to say Atiku coalition. Atiku coalition. It was deliberately engineered to brand it an Atiku coalition. Is it not?
It is absolutely not an Atiku coalition. And we'll continue to maintain, and people will see. You know, so
Malam Abdullah, we're totally out of time. In 20 seconds, if you may, why should Nigerians believe it?
It's all right. So Peter Obi is not officially part of the ADC, but he is a part of the coalition. So we just have to wait and see how that finally plays out, right? In Rivers State, it is believed that Fulbara should normally return in September. Now, there is a problem. The appointment of a sole administrator by Tinubu is illegal, but they've allowed it to fly. So, the sole administrator has appointed, first he sacked everyone appointed by Fulbara, and then appointed replacements, including local government administrators. Against the Supreme Court ruling, Tinubu released the local government allocation to this guy. He is the guy who wanted to spend their 20 billion on CCTV in Port Harcourt in their 2025 budget. This guy wrote a budget that got approved by the National Assembly because they just have to do it, right? Now, the guy dissolved local government administration in the states, appointed sole administrators, and as we speak, the same guy dissolved the State Electoral Commission, appointed replacements. One of the reasons why Fulbara ran into trouble was because he bypassed the status of assembly to go on and inaugurate or constitute and inaugurate the state SEC, so to say. And they said that was one of his sins. So right now, the sole administrator, Ibas, has appointed SEC chairman, SEC board and everything, and he has picked a date for local government election. And they want to do this probably 3 weeks before Fulbara returns. Something that, of course, it is. As with the Wike plotted it. But a group has come out to say, no, we won't let this happen and blah, 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 blah. Not that they are significant or matters in the scheme of things, but at least they are openly rejecting this.
Good afternoon, distinguished guests. May I please stand on existing protocols. My name is Comrade Imeabe Savior Oscar. I represent South Youth Initiative. I also represent Coalition of Rivers State Youth Bodies. Before I proceed, may I please call on the attention of the District Chairman. Good afternoon, sir. I want to sincerely ask few questions. And these questions are also questions that is so much in the society in Rivers State now. There is a question, sir. And the first question is, how will an undemocratic process give birth to a democratic process? That's the first question, sir. Secondly, sir, it is obvious that as we speak, the emergency rule in Rivers State may as well be a lingering situation or lingering challenge to the success of the forthcoming local government election. May I also ask, what is the possibility that Rivers State resources will not be abused after the conduct of this election because litigation, a lot of persons are preparing for litigation just after the election. And what is the possibility that this election or those that will be elected by the conduct of the local government election will not be thrown out of office by the upcoming litigations. Secondly, finally, sir, I also want to believe that as we speak right now, sir, the emergency rule is not telling good on us. I watched on the news of what played out in the National Assembly, where we also question the legitimacy of a non-indigene as a research chairman. How are we going to be able to handle situations like this when the election will come up? What is the possibility, sir, that people may turn up to vote come 30th of August when the election will come up? What is the possibility, sir, that people may turn up to vote come 30th of August as a result of this election and as a result of the emergency rule, that so many Rivers people are not happy and also need the reinstatement of the suspended governor? Thank you and God bless you.
And you too. I don't know if he got his answers right, but they are hell bent on going ahead to conduct the election. Like he said, as bad as Nigerian court is, right? I don't know if Wike will let that happen though. And if any court rule that the election is wrong, Wike will get it overturned probably at another court or in another court or at another level too. Well, I'll leave that for now. A lot of us have been seeing a series of sponsored protests against Nigerians in Ghana, where Ghanaians have been incited to hit the streets, blame Nigerians for whatever the economic imbalance or what have you that they faces in their country, leveraging on the propaganda as well as the bigotry, this tribal war, online tribal war between Nigerians as well. So they have done so well enough to target Igbos their main target, especially when the 2013 video of a self-made Igbo king in Accra, a video that the man came out later to debunk and say, well, no, there's nothing like that anymore. So it is obvious that they actually possibly have people sponsoring that. So a minister from Ghana who was with a minister in Nigeria, Odime Gojuku's wife, who is a minister now, Bianca. So they had a press conference where this Ghanaian minister has a message for some of you, because they know that all those things you are seeing online, they are actually being sponsored. So what is the end goal? Nobody knows. It is beyond Igbo this or Igbo that as we speak. And here is what they said their president has for all of you. With your Igbophobia too. Maybe you should watch this.
On behalf of President John Dramani Mahama, we welcome the Minister of State from the Federal Republic of Nigeria in charge of Foreign Affairs to Ghana. We have just concluded a very successful bilateral discussion on the recent disturbances which have sought to undermine the cordial and friendly relations that has existed between our two countries historically. The Honorable Minister for Foreign Affairs of Nigeria has conveyed a message from President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, which message will also be delivered to his brother, President John Dramani Mahama. And it is a message of peace, it is a message of love, it is a message that reiterates the inseparable bond of friendship and brotherhood between our two countries. As we have agreed, the video that went viral, which incensed Ghanaians legitimately, we were all outraged when we saw that video. That video has been condemned by our counterparts from Nigeria. They have reprimanded the gentleman. He has been asked not to engage in such statements and such commentary. As you do know, I had met him earlier, and he was very contrite in the meeting, has apologized. He's issued a public statement apologizing to President Mahama, to the government and people of Ghana. And based on his conduct, he has demonstrated good faith that he's really, upon reflection, apologetic and will not tread that path any longer. It is also important to emphasize that we have agreed that we will deepen our community-to-community engagements. We are conscious of our history, that even though we have a historical background with a lot of ethnic groups having the same heritage and antecedents. We do know, for example, that the Ewe people migrated together with Nigerians, sojourned in Ile-Ife, and continue to the Gold Coast. The Gans have a similar story. So we have very interesting anthropological antecedents, which shows that we are one people. But regardless of that, there have been times in our history where we have had skirmishes. You remember the Aliens Compliance Order. We saw a number of so-called... It is also important to emphasize that we have agreed that we will deepen our community-to-community engagements. We are conscious of our history, that even though we have a historical background with a lot of ethnic groups having the same heritage and antecedents. You do know, for example, that the Ewe people migrated together with Nigerians, sojourned in Ile-Ife, and continue to the Gold Coast. The Gans have a similar story. So we have very interesting anthropological antecedents, which shows that we are one people. But regardless of that, there have been times in our history where we have had skirmishes. You remember the Aliens Compliance Order. We saw a number of so-called foreigners being removed from Ghana. And then you also recall Ghana Must Go in 1983, where over 1 million Ghanaians were forced out of Nigeria. So we are conscious of that history, which should guide all of us, that if these things are not managed well, it could take us back to certain dark occurrences in our history. That is why we have been demonstrating a lot of maturity and asking that we douse the flames, we show compassion, we should remember that we are one people. Let's always remember that Ghana, as the headquarters of Pan-Africanism, what Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, the founder of our country, taught us is that we should ignore artificial boundaries. We are one people. And let us always remember that there is a bigger goal, a bigger Pan-African agenda where we want to form an all-united states of Africa.
Like I said before, I came and I saw with my own two eyes that there were not tires burning on the streets and people with placards everywhere urging Nigerians to be deported. And you know, it speaks to how the government of President John Mahama was able to rise to the occasion. President Mahama and President Bola Ahmed Tinubu are like brothers. Of course, Nigerians were in a very festive mood during the inauguration ceremony of President Mahama. Our president was here and for the occasion, and he gave a very, very impassioned speech, which speaks to the special bond that exists between these two gentlemen, and by extension, the bonds that exist between Ghanaians and Nigerians. So the message, in short, would be that there is no cause for alarm. The situation is being handled quite effectively. We will continue with our stakeholder engagement. We have met some of the dramatist personnel, the people who are in the melt of this crisis. We will continue to meet people, stakeholders across all segments to ensure that the ways and means to continue to douse tensions, to continue to ensure that this is not a situation that repeats itself.
Mm-hmm. So Bianca was there to help douse the tension. So meaning, as bad as Call Luis, there are still people who have his ears to let him know that it is cooking or it is brewing or Nigerians could get or come under serious attacks in Ghana. And there are people who are actually sponsoring that. It is not spontaneous. It is not. So I pray that work. Just like I saw another first lady. She was the Biafran first lady, by the way. And here is another one. Soludo's wife is taken after Kolu's wife. Rat. She has a farm. Now she's harvesting tomato. Anambra people. Here's your first lady.
See how beautiful. Get your seeds and have your own backyard garden. Emma, from this, a family where just one line of this. I want any business with tomato mafia. I'm telling you. And don't enjoy. You know, the joy in them when harvesting this. It's what I was saying now. By tomorrow, you see red ones again. We'll launch it. We'll launch our farmers market. And I hear one more things. Tomatoes, vegetables, nchangwa. Very cheap. Cucumber. Oh, wow.
So you are encouraged to have your own greenhouse and grow some vegetables. But that used to be a thing. Well, today people are even building houses. You will see all these fine houses. Yeah. And there's no one greenery anywhere. No tree, no nothing. They say, this mansion, that mansion. I look at them, I'm like, where are the trees? Yeah. When I was growing up, in front of our house in Odogbolu, we planted okra that I just have to come out and pluck few. We planted ewedu. We had bitter leaf. We had, I'm trying to remember so many of them. We had lemongrass. That one is simply just when you feel feverish or you have a fever or typhoid or something. So you go out there, you cut that. We had is a called moringa. Which one is moringa again? Because we call it a in Ijebu. So the entire front of the house, we had another one we called the ewe lakpa. You remember that one, right? So we had another one, ewe sandpaper. If you get all these rashes, they will go and grab away sandpaper, like sandpaper did not leave for no sandpaper all that place away. And I was just putting some ewuro and all of that stuff. At the side of our house, we had all this cocoyam. Yeah, cocoyams, water yams, yam on the side. When you go to the back of our house, you're going to get a pawpaw. You see pawpaw. And we didn't have compound like that. So it was just side of the house, front of the house, side of the house. There are those who had their own compound that have, they had bananas, like plantain, planted bananas, oranges, name it. Apart from those trees providing fruits, fresh fruits, they also provide a very good ecosystem, like shade that helps you to conserve energy, something like that. But we don't have much of that anymore right now. Everybody just wants to build everywhere they can see, every land, everywhere. So yeah, Anambra First Lady, well done. Oh. Rat also has a farm. The difference is that we saw rats that planted, what do you call it? She planted tomato. Only for her to go and harvest ugu 3 weeks later. That's why we didn't trust her. I didn't see Soludom's wife's, the fresher when she started planting. So I wouldn't know what she planted, but we also what she harvested. It was rats that planted the tomato right before her very eyes. So, madam, na tomato you dey plant? She said, na tomato. 3 weeks later, they posted a picture where she harvested ugu. Say, how can somebody plant tomato and harvest ugu? Nigeria, the abracadabra. So I will probably leave that behind. On our way, we checked on Abia. And somebody actually posted a video, by the way. Again, showing to us what Alex Otti is doing in Abia. And again, I'll keep reminding you, if you have been following their politics in Abia State in the last 24 years, before the last 2, you understand why an average Abian will be so elated, seeing a real, tangible, and quality project in their lifetime. It is like a miracle. But if you are from where, somewhere else like where they kind of do this regularly.
Dr. Alex Chomoti and your Meragene. Chomanda Belequano Manoco Bridge. Lequano Bridge Bicono. Lequano Bridge Jehovah Keligua Keloa. Lequano Bridge of Manoco Bicono. Just 2 years. Dr. Alex Chomoti. Ugwaro Kibo. Mazim Beke Okabogoma Woke the Beautiful Okonkondinium Chomanda Abia State Nwaro Kibo Jagamba Oko Hogologo Oludaburoha Lekwanu Bridge Bikono Lekwanu Julius Berger Standard. Oh, now what Alex Homa de Mao. Ayo, Igori Odowo. Ayo, Igori Odowo. Ayo. Abetaboko wenoto. Ogini hena de motua. Chineke gozie Dr. Alex Chomauti. Ugwaro Kibo. Ya gaziere gị nna m, more grace. Ndewo bekee.
Chikuzie. So like I said, that is the state where the state governors, one of the projects of Ekweazu, as the governor of governor of Abia State, was his, and he's very proud of it too, was his healthcare, maternity healthcare program. If you were a pregnant woman in Abia State under Ekweazu and you put to bed, Ekweazu will give you 500 naira. Don't ask me for what. It is the state government's policy to pay so that they can support the mother. According to him, in case if the mother is not kind of like producing milk that first day, they can use the 500 naira to buy a camel for the baby. That's not how he put it, because that's what I think it can actually buy. You know, they said to take care of the mother. It's just a gift. It's a gift. It went on national TV to actually defend that. Some people loved it. They loved it. It was that terrible. Governance in that place was like a horrible before these guys. So when you see them see real projects started and ongoing, and they're like, that's a real one. Oh, it's a breach. You can look at it and say, why are they happy about this? You have no idea. Last 24 years, half of Nigerian states, they were just pure piggy banks for those who were opportune to rule them. Abia is one of them. So I'll leave all of you to that, okay? Let's go to bed. I'm not tired not to talk, but I always take advantage of us not so busy to leave early. And tonight is like one of them. I'm going to see you tomorrow, right? Join us during the brunch time. And that's another time where you can indeed phone in, say something that you've always wanted to say. As we are signing out tonight, please like the broadcast, share it, subscribe to my channel, and of course, join me again, like I said, okay? Enjoy the rest of your night. Sorry about that. So I've got something blinking it there, okay? Sorry about that. So good night, everyone, from MAIYEGUN and their former national vice chairman. So he came out to say he has declared himself the authentic chairman of ADC, and all that arrangement that Nwosu went into with David Mark and others will remain invalid, and if they've tried to challenge it, he would not hesitate to take a legal action, take it to court. So interesting days ahead, and people have been reacting too, you know, like, this is the handiwork of APC. This is the handiwork of, you know, speculations and what have you. So tonight, we are starting with that. And then we're going to go on to what I think a calculative attempt to use the media, right, to boost the whatever behind the scene plea that the PDP is making with Obi, right? We're going to get to that one, as they seem to have intensified that, how Obi coming to their PDP will be a huge asset, and it's going to change the fortune of PDP. Then we're going to leave that and go to other stories, one after the other, as usual. So if you are just joining us, remember, it is not just the caption that we are discussing tonight. Kindly read the description as well. There are other stories there. Hear the broadcast if you haven't already. Let us get started. Mr. Saliu, that made the headlines today for rejecting the arrangement or the coalition arrangement with the ADC executives that resigned, had this to say. Some are saying they should have tried to find or look for somebody who can at least read the first error. Now let's get to it. Saliu. No, sorry, Nafiu. His name, I don't know. When I saw that, I was like, Nafiu, Saliu Elenu Boro. Sort of. Listen to this. The new self-acclaimed chairman of ADC, the coalition party.
I, Honorable Nafi Ubala, I, bona-fide member of the duly elected national deputy chairman of our great party, the African Democratic Congress ADC. I wish to draw the attention of the entire members of our great party and Nigerians as late to the ongoing act of the political hooligans being perpetrated by some individuals who were hired to interact with the leadership of our great party, African Democratic Congress ADC. We are all witnesses living witnesses to the show of shame and act of lawlessness being displayed by Rwanda and capitalization without any known precedent. In our democratic journey, constitutional order, we are therefore strongly to resolve and collectively determining the challenge this affront and assure that the party laying down to rules and stipulated provision are respected and strictly adhered to by all those who belong to it. In case the individual choose to ignore our urgent calls to obey our constitutional guidelines and thus remaining very adverse and recalcitrant in order to aberrant behaviors, yes, we all proceed with goals to challenge their gross act of impunity in the court and bring them to the justice. It is give enormous pain in inundate you with their scandalous in happening in our great party, but we had been left with no other option to take in defense of our unalienable constitutional rights. As evident by the prevailing situation we now find ourselves in the party. In the history of democracy, all over the world, no party leader or any group of leaders have the power of arbitrarily transfer elected mandates to all political leaders or political authority to a non-member of who never belonged to contestant for political office. The constitution of our great party has made adequate provision as laying down in many clauses, articulations that successions, guidelines, and how event vacant position shall be unconstitutional feelings. In the case of circumstances, and also in the further of my constitutional mandate as a duly elected deputy national chairman of our great party, now I assume my constitutional duty and responsibility as a national chairman of our great party, African Democratic Congress, ADC, today. Therefore, I am hereby calling on the esteemed Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to so urgently step in to take due recognitions of this development. I am Honorable Nafi Ubala. I am the acting national chairman of the African Democratic Congress, ADC. Thank you very much for the welcome.
ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ní àbọ̀ ń ṣí èrè. ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí ọ̀ ń ṣeré ní àbọ̀ ń ṣí èrè.
Nuisance leleyi. Nuisance leleyi.
Honorable Bala. So they said they should have tried to find someone who at least could read. You know, somebody that will fit in the role. But you can't really find anyone intelligent enough to want to play such roles. Look at the characters who are playing the fifth columnist in their Labour Party. Araban Bidiot, Lamidiot Pampas. You know, I don't know what name to call this one other than Saliu. So, according to him, it is not legally right for anyone to transfer a constitutional mandate or something. What did he call it? And he may be right. But do you know something, right? As much as we don't have to hold briefs for them, okay, for the ADC, but for the educational purposes, just remember that Nigeria has no democracy. Nigeria has no real political system. What you have is just a group of brigands committing brigandage as a group collectively, while the rest of you are paying for it. Do you understand now? So the Supreme Court of Nigeria ruled that all these parties, that they could do whatever they like within their party. As you can see, the Tifnumbu. Sorry. So as you are seeing, I'm sorry, I'm going to take a sec, all right? Give me a sec, I'll be back. But I'll leave Nwosu within. Then I'll add it to it when I come back, okay?
I have heard the government refutal, but I'm not in confrontation with the government. What we are asking for is, let's go to the ballot box. Why do you want to stop political parties? It's not only ADC. What is happening with PDP is also the,
no, I understand that, but you're speaking in broad terms.
Yeah.
And I want to address your specific allegations.
About offers of a ministerial position?
Yeah. I mean, you said you were very specific. 3 ministerial slots. One was to go to you.
Yes.
The other 2 to whoever you wanted to give it.
I have calls and I have meetings, and not only here in Nigeria. A couple of the.
But you're not prepared to mention the name.
No, I will not.
Right. Okay. But you know that Daniel Bwala, who is the special advisor on policy communication to President Tinubu, has denied that the presidency offered any ministerial slots to you. He said that no government officials can promise or grant ministerial slots except President Tinubu himself. What is your reaction to that?
Bwala, I wish you would come out and say why Elias, Adiku, Alaku, Godwin, and Mohammed Kala, they are doing in big hotels, being protected by government, the people paid police.
You mean, are they now former ADC members, or they're still members of the ADC?
They are still carrying the cards of ADC. But the government are using them to even try to scuttle the things we're doing.
Yeah, but what have they actually done to support this allegation that you're making now? What have they done to support what you're saying?
Oh, they have used them to go to court to say that, oh, they don't agree with the things we're doing, therefore it should be stopped. And they are being protected. We have pictures, and we know where they are. It's laughable. A couple of them have reached out to me at least. They were five. They are 5 ADC people.
Right.
2 of them reached out to me, and one has was able to run away and write to say he's withdrawing. He can no longer be coerced. The chairman of Niger State wrote to say, "Come, withdraw me from this case." And so
that's Nwosu. So where was I the other time? So the characters that are easily to play the role, you know, I mean, the role of the 5th columnist, even when it seems like they are in control, but at the last minute, at any given time, there are always these characters who are always like going to be popping up from somewhere, and then they will disappear. Once whatever it is that they brought them to do is concluded, boom, they will disappear. Just like that of Lamidi or Tapampas and others. And then they will resurface again if they are to be brought back. That is the kind of politics they have in that place. Nwosu himself, the guy who just spoke Finnish, right? Accused some people approaching him in the course of this coalition, that some people approached him to offer him, you know, ministerial slots. And that was when Onofunuga responded and said, how come despite many times that Charles pushed him, like, listen, who are these guys? Could you give any kind of description, anything closer that we can say, okay, they are indeed from Kolu, but, you know, he didn't give a direct answer. He said, I won't name names. So there's a possibility, right, that he's been approached. But Onofunuga is now saying, hang on. Now, let's assume that he rejected that of Kolu. Did he disclose what Atiku offered him? Now, that's just the banters on, you know, the alarm being raised by the ADC that they are currently being targeted. Now, here is something. All it's going to take is just for somebody to go to court. That's all they need. Somebody go to court and the court will give an injunction. And then before you know it, they are going back to that court again and again. And for Kolu, that's enough. You know, I was saying something earlier that Nwosu going into an arrangement with their coalition and then his party. You know, Nwosu is like that of Showore. Nwosu actually started the party himself, right? Put together, and he's been like running it with all these guys all this while. Now he handed it over to Atiku. So their Supreme Court ruled. I remember, and that's where I was before I got interrupted. Their Supreme Court ruled that whatever the parties, whatever they do within their party is up to them. It's none of any court's business. Do you get that now? Like, they can have a chairman today, remove him tomorrow, put another person. They may hold a congress. They may choose not to. Call a NEC, call a few people into a room and just endorse some certain people and say, oh yeah, these are their executives. By the Supreme Court ruling, that is okay. That's why I said they don't really have any real political system in that place. It's just, you know, brigands who gather together to... Meanwhile, before this guy made this announcement 2 days ago, so they did the inauguration for David Mark-led ADC, in which they have also allocated other positions, organizing secretary, publicity secretary, this and that, and all that, right? And they did their inauguration. I don't know which one was first or which one was after, but let's try this first.
That I will be faithful and bear true allegiance to the African Democratic Congress and the Federal Republic of Nigeria, and will preserve that I will be faithful and bear true allegiance.
And as it's been seen in few places, the Aregbe Mububaba Kabiru and his own team in Oshun, they are doing their serious grassroots mobilization, according to them, in one of their gatherings, which was like a day or so ago. So for that, you have to give them their flower for that. They can formulate any song anytime, any day, with any party. They can be PDP this morning, and they can just be APC in the evening, and maybe something else by night. Now that is them moving on their own DHDC, right? The PDP, Jerry Ghana, was also with Charles, and this time they were talking about their effort in, you know, luring Obi back to PDP and possibly making him their presidential candidate in the 2027 race. So Charles now said, how do you really think this is going to play out? Like, let's say Obi, Atif could become their candidate in ADC, and Obi ended up with them in PDP, and Tinubu remain in his APC. Isn't that going to be a repetition of what they had then? But here is what Jerry Ghana had to say, as usual. And there's another one.
So I cannot definitely say
I see what you mean.
But they're exciting. They are good. They are nice.
If let's speculate, if by some freak of circumstance, the PDP gives the tickets to Peter Obi, and the ADC gives the tickets to Atiku Abubakar, as is being speculated, isn't that just going to amount to a repeat of what happened in 2023, where Obi and Atiku divided the opposition vote and consequently handed victory to Tinubu?
No, it will be something else, because you say the parties have changed. The PDP is on ground.
No,
I mean, Peter will be now will not be on Labour. He will now be on the PDP. The PDP is look, in all the
but Atiku Abubakar, who is claiming to be one of the inheritors of Muhammadu Buhari's 12 million votes, will be in the ADC.
I'm a researcher,
right?
And I research opinions. And believe you me, in the northern states, Peter Obi under the PDP would defeat any candidate up here, because our people are very fair-minded. They say, "No, look, it's the turn of the South. In 2031, it will be the turn of the South," and they are getting ready. So there is that very powerful process. Our people are very fair-minded. They are very just. We are building a nation. We don't want people to ruin this opportunity, because you see, the move we made in 1990 resolved the June 12th thing. It was very, very vicious. But when we came, we said, this is not right. When we made that move, Obasanjo has been president. Tinubu now, who was in the trenches then, is now president. We now have the Nigerian nation back. And people say now it has worked. The founding fathers were wise. So therefore, if it is the turn of the South, please give it to the South.
Right.
Now, I don't know when last you were in Adama. Atiku comes from Adama. There is the PDP government in place in Adama. And it's real in place. It's governing. It's popular. It's powerful. How many people have gone with him?
Okay.
Oh, we have 3 governors in the whole of the Northeast, where he comes from. In Bauchi, in Taraba, in Adamawa, and with the kind of moves that are going on, we are very strong again in Borno, and Yobe, and Gombe, the southern part where I've been always there. What I'm now saying, even in the zone where he comes from, there will be very, very serious contention. So we're not saying that it's not strong, but Peter will be far, far stronger. And we have a better candidate even than Peter.
Okay. Well, on that note...
you won't need a car to travel. You won't need an aeroplane to travel. You will just say, I want to go to London. And you'll be in London. Whether you believe it or not, the time is coming when you won't need you.
Old man, oh. So, he's a researcher, and he strongly believes that with PDP and Peter Obi, the victory is certain. The coast will be clear. I mean, I don't understand that though, but yeah. But there is another person who went further to explain the kind of fortune that PDP would sort of like inherit if Peter Obi decides to join them. Another toaster. Now listen. Oh, hang on.
So, considering the current state of the PDP at the moment, some analysts are wondering why Peter Obi would want to return to the party. Why is he suddenly worthy of being the PDP's presidential candidate when he was denied the same opportunity when the PDP was still thriving as a political party?
Well, first of all, I am not sure anyone denied Peter Obi the ticket when he was interested. 2023, for instance, he left before the primaries of the PDP to form or to join the Labour Party. He left the PDP. And so he was not denied. He had a right of choice and he elected to go to Labour Party. Now, currently, while so many people may be of the opinion that he can come back to the PDP, I think the decision is entirely his. And I'm also not sure that the PDP as a party has sat down to say that he should come back and take the ticket of the party. These are generally personal opinions that are built sometimes on very cogent reasons. There is no doubt that Peter Obi, following his showing in 2023, is a brand that any political party would like to host. The same way, there is no doubt that the PDP has been a brand. So if two likable brands come together, it is easy to predict the result. But I don't think we have gotten there yet, where the party, I mean the PDP, has taken a decision to say it has to be Peter Obi, or it must be Peter Obi. He's a very fine brand. Many people believe in him and are following him. So it's not difficult to say, yes, if he comes to PDP, it could be a good sell to the electorate. Besides, elections are supposed to be a litmus test of what the generality of the people want. And so if there is a candidate anywhere who is sellable, it won't be wrong for any political party to woo such a candidate to fly its ticket. And it should be like that. There is no reason why in Nigeria candidates should be in charge of political parties and then pick the tickets at will, just when they want and how they want it. The political parties should also be seen to be looking for candidates that will fly their flag. For me, that is the position currently. Elections, 2027 is still 2 years away. And I'm sure there are many, many candidates that will show up very soon.
Now, you talked about two likable brands coming together, which in your opinion is the ideal. But according to ADC spokesman Bolaji Abdullahi, he says the jugular of the PDP is in the hands of the ruling party, and Peter Obi, more than anyone else, would know that he cannot take the risk of going back to the PDP. I'd like you to react to this.
Well, for me, people that are used to jumping from one party to the other do not deserve a response. Bolaji Abdullahi is one who has been jumping from one political party to the other, depending on who will give him appointment. He was a minister, he was this and that, under different platforms. So these are the kind of politicians I don't really bother myself about, because they are seekers of office. They are not ideal people who should determine political discussion. Their major brand or their major concern is how to grab power, how to get office. And I don't have a lot of respect for them, but that is their style. Maybe Nigeria makes it possible for people to jump. They are here in the morning, by evening tomorrow they are somewhere else, depending on where they think their transactions will bear fruit. I don't believe that.
That was him going on for Bolaji Abdullahi. So how is the APC themselves? How are they faring? There is one more there is one more PDP leader. Remember that guy that met Obi last week, the former governor of Niger State, Babangida Aliyu. He was on Channels television this evening, where he was defending Tinubu. Because according to him, Tinubu is doing so well. They're taking decisions, he's doing well. Tinubu's problem is just that they don't know how to communicate what they are doing to Nigerians, like communicate it to you, tell you what they are doing. That's their problem. So, and he also said, if all of una could endure Bokwari for 8 years. I mean, come on, you don't do 2, and I mean, you've done 2 already. So all you have left is just 6 years. You will be able to endure Kolu for another 8 years. You should. That's what he said. So you all know that anyone who is even asking Obi to come to their PDP is like a clown, because the PDP governors themselves, half of them that are left, so they are with Tinubu, if not most, if not all of them, except for maybe one or two who are doing their second term. And they themselves are looking for a chance to probably be the candidate of the PDP presidential candidate. Bala Muhammad in Bauchi, Soloma Kinde in Ibadan. These two, they want to be presidential candidate of PDP too. So Werewike is what, well, maybe Werewike is clear, because Werewike has made it very clear that Tinubu, nobody go change Tinubu. Even when Werewike said that the PDP should zone their presidential ticket to the south, now they have done that, I believe. So Werewike, excuse me, I need to my thoughts. So Werewike himself has possibly like, is stuck. So he dare not go on and say he wants to be president or presidential candidate. So that simply means he would have to resign from Tinubu's government. He can't be minister and be a candidate. So he would dare not. All he will have to do is just to make sure that the complete decimation of PDP and the burial of PDP is completed, finally. That's actually what he said he's going to do. Then after that, so they will now start all over again. After Tinubu, they will start the PDP all over again. That's what Werewike said. So if he should have his way, so it simply means anybody associating with the PDP is not really different from associating with the Labour or their new coalition, the DC. Everywhere, Wahala. Babangida Aliyu.
Just as we begin to round up, yes, just as we begin to wrap up, do you think ADC has any chances in terms of their ambition? They say they want to remove the APC and also remove President Tinubu. But some people say it's a mission impossible.
You see, my argument had always been, what is the alternative? What is it if you want to remove this or that government or that governor or that president? What is the alternative that you are offering to the people? Are you offering anything better than what we have at the moment? In addition to that, with our, even though unconstitutional, but we seem to have accepted our rotation, is ADC or PDP saying that the 8 years that is due by our arrangement, that is due to the South, now will go to the South? Or are we saying we jettison that and they enter into another crisis again? I have had many of the presidential aspirants already saying they will serve one term. Now, if a northerner says he is serving one term, what problem is he creating for the North? If a southerner said, I'm only going to serve one term, what guarantee do you have? Now we have only defection of governors and other members of the assemblies. By 2031, you may end up with a presidential defection because his arrangement for one term will be with the party. It's not a constitutional issue. So he may defect to another party, and you have a major problem there too. So for me, who will win the election will depend on what happens in the next 1.5 years. And that is to say, if the government is able to correct some of the observable anomalies, I don't see why the problem. If we could tolerate the late Muhammad Buhari for 8 years, oh my God, let's try it. Maybe by 2031 we can jettison the arrangement if we find it convenient.
Well, Dr. Mohammed Aliyu Babangida, thank you very much.
So, I don't even have to add anything. You heard him loud and clear. So let Tinubu finish. Trying to find another southerner to replace Tinubu that will serve what is a tough risk. And for the northern Nigeria, they have to wait till 2031 and all that. So all these rhetorics, right? They're just like a free talk. Okay. But coming from those who are supposed to be the opposition leaders, because there's no real opposition. You know, I've said that before. I said one of the reasons why they hate your guts, you, the obedient. I'll tell you again. I've said it before. One of the reasons why they hate your guts is the fact that you are like this. Okay, I don't want to use that analogy. Okay, so the thing is that in Nigeria, when you see them preparing for elections, it will be like they are preparing for war. They will kill themselves, they will kill other people, do all they have to do. Then after that, because it is a winner takes it all arrangement. So that simply means whoever outrigged the other will automatically control everything. And because that will be for the next 4 years or more, the same people who were killing themselves for the same position at the other time, right? They will begin to jump ship because they can't wait for 4 years. 4 years, okay? They'll begin to, it's called decamping. They'll be decamping. So you won't see much opposition again for the next 3 years. All of them go to chop together, except for those ones they completely removed. So once it is a year to election, they will begin to scuffle again. They begin to talk tough, threaten themselves, begin to make the country almost ungovernable. But you obedient came. They finished their Charade election. They announced Tinubu. You made it so worse for him that he became an illegitimate president. That every day he has to remind himself and say, I'm the president. I'm the president. Whether you vote for me or you don't vote for me, today, I'm the president. I'm the president. He has to be reminding himself everywhere, everywhere he went, he's always like the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Say, God damn it, man, somebody already introduced you. So that legitimacy battle, and you not even going away. They expected all of you to have kind of like moved on, forget the whole thing, Nabi, until they pretend to have another charade again that you can turn up again and begin to, So that's one of the reasons why they don't like you. Because you make it look like every day they have to campaign. Have you not seen it? When you see them on TV, it's like they're always like in the campaign mode. Always in the campaign mode where everywhere, instead of them to show what they are doing and why they are doing what they are doing, it is always about what else can Peter Obi do? He cannot do anything different from what we are doing. In fact, say in a campaign you don't get the job already. Just do the job. Because every day is a tough one for them. And thanks to you, the obedient. Just thought I should mention that. So the likes of Babangida, Aliyu, and the rest, behind the scene, they will be, in the front of camera, they'll be acting like they are opposition. All right? And they'll be like, I've known him, he's been my friend for 40 years. I have known him for 35 years. They are opposition, so I can't say my mind about, I can't really say anything bad about him. I knew him for 45 years. Are you mad, Dini? They're asking you are the opposition. People are supposed to actually see you as alternatives, but that's not how they run it in that contraption. Until you, the obedient, came and you turned opposition to a serious thing because you became the opposition. Have you not seen that there's not only the APC that hate your guts? The SPV boys, PDP boys, they hate your guts. Because they are like traditional politicians. They are young people, old people who have no ambition. They are comfortable being given that crumb, that bread. They are not doing this PDP, APC for free. You are doing it for free. You are doing it like you want to get a good government. We need good leadership. We need good kinikoke. No, these ones are doing it for appointment, for contracts, for connection, for anything at all, just to get themselves out of the trenches. But una come take us serious. can't finalize that because you know they collect shishi. How can somebody say he wants to be president and you know go give us shishi? SPV boys, so the normal social what do you call it? We call them the political jobbers too. So and they do grow old. One of them is that guy who was a former governor, by the way. In reality, right? Even those who were Tinubu's allies, whenever they have the what they call the closed door conversation, they tell themselves the truth. Here is the guy that said they intentionally weaponized the removal of subsidy by Goodluck Egbere Jolantan in 2012, that they intentionally amplified it, and here it is today. You know, they not weaponized it. And then those who hit the streets, shut the country down for 12 days, now came to power, pretended to be socialists, right? And then they removed the subsidy and said it's gone, and that's it, it's gone. Everybody should kind of, and they are praising themselves for doing it. Like, yes, we took the toughest decision. Nigeria is a real place, oh, Baba. Egbere Jolantan, put together a committee. He called them subsidy reinvestment, subsidy reinvestment something. I can't remember fully. So they said, hey, Egbere Jolantan was paying over 260 billion naira for subsidy on petrol every year. And that it was like, that's too much. If we share this money, we can provide mass transit, you know. But I don't be say they even they plan more. They actually did do. Egbere Jolantan was sending mass transit, all those what do you call it? All those all those longer stretcher coaches, right? They sent to Ogun State. If you are probably working in an Moson, I don't know, maybe they have now, you know, broken the whole thing to parts. About before they announced the removal of subsidy in 2012, I can't remember all the stuffs they made provision for, but it was like they were so ready, and they said we're going to remove it on so time. So while they was planning to remove it, they were planning to mobilize for the country shutdown, for the shutdown of the country, Tinubu and his gang. So many of them received those mass transit, all those buses. They just locked them up somewhere because they were APC. In Ogun State then, it was ACN, Tinubu's party, Irokunle Amushi. He was the governor then. He received all of that. He never used them because they had to make Jonathan look bad. Then this druggie came. Subsidy is gone, no. It's gone, no. It's gone. Can say, yay! Threw the whole country into economic chaos. And then they started praising themselves that, it's recovering. It's recovering back. Taking data left, right, and center, borrowing like a drunken sailor, like that, you know. But there you have it. The guy himself is now saying, wherever Tinubu is rolling out, is in Yoruba. I'll come and tell you again, okay? If I hear one.
Àti owó tí ó sì ṣe bá lẹ̀ wo gbogbo ọ̀nà náà, pàápàá jùlọ àwọn ọ̀nà federal, ẹni tó bá ń bọ̀ látẹ̀fọ̀ tó pẹ̀rẹ̀ ó mọ̀ nǹkan tó jù àárín, ẹni tó bá ń bọ̀ látòmò tó gba ìlàṣà wá sáyé dùn tó ń bọ̀ ní Ọ̀yẹ́ á mọ̀ nǹkan tó jù ẹ̀rí. Nígbà tá a ṣe ọ̀nà tí bá ọ̀ṣẹ́ parí ẹ̀fẹ́ náà tó 18-20 billion tọ́nà ní ìjọba àpapọ̀ ní wọ́n rán wá iṣẹ́ wọ́n lè dá owó yẹn padà. Ṣé tí wọ́n bá dá padà ṣèbí gómìnà ìbá tún lọ ní ó dá ọkọ̀ tó fi ṣe ọ̀nà phase 2 eléyìí tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ tó dé yìí pé òkè òkú tún gbé láti bẹ̀rẹ̀ dé ara mọ̀kọ́ o.
nuisance lélẹ́yìí nuisance lélẹ́yìí.
Ifeanyi. So that was him there trying to sort of like defend the Ibadan-based Ekiti governor. You know that Ekiti governor is Ibadan-based, just like many of these northern governors who don't actually live in their own states. Yeah, that Bao doesn't really live in Ekiti. He's their governor. He's going for second term. They drive through all those terrible roads, but they will go back to tell their people that you know, APC is doing greatly, is doing well, everything is fine. People should endure. Well, you had to start telling them that you know, things are tough about this issue of hunger, no money, and all that. So coupled with bad roads, start saying, telling the APC members that APC has failed, but you need to still support us, share you get, so that we can fail more. If I want, here is another one. No, the Speaker of Osun State, Isiaka Bikilunje, you know. No, I think their governor is Isiaka. Osun State Speaker was caught on tape when he is allegedly threatening a local chief. I don't know if this person is talking about is actually a king. So they said that one came. He said that one came around his house to place curses on him. That he would make sure that by Monday morning it will be picked up. First they will remove his crown, and after that, it will be picked up and locked up. A king, but Speaker of the State House of Assembly. What do you think?
Hello.
Hello.
Ẹ káàsán o.
Káàsán, speaker ló ń sọ̀rọ̀ ẹgbẹ́dùn ló ń
Ah,
sọ̀rọ̀.
Honorable, ẹ káàsán sir.
Ẹ káàsán, aláṣẹ ńkọ́?
Yes, sir. Sí lọ́dọ̀ mi bí kan lọ síbí kan.
Ok, mo fẹ́ rán yín sí wọn ni. Ó dàbí ti aláṣẹ, Ọlọ́run sọ pé yóò já jẹ̀yà. Ọlọ́run wá sọ pé ọ̀dọ̀ mi yóò ti jẹ̀yà. Ó ti oríṣiríṣi tí mo ti ní àbọ̀ ìdẹ̀. Ó ti wá ṣe dé píkì ń fún. Wọ́n àtáàkì mi, aláṣẹ ń sọ̀sọ́kùsọ lẹ́nu. Ọlọ́pàá ó gbé mọ́tò, wọ́n àtáàkì wọ́n àtáàkì mi. Tó bá bí da ibi tó bá fagbára ẹ̀ sí, tó bá wá sáṣì màá ní kàn náà rìn ní. Aláṣẹ tó sẹ́gbẹ̀ẹ́ lé mi lánàá, ó ṣépèlé mi pẹ̀lú àwọn lọ́ọ̀yà àwọn èsì mi.
Ẹ ní sùúrù, Honorable, ẹ ní sùúrù. Àní ẹ ní sùúrù, ẹ jọ̀ọ́ torí ẹ ní sùúrù sà, ẹ dúró. Ẹ ní sùúrù, Honorable. Ẹ ní sùúrù, Honorable. Honorable, ẹ jọ̀ọ́, ẹ dúró, ẹ gbọ́ ti tèmi náà.
Orí burúkú tọ́lọ̀ ni yóò ṣe, Ọlọ́run ló tọ̀ mí yóò ti ṣe.
Ọlọ́run ò ní jẹ́ Honorable, ẹ ní sùúrù, ẹ ní sùúrù.
Ẹjọ́ tó nílò agbára tó ní ẹranko tó lórúkọ rere kankan.
Honorable, ẹ dúró.
Bàmí jẹ́ ọ̀tọ̀ làwọn tà náà sọ nítorí.
Honorable, ẹ wò, ẹ dúró. Ṣé ẹ rí?
So that's the speaker right there, very upset, very angry at a local chief who, according to him, has been bad-mouthing him all over the place. The last time he came very close to his house to place a curse on him and all that. So he will ensure that they remove his crown and then they will order people to beat him. I don't think that's right. Director's Court. That is why I think I am going to respect Benue politicians a bit. Because when two honorables disagreed, they didn't hire people to beat themselves up or beat one another up. They actually slugged it out man to man. A House of Assembly member, local government chairman in Benue State. This. Once we finish, everybody go waka the goal and say, okay, yeah, that's it. It's sorted now. Next time when you see yourself, you can just be like, bro, how you doing? All right. So, Honorable, you don't need to hire anybody to beat anybody up. Just pick a venue. Right? Right. The 210 trillion naira allegedly missing money from the NNPC, in which they have not been able to actually account for. And the guy who raised the alarm is now giving them even more by saying, hey, we haven't forgotten, 211 trillion naira. Where is it?
This committee, which never ever had at no point ever said 210 trillion was missing or stolen from NNPC. But what this committee said, and it still says, and shall continue to say, unless proven otherwise, is that NNPC should and must account for 210 trillion. And I will briefly say that, of course, 210 trillion is mind-boggling, and hearing the numbers, one may not easily comprehend. The 210 trillion put together is or are made up by the liabilities and the assets part of the account. The liabilities, as shown in the literature of the financial statement, is 103 trillion. While the asset side, the receivables, is 107. If you put them together, the two will give you 210 trillion. Under normal accounting, is assets minus liabilities. But in this case, the liability figure, or the figure of the liabilities, haven't been substantiated. This committee, which never ever had at no point ever said 210 trillion was
anyway, they say you go explain tire as there will be no evidence. The money is gone. It is gone, man. Because if that was, for instance, if that was like a working country, that committee that discovered the discrepancies in their account would have followed the money even further. Do you understand? Like, it is not assumptions. It is not whatever it is. Basis of financial imbalance. I mean, what they call it for accounting terms. Discrepancies that would never make your account balance. So how do you audit an account and you have a shortfall of 210 trillion naira? That's massive. So there is no way you won't be able to say, okay, if the money was supposed to, was the money ever like existed in the first place? So if you established that, yeah, it is the proceeds of certain sold stuff, and that money accumulated. So it was okay, proceed. That means they sold something. They got the money. It's not a promissory note, it's they got the money. So if they got the money, where did they pay the money to? And when did the money disappear? Where was the money supposed to go to? And so it didn't go here. Once it got here, it just vamoosed, it just disappeared. Money don't just disappear. Not even a kobo can just disappear. No money just disappear. But we all know that it's gone, it's gone. It's just for our own entertainment. And it is sad that they have the population of people who have no idea what it means to have 210 trillion stolen from your system. Because if it is not in the account, it is stolen. You can't hide. You can't hide 210 trillion. It's gone, 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 gone. And those who took it over the years, they are still in government all over the place. So it's unfortunate. In Jigawa State is considered as one of the poorest states in Nigeria. They said their state governor just invested 1.8 billion naira on vehicles for himself and his wife's convoys. Those 4 vehicles are what the Jigawa people paid 1.8 billion naira for. Those 4 vehicles. And that is what majority of them actually does with their allocations anyway. You know? Yeah, irreconcilable. I think that's what the term is in accounting. Once you begin to add the numbers together, it doesn't just disappear. It doesn't just go away. You don't just cancel 2 or 100 and say, I'll just cancel this 200. You don't cancel anything like, no. At least I did accounting myself. I did accounting in secondary school. So to some extent, we had to like work on this. What do they call that thing again? Profit and loss account, balance sheet, where you have to place your, you know. So people will actually became accountants working in for a country. You can trace any money, but corruption will make you become blind. Sorry, is this one 2 or 7? I'll be 5. No, it's 1. Meanwhile, it is 7. So that is what corruption does. Corruption blinds you. Sorry, I don't get. Is that 1.7 trillion? I'll be 17 trillion. No, it's 17 trillion, but just put dots and say 1.7 trillion. Okay. This is gonna be a tough one, though. But we'll work it out, sir. We'll work it out. Baba, they submitted the audited report of NNPC, and a committee in National Assembly discovered the discrepancies, and they pointed it out. It all came to the total of 210 trillion naira. Do you think a whole country can't trace where that money goes? Like, anyway, we'll leave that again. So I said the Jigawans are funding the lifestyle of their criminal governor and his wife. Even the nurses in Jigawa themselves right now are on strike because of poor pay. I don't know if you do know that the what they call them, NDA, no, NMA, Nigerian Medical Association. I don't know. I think they are on strike. So some of them went about to force or enforce compliance because they've done tools now for the past 4 days, asking Kolu to attend to their demands. And until that happens, they won't work. I don't know how many of you have been to government hospitals across Nigeria. Maybe you can share your own personal experiences, right? For some, in Port Harcourt and a part of Enugu, this was what they experienced.
The monitoring team is at Professor Kelsey Harrison Hospital in Port Harcourt. This is a maternity ward, Daddy? Yes, maternity ward. As you can see, it's total compliance. All the patients have been discharged. No nurse on duty. Everyone is at home. You can see the modern facilities lying fallow here because there are no nurses. Nursing power. Welcome. This is day one, strike day one. Monitoring team is active.
You see, I know that is a technician. No. Who is the nurse here again? This one is the. Of the other, she's a nurse. God base with the nurse. God base with the mother. God base with the mother. Can you hear me? You are not on this. What are you doing here? If you have a patient, you shouldn't be around. Let another person.
You get Hippocratic oath of doctors. I don't know if nurses also swear to that. Okay, but Baba, if they hear the song, another challenge you. Another challenge you, double challenge you. Your nurses don't they get challenges. Hardly would you hear the nurses say they get challenges. So now that the Nigerian nurses don't they get challenges, maybe say more. They have to down tools. Good luck to all of you that would have an appointment with the challenged nurses or beg Kolu to pay them. You know, they should pay them. Kolu is borrowing and borrowing. And it has now come to everyone's notice that Kolu has actually borrowed more. By the time Kolu receives the $21 billion, 2.2 billion euros, 15 billion Japanese yen, 63 million euros, which is a grant, 780 billion naira bond, which is to pay pensioners. Now they are actually borrowing to pay salaries and pay pensioners. They are borrowing to fund their budget, which mostly is on recurrent expenditures, more or less like money for for their own lifestyles, like, nice cars, latest cars, new jets, and then maybe new buildings, So they now say that Tinubu has borrowed more than what Bukwari borrowed in 8 years. He has borrowed that in 2 years. Isaac is one of those that are like, or more. By the time Tinubu is done with you, Nigeria's national debt will be after 999 trillion. Waiting day after 999 trillion. Zillion. I've been a dillion. I'll go and look it up. Because I go soon cross that threshold soon. when Kolu is done, is building the future for you, according to an average mentally deranged Ronuku, that is a sewage dweller, right? Here, Isaac.
Late President Buhari didn't remove subsidy on petrol, on diesel, and he still didn't borrow as much as this present APC government are borrowing. Late President Buhari didn't remove subsidy on NEPA, on electricity. He still didn't borrow as much as this government, as much as they are borrowing right now. Late President Buhari he was pushing naira, he was pushing dollars, naira, pegged it, paying a lot of money according to you guys to sustain 650. You guys came and said, no, we can't cushion nothing, everything must go. How come you are now borrowing so much? Where is the borrowing going? Okay, you claim you are giving states more money. How are you monitoring those states if they are using the money well? So many states up till now, they are still not paying, they are still paying 35,000 minimum, not minimum wage. With all this borrowing you are borrowing. This is weird. Now you have more money from cushion of dollars, you have more money from NEPA subsidy, for electricity subsidy, you have more money from petrol subsidy. You are still borrowing, and the borrow, we cannot see the money on our streets. You guys, not choking, not to choke us remaining. Not to choke us. President Tinubu, remember, you said no suffocation. Don't suffocate my people. Now this is choking. This borrowing is too much. Where is the money going? All the federal roads are very bad. All the federal roads, as we speak today, you can't drive from one state to another without visiting a mechanic. So where is this borrowing going? You said you are giving states more money, but who is monitoring the states? Waladeo, I don't understand.
Gidigon. It is called Tifnubunomic. You know, so I found it is a quadrillion. So Nigeria's debt may cross 1 quadrillion by 2031. Yeah. And it's a very, a good observation when Isaac said, how did they do it that when they were borrowing to back your naira, to back your subsidy and all of that, right? How come now that they are not paying subsidy, not paying subsidy on education? They've removed subsidy on petrol, removed subsidy on education, removed subsidy on, what's the other one? Electricity. Removed, where is the money? Why do they have to borrow that much again if you are making so much money? Because it's a lie. Nigeria is in red when it comes to foreign direct investment. Borrowing money is not investment. I've said that many times on MAIYEGUN'S diary Politico. I have proven that to you many times on this platform as well. I will keep saying it. Going about to go and borrow money and then or raise bonds where people are promised about 30% to 35% return on their bond, Nigeria bond, free money after 1 year. And then you say, oh, it is oversubscribed. We wanted to raise 700 billion. We have now raised 1.8 trillion naira. I don't say we go see a madman's leg where you no go like a one chopper. Don't worry, you won't understand if you're not Yoruba. It's like a fool who will see a fool and not want to take advantage of a fool. But that's not investment. That is not investment. It is not. So Tinubu is the reason why they will tell you everything is getting better, everything is fine. And then you'll be wondering, I don't understand. No, you are not to understand. Where is the money? Where is the money they save from all of that? Anyway, we'll leave that and go to another thing. And that's why this Abdul was all out there on the floor saying, how can you just kind of like want us to approve of this money where you can't even explain to us what you are using the money for? His voice never counted. At least it was heard.
We all represent constituencies. We need to go home and say, this is how these monies, when borrowed, will impact in either security, what amount in agriculture. When it comes to states, let's know how much goes into this state. President, I listened to the committee presentation and I listened to Senator Olamileko, the chairman of appropriation. First and foremost, Mr. President, this has to do with our collective inheritance. This is a loan that my generation and generation yet unborn will be saddled to payment or to paying. Yes, this is a proposed payment plan, borrowing plan, but in this document, there is no indication of how these loans will be paid. That is one. Secondly, if you look at the committee's report, on page 3, number 1, that the loan shall specify the purpose of which the borrowing is intended, which shall only be a long-term capital expenditure and human capital development. Going further on page 8, Mr. President, you will now take number 5 under the table. Most NDAs are unable to implement their capital projects effectively due to long delays in funding disbursement. The loans will go a long way to addressing this challenge. Inclusion of this project in the National External Borrowing Plan will enable financial closure and timely implementation. This is not specified. Which MDS and how much does each one cost? We all represent constituencies.
The guy that is pointing all of that out is not doing it because he loves Nigeria so much and he loves his people. But there are some certain things that you are going to see and privileged to actually see. That sometimes, Baba, you feel they think and you won't even know that you are actually like thinking out aloud. Like, what okay, maybe because I'm a Yoruba man, that's how I'm going to be reacting. Because when you look at hey, yeah, you get? So the guy is just like, this country is done for, man. And it is hopeless too. It is an hopeless situation. So the people themselves who are going to be saddled with the responsibility of repayment of this loan, when Tinubu and his gang are long gone, Bokwari is dead now. But everything he did continue to live after him. People continue to still pay the price of Bokwari's destructive regime. So by the time Kolu is gone, those who are going to be paying this back are no other than those of you who are going to be alive. And normally, you see, when you find yourself in a pit or in a hole, the ideal thing is to stop digging. But these criminals believe that they have their nest elsewhere. They are like birds who goes to the graveyards to pick, or goes to the field to pick, grass and all that. They have their nest elsewhere where they are keeping all their treasure, their family, everything they treasure, everything they love. It is not Nigeria. No, it's not. You can't hate your country that much if there was a country at all, and or a country in the first place. You know? Well, you've heard about, well, we've been following this drama of street name change and all that, or street renaming in Lagos and all that, and it's going to continue to grow as you get closer to their 2027 charade. The bigotry, the tribalism, those who are amplifying them, they are going to intensify that, I believe. However, Fashola, Isaleko Barack Obama, Ajambadi Albert Einstein was at a forum where he called the attention of those in government that there's something called archives. And the way you're going, it's great that you want to protect the Yoruba heritage or Yoruba this and other Yoruba names. But at the same time, don't let whatever is motivating you kind of like push you enough that you're going to erase what is supposed to be an archive or history of Lagos State, and everybody will play their role, one role or the other. I have that clip. Let me share that with you before we get to the part of rounding it up.
That archives constitute the memory of all communities, societies, and nations. Archival records are preserved for their legal value or enduring historical significance and constitute a key cultural heritage and information source. The archival heritage is a valuable testimony to the socio-political and economic development of humanity. For instance, the Glasgow University Archive Service gives a fascinating insight into the influence that the University of Glasgow, its staff and students have had on the history and development of many countries, including Nigeria. Records also contain information, and this was from Scotland, as I said, in 2012. It contains information about the first Nigerian students at the University of Glasgow at the time, including one Dr. James Churchill Vaughan and one Dr. Isaac Ladipo Uluwole, who were enrolled in 1913 and graduated in 1918. Dr. Ladipo Uluwole returned to Nigeria to become the first African medical officer of health in the Lagos colony. He pioneered school health services with school inspections and the vaccination of children in their schools, and started the first Nigerian School of Science, School of Hygiene at Yaba in Lagos in 1920. So that's the Ladipo Oluwole, but the records were kept where? In Glasgow, in Scotland. So those of us who drive through streets such as Ladipo Oluwole Street in Ikeja will probably now understand and contextualize the contributions of such a man and why it was considered such high honor to immortalize him by naming a street in his memory. End of quote, 2012. But it is perhaps instructive that we are discussing street naming and street unnaming, and I keep my gunpowder dry. So but that tells you that the more things change, the more they remain the same. So today I reiterate those words about street naming, about Dr. Oluwole, and with greater conviction to reinforce my message that the preservation of our history and the documentation of our progress must be taken seriously. The puzzle pieces of Lagos's past, its people, traditions, governments, and struggles are scattered across time. LASRAB must continue to piece them together
into a coherent whole, one archive, one policy document, one photograph, and one manual at a time. So I urge us all to support this noble work. Let us help preserve history, not as a static museum of forgotten things, but as a vibrant engine of knowledge, resilience, and development. In the past, when we needed to conduct searches about certain things that happened here, sadly and ironically, the place to go was to go overseas, to go and look for records of ourselves. So, and I think nothing validates the idea of the prosperity and the economic value of record keeping than that irony. So when we're talking about Google searches today, all the search engines that we now have in our palms, imagine if records were not kept. There's nothing for them to search.
Before I go on, let me postulate from the Franz Fanonian dictum, which stipulates that the dialectics of reconciling two conflicting ideas is the algebra of revolution. The overbearing intervention of the state government had further exacerbated oporombium and amounting to sadomasochisms.
All classes, you know what they call F level? When you get failure in all the subjects that you take. F9, F8, F9, F8, FF, double F. That is his name.
Inspector Fash, the former Nigeria Minister of Darkness, potholes, and homelessness. Is Aleko Barack Obama. Anyway, he was talking about, archiving the history of our people, their roles in our, journey and all that. Then he referred to the time of these great Yorubas when they were in Glasgow studying. And it is true, you can still find the remnants of, their person in Glasgow, University of Glasgow till tomorrow. You know what I mean? Anyway, that was Fash. Telling them to continue the preservation, but at the same time, maybe not a total erasure. There's this one disturbing video, and I'm a little bit concerned that YouTube may not like it. Remember that video of that man and his two sons kidnapped in Kwara? You remember that he was begging, and he said they've been going through different tortures. They've been starved. They've been like, gosh, man. And they wanted 50 million. Those who kidnapped them, children, two boys, and their father. They are demanding for 50 million from them. They haven't paid the ransom yet. A new video has emerged. And I have to warn you, viewers' discretion is highly advised. I'll leave it for just about 5-10 seconds and I'll stop it. Here is the new video released by their captors, the Fulani terrorist that is keeping them. I'll stop it that way. It gets worse. And that won't be the first time that these terrorists will kidnap Nigerians, take them into the bush, torture them, and then film the torture on camera like they would record it in order to send to their family members to hurry up or they will kill them. We've had instances where these Fulani terrorists will shoot and kill their victims on the camera, right? And they are the ones that are being rehabilitated by the rogue APC, Egbe, you know? And something from Edo, Opeodoyo, and his own court jesters.
Life with the governor of Edo State. 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 The number one citizen of Edo State. Atako has gone to rescue the people. Atako has gone to rescue the people. Atako rescue. Atako rescue. Atako rescue. He has come to rescue the people. He has come to rescue Edo people. Atako. 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 Edo is shining from nothing to something. When I know that governor, when I they talk anywhere, no mind them. Governor too much. No mind them. Life with.
So those are the Okweldoyos, you know, court jesters or street jesters. I don't know what you want to call them. From Benin, from Edo State rather. So I will leave it at this final one. This is someone who is Tinubu's ally in the APC, a message for the Northerners. Because to him, what else do they want Tinubu to do? He has shown them enough respect, even than you know, they deserved, kind of. And therefore, Tinubu has honored them, respected them enough by sending powerful delegation to see them and tell them how he loved them and never really neglected them. His words is what I wanted to listen to.
Yes, my sister, can I tell you something? There's no one government that can solve all the problems of a people. Whether Nigeria, Lesotho, Kenya, wherever. There's no one government. Because, of course, you realize that we don't have all the revenue in the world. Nigeria was broke as at the time the president took over. So, there are too many things, there are too many issues that you raised. I try to see if I can attend to them. That the president sent or deployed 60 appointees to attend the Arewa meeting is a mark of respect for the North. It's not a mark of weakness. I mean, if you say we have not done enough, let the people that are doing it come and tell you how much they have done. That's the essence. That's the language there. It's not a consequence of panic. No, not at all. Now, if you say that Gombe is saying that there's no federal presence, let the governor come and tell us what he's been doing with his federal allocation that has tripled, you know, in the last 2 years. What federal presence does he want? He has an autonomy to be governor of a state. He's an executive governor of a state. Let him first of all come and tell us what the Gombe state, you know, presence has been in Gombe. You know, people make statements and they believe they play on the political naivety of the masses, believing that the masses are so poor. When they hear things like "we'll make life better for you," they jump at it. This is the game they are playing. This president is one of the most practical presidents we have ever had in this country. I'm not too young to know. At least I know practically all the presidents. I became an adult around many years ago, so I can see and I can feel. I mean, there has been no government that has taken care of regional governments, I mean state governments, more than Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu has done. None. In terms of resources, in terms of attention, in terms of emotional intelligence. You understand? So I don't expect any opposition to say good things about our government. No. But whatever they say, they must be mindful of the fact that, you know, if they come on this seat, yes.
Ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí, ọ̀ ń ṣeré ni àbọ̀ ń ṣiyè. Ọ̀rọ̀ tó sọ yìí, ọ̀ ń ṣeré ni àbọ̀ ń ṣiyè.
So good afternoon to you. A good morning to you. And also a good evening to you from wherever you are joining us. It is brunch time with Mayegun live. So thank you so much for joining me again. Later again. After reading the caption of the broadcast, yeah, please read the description as well. Like it, share it, invite your friends, invite your not so friendly friends, and tell them that it is brunch time. Frostos, Otobokeyabo, just like he did under Bukwari, seems to be doing so well in this Tifnumbu's money heist. That is what they are running, a scheme, scam. 712 billion naira. Out of a 900 billion naira budgeted for upgrading Nigeria, airports. So share this. So that is me sharing it as well. If you haven't, please do. And remember that this is an open mic as well. You can phone in anytime you want. If I get to see it, I'll pick it. Where you can express your own personal views, either your personal frustration or anger or whatever you, just your views about the happenings in the contraption. So share it if you haven't already. So just a last check to see if the audio is fine. Sorry about that. So we need to check out the audio as well, just before we are fully into it. So please let me know what you think. And welcome to the new month as well. I should have started with that. I was caught in the midst of trying to get everything working before the camera came on. So thank you. If you are just joining us, remember, share this broadcast as you are joining. Grab your phone as well to at least call in if you want to. Yesterday, Frostos Otobokeyamo announced a 900 billion naira approved fake budget for upgrading tarmac. Now, wrong way. And I just see it as, an opportunity there to run you street, as always. He did it under Bukwari, I'll remind you. Got it? So thank you so much for joining me again. And good morning to you, good afternoon to you, and good evening to you from wherever you are joining us. So yesterday, from the ongoing money heist that Tinubu and his gang are running running on Nigerians. 2 days or 3 days ago, Kwakwansop at a gathering in the north chastised Tinubu for ignoring them. According to him, he said Tinubu neglected northern Nigeria and he is building southern Nigeria or developing the south. But if Tinubu's men went there to say, no, that's not the case. And in fact, even if it is the case, you shouldn't blame Kolu, especially when you had your own chance and the majority of you just kept mute when Bokwari was doing the same. That argument is not holding water with these northerners, in case if you're not following. So their own current pressure on Tinubu is that he intentionally neglected the north to go and develop the south. His appointment is based on a tribal this or that, something that everyone believes that is the antecedent set by, a precedent set by Bokwari when he was your president. So Tinubu, on the other hand, sent his ministers to go and debunk it and say, no, we are doing a lot. We're doing a lot in the north and all that. I like all these promissory notes. Then yesterday, Frosto Sotobokeyamo came out and said, oh, they got an approval of $512 million, which according to the converters, they said that equates to 718 billion naira. They are not building any new airport. I mean, some of you have seen videos of what they claim to be the improved airports in Nigeria, even though a lot of you have seen their, what do you call it? Many of their, supposed infrastructure in the place, dilapidated despite the billions and billions and billions. But they want to spend 718 billion naira to upgrade runway, build a perimeter fence so that people can get close to the fence of the airport. They want to build a fence alone, just to construct the perimeter fence alone for 49 billion naira from that money. So they said that the FEC approved 900 billion naira to upgrade Nigeria airports, right? So from that money, 712 or 718 billion of that will be used in upgrading Muritala Mohammed Airport in Lagos. So by standard, right, Lagos airport is their busiest airport in Nigeria. According to them, it's got a traffic of over over 6 million travelers that pass through the airport in a year. Second to it is Abuja Airport, which they said is about 4 million people travel through that in a year. And the next one is Port Harcourt Airport, with 1.2 million that travel through that locally and internationally in a year. Please don't rely on those data. They're just, most of them are probably like, anyway, sure. And they said Kano Airport has over 39,000 people that travel through it in a year. That's why I said don't believe that data, okay? Anyway, to justify why the busiest airport with the highest revenue grossing, right? So it would be ideal for it to receive more in funding when it comes to upgrade. But we think they want to upgrade for Muritala Mohammed Airport with 718 billion naira. Let's ask Frostoso Tobokeyamo. 1 second though. Tell us.
What we used to do before, where we just do some patchworking of sections and all of that. The total rehabilitation would mean, just for transparency, to let the public know that we are going to strip it down to only the carcass. And then do the complete M&E again, mechanical, electrical, plumbing, everything, to have a brand new airport. The completion period is 22 months, and the total cost will come up to 712 billion, 258 million 565,482 naira 18 kobo.
Terminal 2 will be expanded and runways in Lagos, Kano and Port Harcourt upgraded with Category 2 landing lights to cut delays during Harmattan haze. The Lagos airport will also get a 14-kilometer security fence with CCTV and intruder alerts. Away from aviation.
So they are going to strip Muritala Muhammad airports of almost everything. That's why he said, oh, but that is, So with a Wike spent 39 billion renovating hall in Abuja. Fraudster Soto Bokeyamo, we spent 712 billion naira to renovate and turn Muritala Muhammad into a brand new airport with an extended runway. And the runway will come with a landing light. They want to add landing lights. Like, the thing is that Nigeria doesn't even have the money. So it is part of their planned borrowing. Okay? 712 billion naira. 49 billion from that will be used for 1.6 kilometer fencing, which will be real. So the North are now like, maybe we told you that Tinubu and is urban bandit, because that's what they call Tinubu in the North, in case if you don't know. They call him urban bandit in northern Nigeria now. And it's actually like, not just himself, it is actually kind of like their own slow campaign against Kolu in their 2027 charade or preparation. All right? So they call them urban bandits who are just here to loot and hold Nigeria to ransom. So Nigerians will keep paying the ransom. 700, that's a $500 million. Brethren, they are not building any new airport. They are not stripping the airport of plumbing, electric and all that nonsense. They did all of that under Bukwari, and they still left the airports smellier, shittier, and completely dilapidated. For those who have been through it, especially in the last 8 years. I've been through it in the last 8 years, putting it under Bukwari and partly under Tinubu. So everybody is trying to kind of like turn on the tap of looting and stealing, and you will do nothing. Adesirika carried the whole country. He carried the whole country, Mugu, and cashed out over 400 billion naira. Fraudster Soto Bokeyamo was in that government too. It's not under investigation. I don't know how many of you will remember that. Fraudster Otobokeyamo schemed out a fraud of 24 billion naira towards the end of Bukwari's murderous regime. I don't know if some of you remember that, when he was to create 774,000 jobs for young Nigerians for 3 months. And they were supposed to kind of be the ones that would replace, what do you call that thing again? That's you win under Jonathan. This guy cashed out over, what am I saying? Over 48 billion naira, multiply it by 2, yeah. Over 48 billion naira. He cashed out. He bought some wheelbarrows, shovels, and what do you call it? Rakes and cutlasses. He bought some, gathered some of their APC Ronuku boys and girls in Delta. And they were waiting side of the road like this, and they took pictures. And that was it for the entire country. He cashed out. And then he got rewarded again with the position of aviation, you know. And this is his own first major cash out on that Tinubu. In case if you're not paying attention, okay? It is a major cash out. Once this sails through, right, it's enough to sort Fraudster Soto Bokeyamo, probably for life. you know. So, but the North is not happy. They are angry. You know why? They believe that Tinubu is using the presidency, right, to deplete Nigeria, using the slaughter of the southern Nigeria. So you're gonna like is using that to deplete them and deny them, and they are kind of like raging, hearing all these billions and trillions. They are like, oh my God, we're not getting any from it. I don't understand what that means, but in context, they are talking about the project of Tinubu, all those promissory notes. Oh, Tinubu is building Lagos Coastal Calabar Expressway in the south. Coastal road to nowhere. And look at this one. Look at this particular one. Otobokeyamo is pulling, or is currently pulling, right? We don't know the contractor, so nobody bidded for it. So some people came together and said, oh, it's going to cost 712 billion naira to renovate Muritala Mohammed Airport. And Otobokeyamo signed it and approved it, okay? No bid, no nothing. No public tender or whatever. Just like what they did with the Lagos Calabar as well, right? Promissory notes. It's enough to make the Southerners probably feel so important, since the North is jealous. Jealous of what? That you are being used by some unscrupulous, minute number of people to enrich themselves. And then you realize later, like some of these Northerners are realizing right now, that all the time Bukwari was there telling the World Bank that all their charity work for Nigeria, they should concentrate in the North. The South is better. Have you forgotten? The footstep of Bukwari is what Tinubu is following. The impunity, the nepotism, the corrupt, similar. It's just that those who are cashing out big time now, they are mainly Southerners appointed by Tinubu. Doesn't mean that the south of Nigeria is having anything better or worse of you, because there's no. In fact, it's now being rated as worse as Bukwari was, even though it's for a long time, right? You can easily still tell, as in, okay, yeah, he got this, he got that in the southern part of Nigeria. They say in their own part, they've got nothing. That all of the announced projects by Tinubu for northern Nigeria, they are just there for window dressing, because there's no money to fund them, according to Tinubu. So this now pisses them off. Now to make the matter worse, right? Without considering all this stats I gave you about, the business of these airports and what they're actually earning or grossing every year, that requires like proper maintenance, not this ridiculous one though, right? Proper regular maintenance so that they can keep churning out more revenue and all that. You see, they are not considering that. To them, it's like, oh, you are going to take the federal money now, yeah, and give. You said you want to upgrade these international airports in Nigeria, Kano, Port Harcourt, Lagos, and I think Abuja, or minus Abuja. So, out of these 3 airports where you budgeted 900 billion, 712 of that is going to Lagos alone. So yeah, that's enough. The Southerners are neglecting the North. Anyway, we'll wait for their own follow-up, because they are currently doing all what they call the defense, trying to explain to them. Do you know how much money Lagos VAT added to Nigeria? Do you know how many blah, 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 blah? But I don't think it is really going to fly. 712 billion naira to upgrade the airport, $500 million in the hands of these rogues. Okay. Now, let's leave that for a sec. Remember the old, several episodes that we had on MAIYEGUN'S diary, Politico, concerning the, expose on the NNPC fraud and the fraudsters themselves being named and shamed. But rather, these criminals are walking free today. But you know something? They spent $4.5 billion, according to Tinubu and his gang $4.5 billion between 2015 and 2023. That was under Bukwari. To renovate, rehabilitate your refineries to bring them up to to date. And then few months after, they announced that they have completed their maintenance. Politico Refinery is working now. Warri Refinery is next. Kidnapping Refinery is now. This and that. All those times that MAIYEGUN'S said, they were all lies. There were some of these Ronuku mofos on MAIYEGUN'S diary Politico that came here to say, oh, I am a bad Bele who didn't want Nigeria, who didn't wish Nigeria well. And I said, I'm only asking questions. And if you can't give me real answers, right, then I could reach my own conclusion. My conclusion was that these guys were criminals. There is no working refineries. And you can call me any name you want. And of course, yeah, as usual now, it didn't age well. So about 2 months ago, or thereabout, Tinubu appointed a replacement to Kyari. Kyari that is currently holed up somewhere in the UK, between the UK and UAE, Dubai, as we speak. So Ojulari, who was part of Kyari's fraudulent team in NNPC, was appointed to replace Kyari and then bring reform or bring change to NNPC. Somebody who was part of it all along. The entire, fleecing of Nigerians, fleecing of Nigeria, and the entire destruction of Nigeria economy through the greed and the corruption of the NNPC that sabotaged the economy of that country for the greedy few. Ojulari, that is currently NNPC GMD, appointed by Tinubu, was part of that team for the past 20 years. There's nothing that happened within that space that is not been. During the Maikanti Baru time, or this Meleki time, it's been part of it all along. So he got promoted to now come and do a reform, come and change something. What is he changing? He's here and he said, oh, you know what? We are contemplating on selling these refineries. You spent $4.something billion to renovate or rehabilitate, aviation and revamp your refineries. It was time for them to now deliver for the country that has gone through so much. Suddenly, there's a problem. We have to shut it down for another maintenance. Are you being serious? Like, are you for real? You told the whole country your refineries were working. A lot of them said, yes, Tinubu's touch. Some said, no, it's not Tinubu, it's Bukwari. They were trading wars who is to be given the credit. 3 days after that announcement and all those newspaper congratulations, they said the refinery is not the work again. They closed it down for maintenance. A month after that, they said they were contemplating on selling the refineries. How can you sell a scrap that is not working? How do you spend $4.5 billion on a scrap and nobody is in jail right now? How do you do that, like, conveniently, and no one is in jail? So people said, okay, who is going to buy this scrap from you? The first person that demanded to buy the refinery from you about 20 years ago was denied. Today is, he owns a refinery in Nigeria. Nigeria was producing crude oil, exporting the crude oil, and importing refined products. Because they had refineries that politicians have destroyed and intentionally kept in comatose like that. Then a refinery is built in the country, working 50%, enough to produce what is needed in the entire country. There's no crude oil anymore. So the person has to start importing crude oil, exporting finished products, selling his product to other African countries, while the guy who is your presidiot is there working with his own other criminal gangs who bought themselves at the nick of his swearing in. They bought themselves a refinery, or what do they call that thing again? Blending plants in Malta. And suddenly Malta became the highest exporter of a finished product to Nigeria.
Story here long, Igonsha, but nobody went to jail. So they said they want to sell it. We need to sell it. You don't have to. How much do you think you're going to sell a scrap? Then they said, no, we are not selling it again. We are going to carry out another maintenance. How many of you remember when I said Ojulari will cook his own book and he will do his own maintenance? They will go and take another sort of billions of dollars loan because they want to put Port Harcourt refineries to work. Every day, you know, APC, all of you, Ronukus, Abrodian Ronukus, they must show for Tomo you. Now here a day when they raise the alarm, una call me enemy of Nigeria, liar, fake news. Today, you are not back to say, Mayegun, sorry, Jare. Mayegun, you are right. Honestly speaking, I thought, you know, nobody came, they never come back to say sorry. Never. Because to them, sometimes they want all the lies to be true. They want all the, you know, all the deceits to be real. When they tell them that it's working now. I say, when something is working, you must be able to feel it. When they remove subsidy and all of you are paying through your noses, everybody felt it. Everyone is still feeling it. If something changes, your situation should begin to change. It is law of economics telling you that it will take time. Yes, it may take time before you finally get to a balance or equilibrium, right? But there must be changes. You must see it. Yeah? You must, that's another one. Oh, stop saying that. Oh, people say things they don't. You just want to believe that, Abi. Oh, the refineries are working. It's because they wanted to sell it to themselves. You want to believe that, Abi? So I may not be able to convince you, and I'm not here to convince you. If that is your own theory, good luck. All right? Some said that, oh, the refineries are working, Jare Mayegun. The thing is that they just have to pretend to make sure that, it is not working so that they can keep spending money on it. Typical Nigerian theory. Because to you, they can be, they are as evil as that. So therefore, that should make sense. Then ignoring the obvious. You have a refinery that has a pipeline that supplies crude oil into that refinery. Because crude oil is not like you are going to go and pump it and you into a truck and you move the truck to the refinery and then you offload the content, the crude oil, into a basin. No. You see, from all those oil rigs in that Niger Delta, as all those pipes, you see that goes everywhere. There are some of them that actually were laid to go straight into those refineries when they constructed them. Majority of them have been blown up for over 10 years now. Do you understand? So if you want to say your refinery is working, that would be the first place you will carry your camera go and say, listen, because a refinery is just like a giant generating machine, like just turn it on. The moment you turn it on, the entire mechanical thing attached to it will begin to, and whatever you want them to perform at that point, then the process begins. Here you get. So that you can start your engine and just say, okay, I'm starting this engine just to warm it up, and then and everybody sees it, and it's a big generator. There is electricity everywhere. Oh, the refinery is working. Oh, that's not a working refinery. A working refinery is a refinery that will conveniently receive the crude and process that same crude through all its plants there, right? Sort them, separate whatever it wants to separate from what. That is a working refinery. Anything apart from that is part of the scam that you have been made to believe. And it's working well, unfortunately. It is. Because no wonder that they will take supposed journalists, they carry them and flew them straight to that Port Harcourt refinery. None of them could ask and say, sorry, can we see how the crude oil gets into... Maybe that would have been the end. Till tomorrow. That's not part of their own refinery rehabilitation. Criminals, that's the point I'm trying to make. Criminals. So now, What Ojulari wants to do now is that, no, we are not going to sell it anymore. We're just going to go and look for money. Guys, don't worry. I will do it better. I promise you. Okay. Oh, is it the pipeline that is not? Is that one that MAIYEGUN'S set up? Okay. Yeah. Take camera, go there and show them. Let us go and governor Muneke them. You know what I mean? Let's carry camera, go where pipeline go, show the pipeline. They come, they bring crude oil. From where to where? And what is the amount? When you begin to ask them questions, they will deflect again. The point is that those who are doing all of this are the only people, right, that will tell you the kind of crime they actually perpetrated, and the law can then deal with them. Unfortunately, that won't happen. I've seen so many frauds perpetrated in that contraption, and people have gotten away with them seamlessly because people are willing and ready to defend them, to give reasons, to give excuses, and why maybe you didn't see it, or maybe, or what about that one? What about this? What aboutism? But these are very straightforward things, right? Because you are going to read it in their papers soon when they're going to tell you that Nigeria just got a $2.1 billion loan to revamp Nigeria refineries. And guess what? Because they know that Nigerians are suffering from serious Stockholm syndrome, short memory, or loss of it totally. In another few months, they're going to announce again, breaking news. Port Harcourt Refinery is working. Gang. They'll start congratulating themselves again. Tinubu and his gang will begin to congratulate themselves, start taking pictures. They may even carry them, go there, go take pictures, just to show to you that, the 2.1 billion where they just collect and share, though, they have delivered. Then a few weeks after, they will shut down again. Like, how do you do something again and again and expect a different result? When they say that that's an actual symptom of insanity. Anyway, so they are not selling the refinery anymore. They are now going to rehabilitate it. In the same year that these guys, if you still go online, you will still see the pictures. You will still see the congratulatory message of Tinubu to Kiari and others. You will still see them congratulating themselves and calling it renewed hope, renewed hope. Then we said, how come it is not affecting the price of petroleum? How come the same NNPC that has a Warri refinery, Port Harcourt refinery, that just finished spending over $4 billion in rehabilitating them, how come they are the highest importer of petrol to Nigeria? Hey, shall I hear from me now? I beg, explain to me. Don't be waiting at the do all the time, but I was like, please, I'm not somebody who knows everything. But if I ask you something, I need you to please give me something in return, like give me a proper answer. How do you have a working refinery, 2 working refineries, and you are also the highest importer of petrol, diesel, from Malta to Nigeria? Who is deceiving who? Who is the enemy of the people? Who is the enemy of Nigerians? Who are the enemies of Nigerians? Are you your own enemies? Or you actually know your enemy, the real ones? These are economic saboteurs. They are sabotaging your economy, sabotaging your future, mortgaging the whole thing. That should be so offensive to you. That should be so, Baba, it should motivate you to get that mad and angry and say, man, not again, never again. But a lot of you actually would rather than ask, push back, you will be giving excuses for them and to knock everybody out. Baba, now all of them be the same, Jari. That reminds me. You know, right now, the generality of the people complaining about Tinubu, right, are doing so simply because of their failed policies. Policies on economy, policies on security, policies on corruption, policies around judiciary, judicial process, and all that stuff. Policies that touches the people have become so negative that these are now taking the lives of the people, like snapping it at any given time. Policies. One of them is the removal of a subsidy, removal of education subsidy, petrol subsidy, education subsidy, electricity subsidy, even security subsidy. Right now, they are asking people to choose between their lives and their land. So you need something to, because there's no subsidy for you, that you'll be safe in your community, in your villages. If you survive tonight, give thanks to Tinubu. If you die, well, blame yourself. This is Tinubu's Nigeria. But here is something. Don't you think those of you who are eyeing this year 2027 charade should begin to ask yourselves that what exactly are you looking forward to? Are you expecting those who are going to take, or to those who want to kick Tinubu out, are you going to expect them to reinstate all those subsidies? You should begin to tell yourselves the truth, though. No, they sing with them and say they remove subsidies for your own good. If not because they remove subsidy, Nigeria would have died. If you are one of those saying that, but at the same time, because you can tell yourself that it is all fraud, it's all lies, right? So are you going to begin to ask Atiku and Peter Obi to begin to tell you that they are going to return the subsidies? Because no go play yourselves in two ways. So they cannot all be going out and be telling you that, they will do it differently without telling you how different. I say, I tell you that one, because if Atiku says it will return the subsidy for you, Obi says it will return the subsidy, they need to be specific, or else from frying pan to fire. Sometimes, that is one. Another thing, a young man, let me go and pick up something on this. Give me a sec. I'm going to share a story with you right now. And it's a very sad one, unfortunate one. A young man who is called a fisher magnet in Anambra State. Yeah, Onye Kwere, so is his name. I'll grab his name after this, all right? So a young man who happened to be a fish merchant, who kind of like rear his fishes, prepare them, grill them, and, sells them online, has been killed after he was kidnapped in Anambra State. After he was kidnapped, and for 2 days, they demanded for ransom, in which his family paid. His mom is said to be his mom is said to be the Abga women leader in Anambra State. He is a very popular guy on TikTok and Instagram. He is a business guy too. And he was said to have been so impactful in his business that the prices of the prices of a fish has crashed, and he brags about that a lot. Then suddenly on the 29th, which is 3 to 4 days ago, he was kidnapped. His kidnappers demanded for ransom. His family, like I said, paid. They still went ahead to kill him. I have been battling with how to actually react to this since yesterday. And I see him right now. Okay. People have been reacting like, somehow on social media. There are those who are like, oh, if you are crashing the price of a popular staple food like a fish, right? You shouldn't be bragging about it on social media. I was like, so does that then kind of like guarantee, does that then warranted them killing him? Now, this story of this young man also tells us, reminds us of how feeble life can be and how cheap it is in Nigeria, where no one is really safe, so to say. Here, the young man.
Peter, get me fish. Now Peter bring catfish. You don't see catfish. Now this fish, where those 5,000 people chop, those people they enjoy it. This is cap. A kg, I don't cripple the price for everybody. A kg of this, 15K. Ma show una how 2 kg be. Bring carton come. Ma put 2 kg for una. Una see how this fish be. Because Once Magnet talk, now go be say Magnet get sweet mouth. I don't get sweet mouth though. Now facts what they talk. Any fish where they give una, they put jara inside. See, 2.1 kg. Ma show una how 30k fish be. All this for 30k. See, price of fish has been crippled. You understand? Fish sellers are angry with me because I came to the industry and I am crashing price for everybody. I am reducing the price. How will you get something like this 30k? Huh? But Fish Magnet knows that the country is hard. You know that the country is hard, so we are giving you fish at a reduced rate. We know that Tinubu dey sit, na T-Pain, 25k like this. 25k all this, huh? We'll cripple everything for you. I don't tell now, say now, I don't dey for this media now. Everybody will chop fish. My goal be say, make fish there for every household, and my goal be that I am okay. I don't care about say I want sell fish. You use my problem, put on top fish price. No. If na 5 naira why I see, I am okay. Mom be say everybody they enjoy fish. Fish must there for every household. That goal is coming to pass. But I don't crash down the price of fish. Price of fish has been crashed. You know? How far? Now so.
So typical Nigerians were like, oh, he should have been quiet. He shouldn't have upset some people, or you know. But the primary thing is, you would have expected a working system where right now those who actually did this would be in custody, because it's easier. They collected ransom. They were paid money. That's enough to actually really follow the money, trace it, and you get to see those who took him. They kidnapped him, collected, tens of millions of naira, and then they dumped his body by the roadside. Some said this was possibly done by those who he knew, or those who knew him. Life. They caught the life of that young man short. That's it. And there are many, many like that. You see, his own story is here today because he's already on social media, young, popular, and, and he's just a victim for now. Nigeria. You see, may Nigeria not happen to you, may Nigeria not happen to you. It's not a mockery or a slur. It's a prayer you should say, because it is happening to a lot of us every day. And some won't live to tell the story. So they said that Nigeria is a place where dream goes to die. Oh, he shouldn't have been bragging about. What do you mean he shouldn't have been bragging about that? Did he hurt anybody? No, he didn't. A system that should protect him failed him, and even in death, we have the voluntary slaves of Nigeria saying, oh, he shouldn't have. See, now he's dead now. Oh, he shouldn't. You know what I mean? Like, the primary thing is that could be you next. See, it could be you tomorrow. And your own may not be about you crashing the price of any fish. It may actually be because you are eating fish. Do you get that now? It may just be because you want to eat fish. And so your own tongue will come. You say, well, what did you do? They say, he came here and he said the fish is too cost. Now, so then they knock him, the knife where they take cut fish, boom. And so the guy died, and it is Nigeria. Turn by turn, Nigeria Limited. Yesterday's survivors, they are today's victims. Today's survivors, they are tomorrow's victims. And on like that. Everybody is just waiting for his own turn. A society that plays, little or nothing on life. A young man. But this one didn't lose her life. A young lady that rejected the sexual advancement of a boss in that same place, so was denying the salary by the same boss. And as if that was not enough, he almost killed her in this short interview with the victim. Listen to this. In Edo, Benin City.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Yeah, please, can you tell us your name and the reason why you are standing before us?
My name is Nyesom Wike.
Okay. What happened to your head? This big injury you are carrying on your head. What led to it?
I work on my boss. The first day I worked with him, he asked me that he wants to sleep with me, and I refused for him.
Yes.
So since ever then, my boss is hating me. Nothing I ever do that makes this man happy. So it was last month I was supposed to receive my payment.
June?
Yes.
June. Okay.
I was supposed to receive my payment last month.
Yes.
So I asked my boss about my payment. He refused to give to me.
Yes.
That's when he gave me this injury on my face.
What led to this injury? Were you having an argument? Was there any argument between you and your boss?
No, there
He
was
just
no
asking your
argument.
money and he started beating you?
Yes.
You also told me that he accused you of stealing his money.
Yes, sir.
Through his ATM.
Yes.
Did you steal any money from him?
I did steal his money.
Is it true that you have said that your boss is trying to have carnal knowledge of you, trying to sleep with you?
Yes.
Since you declined, has there been problem between you and your boss?
Yes, sir.
Since you declined, how long have you been there working with him?
This month making 2 months.
2 months.
Yes.
Where exactly? Where your boss? Where you they work? Where do they call the place?
At Welfare Road.
The name of the business where you are working, madam?
The name of the business is Green Spot.
Green Spot.
Yes.
You just enter from Sakomba Road, that bar by your left.
Yes, sir.
Abi?
Yes.
If you are coming from Ring Road side, just enter that Welfare Road.
Yes.
Okay. Then apart from that, how did you get to the hospital?
I don't know how I get to hospital.
And who was now responsible for the medical bill?
It's when I recover myself.
Yes.
Then they told me that it's my boss that paid 40,000.
Okay.
So since I heard that it's him that paid the 40,000, he
Yes.
left the hospital, which that the hospital bill was 50,000.
For treating you?
Yes.
Yes.
So I tried to call my brother. It's my brother that paid the remaining 10,000.
Okay. Have you reached out to your boss, or your boss has he reached out to you?
No.
He has not reached out to you. Why?
Yes. I don't know.
Did he threaten you?
Yes.
What are the things he said to you?
He told me that I should not stay around that area. That
Okay.
if he see me there, is going whatsoever thing I see, I will take it like that.
Okay, he said he did not want to see you around that area, that
Yes.
vicinity at all.
Yes.
That whatever you see, you manage it.
Yes.
Okay. Have you reported this matter to the police?
No, sir.
So you have not reported to the police?
Yes.
So what do you want the authority to do for you?
I want justice.
Justice. Okay. Justice you get. Since the matter has not been reported, we'll reach out to the relevant authority. It's true that no human being deserves this kind of treatment. This is a pure violation of the VAMP law. You understand? And we will not fold our hands. We will ensure that we reach out to the relevant authority and they.
And I hope she gets justice. That's why some people believe that in that contraption, you must actually be mad to survive. It's like mad. Everybody needs to be mad, or else, Baba, you will just become the regular victim of a failed system. So you need to be violent. You need to be able to resist and all that. And I think that's what this guy took literally too far when his flight got delayed for more than 12 hours, like he slept at the airport. He was supposed to travel yesterday and he was still there this morning, and he just lost the whole cool. Like, what? And they didn't even acknowledge that he's there. This one happened in one of their airports.
Contractor, Arrow, air contractor, look at them. On the July 31st, I booked flight. To fly to Abuja from Asaba. Look, area contractors. For a wedding I have in Abuja, area contractors are here. They delayed my flight from 4:45 to 2 a.m. this morning. They pleaded with us that early in the morning, 9 o'clock, we are flying. They lost just in, is it affordable hotel or a low budget hotel? Just please. So that we can fly this morning. We accepted. Air contractors, air contractors. This is an evidence that Nigeria is happening to me. My event is on the 2nd of August. I'm still in Asaba. What is happening, Nigerians? What is happening? Instead of us to have one voice, some people are rescheduling for on the 2nd without thinking about all that. What is life? What is life? Do you know how people are able to afford a common 200,000 naira for flight? I was supposed to put this flight on the 2nd of August. My client told me that if I'm not able to come a day to the event, I should refund the sum of 1 million naira. Where will I see that? We are crying in one voice. Some people are rescheduling without considering for others. How can we be one in Nigeria? This is painful. This is sad. Our roads are bad. No good functions. People are crying. Nigeria. What is life flying? What is happening in Nigeria? What is this? Is this the Nigeria we are praying for?
Hey, I don't mean to laugh at Tibo. I'm just laughing because that is an original, typical Nigerian reaction. Whenever Nigeria happened to them. On social media, there are so many unsolicited advisors that are just there to defend the contraption, Nigeria. Don't talk like that. Don't talk about your Nigeria is still better than. In fact, our Guinea is still better than. Then when Nigeria happened to them, you go to hear, what kind of a country is this? What kind of a country? This country is a useless country. Can you believe that? Nigeria, this country is a use. What's it happen? Why now? This country is finished. I can't believe that this is the country. This is a useless country. Say, okay, what's it happen? Tell us, calm down. Can you believe it? Somebody gave me 1 million naira this morning and it's fake money. 1 million naira. Did they buy something? Yes. They came to my shop and they packed the goods of 1 million naira. And I just discovered that they are fake money. Which kind of a country is this? That's very bad though. That's very, very bad. How could anybody do that to you? What kind of a country is this? In fact, I'm very sad for you. And where is the 1 million naira now? I've spent it, sir. Anybody? Yes, I've spent the money. So why are you now mad? I'm just mad that I didn't discover that it's fake money. Did the person you spend the money to discover is fake already? No, that's his own problem. It's not my problem. This country is finished. I'm just trying to... My point is that this country is finished. Hey, can you believe that? Naija, it's unreal. It is when it touches them. He can't make his appointment. The road is bad. It's not his complete fault. Don't get me wrong. The road is bad. But he's a businessman. He could afford a flight. I just paid for flight. The same rotten system still affected him. Now he can't make his appointment. He's very angry. He's upset. That moment he realizes that, what kind of a system is this? He's fine with others. Maybe he's fine. He's been finding his way to get around and beat all the corrupt system for a while. But this particular one, he couldn't. Now he realized that, what kind of a country is this? He's very angry. He's sad. Because it just touched him. That one just touched him there.
The same Nigerians that will tell you that they are just lazy people. Look at them. They are protesting for good governance. Instead of them to go and find job. He's a businessman. They say, I don't talk like that. Oh. Don't talk. All fingers. My friend, shut up. What do you know? Which of your finger is not equal? Do you know how much money I've made this month alone? Eh? People don't want to work. Very lazy. They're going about protesting. Instead of them to go and find something to do. They are like, you can't experience bad governance. Which kind of a country is this? They won't cry. I'm not saying it's your whole fault. I'm just saying that that's how Nigeria works, okay? Nobody is spared, whether rich, poor, or nothing. It doesn't really matter. Everybody is going to be affected. A corrupt system is, see, when you hear corrupt system, do you think corrupt system is just about taking money, sharing money, and stealing money? It's not just that. Corrupt system means corrupt system, which includes the functionality of a working system would no longer be there. It's gone. So it's now going to be for the highest bidder. And in the process, right, nobody wins. Nobody really wins. If I don't get my own, I just come off for a year. Now only God knows when all these people go come off for that erosion. Thank God me, I don't pass. Where would they go? Typical.
This is the only road that I'm used to cross now. The road is not working. This is on 31st July 2025. No single vehicle is crossing. Even a bike cannot cross the road right now. The other road from Agulere to Amarumu is not working a long time ago. This is the only road that I'm used to cross now. The road is no longer working. If government of Anambra State can work selectively, let them campaign selectively. This is the only road that we use now as I'm indigene. No single vehicle is crossing. This is 31st July 2025.
Did they feel me? Everybody needs to understand that injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere. And no matter how you think, you are shielded or you are protected from the vices of bad governance, it's because you are not smart. You're not protected. Your money won't protect you. Nothing will protect you from the consequences of a bad governance. And that is why we continue to call your attention to it. It's so important. I'm not going to be the person to tell you about your choices or how you make them. It's up to you. But I'm also somebody who would like you to be, to be responsible for your own choices. Don't blame people for it. Hone them, hone your choices, good or bad. Take responsibility. That in that process, right? Maybe you'll be very careful about your choices. That's my intention. Sharing this with you. So wherever you are watching from, Nigeria is not a real place. But people are more concerned about where their next meal is going to come from, ignoring the obvious, the evil of bad governance that could snatch their life from them just like that. While you are trying to look for fish, now fish you won't go by, and injustice kill you along the way. You are just a statistic. They'll barely mention your name. And it is unfortunate. Yesterday, I shared a recorded phone call, right, between the Speaker of Osun State House of Assembly and then a lady, where he expressed his complete rage against a supposed traditional ruler of his own local government area. He accused him of targeting him, harassing him, and then cursing him. So he was going to remove him as the king. And then he will have him prosecuted for threat to life. So that was what the Speaker of Osun State House of Assembly muted on that in that phone call. Then while we were rounding it up last night, I saw another video. This time it was the people of the community. And I automatically sensed that, man, politicians, So they mobilized the people of the community to go and protest against the king. Okay, that is not fitting. It's not fitting to be their king.
because he's a very useless, wayward man in Yoruba. Funny. So this was in Osun State.
Táwọn kábíyèsí tó fẹ́ bàlújẹ́ ó fẹ́ túlù mẹ́wàá lórí láti tó gẹ́ èmi ní bọ́lá ní mo sọ̀rọ̀. Kábíyèsí ọmọjẹ wálé ó tó gẹ́ kó sinmi lẹ́yìn Ẹgbẹ́dùn níbi Ẹgbẹ́dùn ṣe ń gbìyànjú fún tó kò ṣe náà ni tó bá ti dé ní ọtí ìsọkúsọ ìtukútu lẹ́yìn òtí Ẹgbẹ́dùn ọmọ pé kábíyèsí ni ó ní ìwà lójú. Ó ní àwọn ọmọ ìlú lójú, ó ń bà wá lójú jẹ́, ó tó gẹ́ o, kábíyèsí, obìnrin kíkó ni fìlà, obìnrin kíkó ni olóso, odidi kábíyèsí, kó mọ gbọ́dọ̀sọ lọ hòtẹ́ẹ̀lì. Ká gbé kọ́ńtàtì fún kó ní 7 million, kó tún ní ká bá àkówó kan fẹ́ ra jíìpù. Ẹ̀wọ̀n ọjà ní àti ìdè lọ́sẹ̀ o, ẹ̀wọ̀n ìdọ́sí 19 million ṣe. Ẹ ti wo 19 million. Ẹgbà wá, kábíyèsí ni.
So, in a nutshell, right? Egbedu